was a dark and rainy night last summer. I saw a number of guys standing in front of my house. They didn't ring the bell, but just kept standing there. When I looked out through the window, there were about 6 men playing the rock, paper, scissors game at the front door, completely soaked in the rain. All of them were wearing aprons with forks in their hands. Some of them were holding ketchup and mustard bottles as well. I lived alone, and they were perfect strangers. All of a sudden, they shouted, "Hey, open the door. Whatever there is in the house, we will eat it all up." I kept silent, trembling with fright. Then, I heard them whispering to each other, "Hey bro, are we gonna grill it or deep fry?" "Nah, let's boil it today." They whispered to each other for some more time, then left. But I had to quiver for quite a long time, paralyzed by fear. Several days later, it rained again, and I heard some people's voices in front of my house like before. When I looked outside, it was them. They were arguing with each other at the front door, getting rained on. One of them shouted, "You know what? I was almost hit by lightning today, just like barbecue. Ha ha ha. So, we are gonna barbecue you tonight." They started to giggle. I ran out of patience with them, and in the end I yelled, "Hey, want to be really hit by lightning or get tased by the police? You choose." Then they just left, hurling abuses. And fortunately, these guys haven't appeared anymore since then. I was finally able to breathe again. However, I heard the shocking news before long that a woman was missing in the village. And one day, the police came to my house. They asked me about the guys who used to hover around my house and if I still remembered what they looked like. I answered I didn't remember their appearance because they used to come at dark on rainy nights. According to the police, those guys were assumed to be prime suspect in this missing woman's case. They said that the woman called the police before she was missing because some suspicious guys standing in front of her house. And the situation she described was highly similar to what I reported. I suddenly got goosebumps. The police got the CCTV footage recorded from nearby the missing woman's house. However, it was a total shock. In the footage, there were 6 guys standing at the front door. After a while, she opened the door, and they suddenly started to pierce her with sharp forks, then rushed into the house. It was 2 days later that the guys finally came out of the house. However, the strange thing was that the woman was missing. But she had never stepped out of the house throughout the footage. If she was really kidnapped by the guys, they should have dragged her out of the house. But in the footage, they didn't. What they got was not her, but just a number of black plastic bags in their hands. She was not seen anywhere. That meant she was definitely inside the house. But she disappeared and nobody was home. After the police searched inside the house thoroughly, they discovered something terribly shocking. Her bloodstain was found in the bathroom, and the guy's fingerprints on kitchen tools like cutlery, plates, and pots. The guys ate something in the kitchen and the woman was missing. The police started to track down the suspects. Soon, they were arrested. The guys spit out the truth that they ate the woman up. Besides, it was discovered that they did this thing to several more people after her case. I was totally shocked with fear and disgust. If I had opened the door that night, I would have been their prey. The guys' voices on a rainy night. I could never, ever forget. I don't exactly remember when it began, but I started to have nightmares. I was lying on the bed in my room. I heard someone sniffing around. When I opened my eyes, I saw a strange man sniffing my body. I tried to scream but failed. I lost my voice. The man put disposable gloves on both his hands. Then, he grasped my body and started to gnaw off my flesh. I felt unimaginable pain being eaten up alive, and it continued until I was literally stripped to the bone. Then, I woke up screaming hysterically. One day, my mom took me to the hospital, but the doctor said I was totally fine. He said too much stress could cause such nightmares. A few days later, I started to have the same nightmares again. This time, however, I stiffened up my whole body when the man was about to gnaw off my flesh like before. Then he said, "Hey, relax," tapping my body. I kept the body stiff and tense, and he kept failing to gnaw off my flesh. Then, he just had gone, saying like too hard. I sighed in relief, but the nightmare had continued again and again. Every night, different men appeared in my dream one by one and stood still in my room. If I kicked one out, then another one appeared. Each of them looked bizarre, and the way they acted was very creepy. For example, one of them pulled out all my hair until I was bald, then ate it all up. I had to feel the entire pain of being plucked out helplessly. When I woke up the next morning, I couldn't believe that it's real that I still had my hair, even while touching it. The next night, another man dropped a huge watermelon directly on my face from the ceiling height, and I had to face the pain of my nose being broken. He repeated it over and over, and I howled in extreme pain all night long. Another one came and stuck needles into my whole body. My body was stuck with more than 1,000 needles through the night. Every time he stuck it into my body, he clapped his hands with delight. After I woke up from the dream, it was like I was going completely mad. And this was really messing me up. I went to see a psychiatrist, and I said, every night, strange men appear in my dream and torture me like hell. Please help me stop this horrible nightmare. The doctor said, to them, you are the one from a different world. They're playing with you because you're interesting. And he laughed like crazy. I woke up screaming. I barely gathered my senses and found I was in a hospital. I also saw my doctor and mother. However, my mother's face turned into a strange person's face. Then she choked me, yelling out, "Get out! Don't get into another's dream!" Feeling suffocated, I slowly passed out. When I woke up after a while, I was on the bed in my room. I went to the doctor's, but what I was told to do to get better was just to take rest and recharge. I couldn't distinguish between dreams and reality anymore. I got into a huge panic and suffered from insomnia every night. Several weeks had passed, and I was gradually getting used to nightmares. The way those people in my dream acted was always uncanny and creepy. For example, when they saw me suffering in pain, they got very happy. When they saw me screaming, they mimicked my voice and made fun of it in amusement. Like this, the way they acted was bizarre and different from normal people in the ordinary world. So I thought maybe I could fight against them by observing the way people acted. I mean, if they looked unusual, I could quickly realize that it's just a dream. And one day, while walking along the street, I saw a standing woman. I approached her to take a close look. She was as beautiful as a Barbie doll. I said hi to her, but she spat in my face. As her response seemed to be unusual, I guessed this was definitely a dream. As I was in a dream, I decided to try to attract her for fun. "I'll give you whatever you want." Then I walked into a jewelry store, stole lots of jewelry, and gave it to her. She leaped for joy, and our romance was about to begin. At that moment, however, I heard the police siren blaring. But I didn't care because I thought it was all just a dream. When the police came to me, I threw a punch right in their face. Then they took out their billy clubs and beat me without mercy. Completely knocked down, I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I found I was in an intensive care unit. After that, I decided I would not act thoughtlessly, even in a dream. And fortunately, I hadn't had the nightmares anymore since then. But something was still weird. People on the street stopped and stared at me, standing perfectly still just like mannequins. And when their gaze met my eyes, they ran away at full speed. Even my family, friends, all the people around me just glared at me in perfect silence at all times. Whenever I called them, they didn't answer. No one responded to me. And every night, mysterious men kept visiting my home. They broke down the door, invaded my place, and tortured me again. One guy covered my body with cement. Another one broke my bones with a hammer. And another one tried to pop my lungs by pumping air through my mouth. Every time, I barely managed to kick them out. But the next day, they barged into my house over and over again. When it happened, I called the police, but they couldn't catch those guys. Sometimes, I went to see a psychiatrist thinking I might have delusional disorder or delirium, but nothing got better. This way, I had 3 terrible years. And one day, I woke up from sleep and saw the warm, bright sunshine coming through the window. At that moment, I finally realized that I had never seen the sunlight for the last 3 years. And with a splitting headache, all the puzzle pieces of my memory fell into place. I just realized that I had lived in my dream world for the past 3 years. I looked at the calendar. I thought 3 years had passed, but in reality, only 1 day had passed. I howled and cried. In the real world, I finally received psychotherapy for quite a long time. Several months had passed, and the doctors said I had gotten much better than before. Fortunately, I haven't had a nightmare since that day. I also haven't gotten into panic anymore. But I am still fearful of getting stuck in the dream world again, and fearful of failing to get out of there for a long time.
This is about a disastrophe happened in a party 3 years ago. I met a beautiful woman there who gave me an unforgettable nightmare. When we met first, she shouted,
"Finally, I got you."
And she continued touching my forearm.
"I've been looking for an adventurous and powerful man."
So I told her I was born to be a powerful male. Super powerful. She giggled, and I kept showing off my muscles to her. And I was finally invited to her house, and we went there together. However, as soon as we walked in through the front door, I found a goblin-costumed man standing with a club in the living room. Suddenly, she shouted at me, changing her facial expression.
"Your first quest? Kill the goblin."
I got confused for a moment and soon burst into laughter, thinking that it's a prank. However, at that moment, the goblin man started to lunge at me with a horrible shriek. He violently swung his club at me, and I finally realized that this was not a joke. When his club hit my temple, my vision turned black and my ears went ringing. Enormous pain overwhelmed me, and I was almost about to be knocked down. I struggled to pull myself together. Then, with extreme anger, I started counterattack by tackling, pushing him down, and punching in the face without mercy. Even while I was hearing him screaming, like, "Ah, you win, I surrender," I just kept punching him. His face got crushed, and he fainted away after all. Gasping for breath, I shouted at her, "What the hell is this shit?" Then she shouted back to me,
"Congratulations, you've just beaten the goblin. You level up."
I shouted, walking towards her, "Are you insane? This is not fun at all." But she ignored what I was saying. She just came to me and said, pouring me a glass of wine,
"This health potion will help you restore your strength. Drink it."
I grabbed her by the throat and shouted, "Why are you doing this to me? Why?" The blood from my mouth spattered all over her face. She said,
"My life was so boring. So, I've been looking for what could make me happy. And finally, I realized I was happiest when I was playing the game. But computer games? Nah, it's too boring. That's why I created my own game, to play with real people. You are now in my game."
Then she shouted,
"Let's move to the next quest."
With that shout, a closed door opened, and a man popped out of it. He was holding a large hammer in armor. I tried to run away, but she was already standing guard at the door. She shouted,
"Just roll with it. Just think you're a game character, which exists only to satisfy my pleasure."
The man in armor ran to me, yelling like a warrior, "I'm going to take your head as a trophy." As he brandished his hammer like crazy, all the furniture around us got smashed and windows were broken. She shouted again,
"He's a level 10 warrior. If you beat him, you'll level up much higher than before."
In the blink of an eye, I got knocked out by a blow of his heavy hammer. I had blacked out for about 3 seconds. When I narrowly opened my eyes, I found him tramping towards me. Blood trickled down through my forehead, eyes, then fell in drops on the carpet on the floor. He yelled, "Anything to say before you die?" I saw my whole life flashing before my eyes. At that moment, he raised the hammer above his head. I clasped his feet and threw him down onto the ground, and I jumped on his chest and choked him as hard as I could. His eyes were about to pop, turning bloody red, and he shouted urgently, "Hey, this is just a game! A game!" But I continued to squeeze his throat, absolutely overwhelmed by rage, and he soon passed out. I shouted, "Level up!" I was short of breath and my whole body was trembling. I was literally bursting with adrenaline. Soon, I recognized her walking towards me with a large sword in her hand.
Congratulations! You completed your quest, and here's your level up reward.
I quickly snatched the sword and put it to her throat. She tried to run away in fright, but I immediately caught up with her and cut her back without hesitation. She collapsed, but I couldn't make a real wound because it was a fake sword. She shouted, almost on the verge of tears,
"How dare you! I'm the creator of this game!"
I yelled, kicking her back. "Game is over." Then I shouted inside the house, "Anybody here?" And I heard many people's shouts back from a number of rooms. "We want to level up. Give us a quest." That creepy scene really gave me the creeps. I got out of the house right away and called the police, and she was caught and brought to jail. After some time, the police informed that there were 6 men locked in the house and 4 dead bodies found in the cellar. I had been in the hospital for treatment for several weeks since then, and fortunately recovered my health soon. And I have practiced wrestling harder than before. If I hadn't beaten those men, I couldn't have been here. Please, guys, always be careful and trust nobody at all times.
Level up.
This is about what I experienced 3 years ago, which still makes me shudder. One night, I found a bar in an alley on my way. I had lived in the area for 10 years, but had never seen this one before. Weird music was flowing out of the bar. It actually sounded like creepy noise rather than music. I walked into the bar with curiosity. It was already packed with so many people. Interestingly, the place was full of beautiful women. I sat at the bar, thinking beautiful women from all around the world had gathered here. Bartenders also were stunningly beautiful and handsome. While slowly sipping the drink, my eyes met a woman's, and she approached me. I tried to avoid her gaze, because my heart beat about 3 times faster than usual in front of beautiful women. She slowly came up to me and brought her face close to mine. I just forgot to breathe because of her flawless, gorgeous face. The smell of alcohol on her breath was just like out-of-this-world perfume, and I couldn't help but get a crush on her in the blink of an eye. When she asked me to go to her place together, I couldn't even believe my ears. We finally got her home. She whispered she loved me. That night I soon fell asleep, obsessed with extreme happiness. When I woke up early next morning, it was unbelievable, but I was lying on a bed in an abandoned house, and she was nowhere to be seen. The bed was stained with something dark red, like old blood. Feeling startled, I looked around, but there was nothing in the empty house but cobwebs, dust bunnies, and mice. In suffocating silence, I heard only the sound of insects and howling wind through the cracked window. Completely frightened, I ran away from the place, and I finally recognized that this abandoned house was in the middle of a thick forest. How could I have spent a night in a place like this? Who was she last night? Meanwhile, I found my car parked in front of the house and I quickly drove home. When I checked my dash cam, I was shocked. In the footage, I was driving alone to that house. Besides, I just kept speaking alone, though there wasn't her voice back. Then, with whom did I spend the night? Who the hell was that? What was worse, some changes began to happen in my body. My body began to smell weird. My eyes turned reddish and the skin turned purple day by day. I also quickly lost too much weight. Sometimes I felt like I had absolutely no energy, and I collapsed from time to time while walking. In such cases, I even couldn't get up because I had no power, and I had to struggle hard just to push myself up from the ground. At work, I spent time sitting in a chair, only half conscious, and my boss often criticized me fiercely. "You can't be like this at work. Who did you sell your soul to?" Even when I got back home, I couldn't do anything, but just lie on my bed and recall the night I spent with her. As time went by, my incredible craving for her grew more and more, and one day I couldn't stand it anymore. I just drove to that abandoned house at 2 a.m. I was like completely out of my mind. When I arrived at the house, she was there. Besides, there were 2 more beautiful women. They got highly delighted looking at me. They whispered they loved me in my ears dozens and dozens of times, and I fell asleep, overwhelmed with great pleasure and happiness. However, next morning, I found a strange man sleeping next to me when I woke up. He also woke up with a start and shouted, "What the heck? Why am I in this shitty place with a shitty jerk like you? I was with a hot chick last night." I kicked him out, swearing loudly. However, he fell on the floor powerlessly, just like I did before, and he almost crawled away. I was confused, but soon I thought to myself like this: no man can come here. Nobody. This must be mine. And I had visited her house, that abandoned house, every night since that day. The strange thing was that the women appeared only after midnight, and I had absolutely no idea where they came from and where they disappeared to. Just like sweet dreams, I almost lost all my memory next morning, and only some flashes of sweet moments remained in my head. However, I found different men lying next to me every day. One morning, I found 2 guys sleeping right next to me when I woke up, and one of them was the one who had already come here once before. I got extremely mad and yelled at him, "I told you to piss off!" I was about to slap his face. At that moment, he suddenly began to look so painful, grabbing his chest. I and the man next to him panicked. After a while, he just died. My brain suddenly became blank, and the other guy ran away screaming, "If we sleep here, we are gonna die!" After pulling myself together, I called the police and they arrived soon. Carrying the body away, they said, "I don't know what you guys were doing here, but you know how many people have died here? Healthy young men have died over and over again here. We are going to close this place, and don't even think about hanging around here anymore. Understood?" I got scared, but I couldn't get away from there because I was already deeply addicted. I locked up all the doors and openings of the house. This place must be mine. Nobody's allowed to get in. I spent every night there, and every morning, I woke up alone in this empty, dirty place, struggling with shame, fear, and regret. But I believed I had no option but to just repeat this for the rest of my life. Of course, I tried hard to push it out of my head, but I couldn't do anything but keep thinking about the women there over and over again, all day and night. Other men also sometimes came and asked me to open the door, yelling and knocking hard on the door. Then I brought a knife and threatened to kill them. They pounced on me, yelling like, "She said she loved me." I fought with them and they ran away at the end. Although I got totally covered in blood, I shed tears of joy as I succeeded in defending from other guys anyway. A couple of days passed, and nothing was left in my body but skin and bones like a skeleton. I don't know why, but I wasn't able to walk anymore. I had to just lie on a bed powerlessly from morning to night every day. Now, I wasn't able to go to work. Not surprisingly, I got struck with poverty. Besides living in the dirty place, I got all kinds of diseases because of unhygienic surroundings. Some weird liquid leaked from my eyes, nose, and mouth, and my vision became blurry and dark. Finally, I was taken to the hospital. The doctor said I was dying, and I would be in real danger if not treated immediately. Nevertheless, I was trying to get back to the abandoned house. So I was forcibly put in a mental hospital by my mother. But even in the hospital, I cried out loudly for the women every day. In a panic, I used to curse and swear at doctors and nurses. Then, I got shot with a tranquilizer and passed out. All this was repeated day after day. After several months, I slowly began to get better and better. And finally, everything around me got back on track, and I was waking up to reality. Yeah, the women there didn't love me. They were killing me. Curiously, however, I didn't remember their face, phone number, or whatever about them. Nothing left in my head. At the end of a very long treatment, I could get back to normal, and I've never been anywhere near the place until today. But I know that there are still many men going to that abandoned house, and that they will end up dead. But I can't save them, though. Once I put my foot in the house again, there will be really no turning back. So I warn you, if you meet these women by any chance, never follow them. They are not real. They are just an illusion, existing only in your mind.
When I was young, my father used to come home late at night. He then turned on classical music at full volume and cut something in the kitchen all night. On such days, when I woke up the next morning, I used to see him serving heaps of meat on the table, saying like, "I can't believe it has this much meat. We could eat throughout the week." And he looked so pleased. One day, he came home with a dagger stuck in his thigh. Struck with fear, I was about to call 911, but he shouted, "No, don't call 911, or my quarry will run away." Then he did first aid and put a bandage on the wound by himself. After that, my father fell into a coma and woke up 2 days later. When I asked him what happened to him, he said, "I was bitten by a wolf while hunting." I didn't understand what he meant then. Time passed, and I was about 12. One day, I woke up early in the morning and heard him humming in the kitchen, which was full of the smell of roasting meat. I walked closer to the kitchen and saw him cooking alone. Soon, he was going downstairs to the cellar. I also went after him to surprise on the sly. In fact, I hadn't been to the cellar because my father always kept it locked. I followed him to the cellar and watched him taking meat out of a large fridge. However, I saw the meat in the fridge. It was human meat. I shouted in panic, "What the heck are you doing here?" My father turned around and said, "Oh, my boy, this is the most perfect meat on the planet. Fish, animal, none of those things can dare to compare to the taste of this." I ran upstairs screaming. He shouted from behind, "You had it already! You know how tasty it is!" Thoroughly confused and disgusted, I threw up. I had no idea what to do. I was just a little boy. And I turned 18. One day, my father put me in the car, saying we're going camping in the mountains. After we arrived, he told me to lie in wait for a quarry. I said, crying, that I wanted to go home. But he gave me a hatchet and said sternly, "Now, feed yourself on your own." I could see it was not a joke through his determined face. We pitched a tent there and had hidden ourselves for a couple of days. My food from home was already gone, and I struggled hard to hunt small animals like a rabbit or something like that because I literally had nothing to eat. But my father didn't seem in the least interested in such things. After several more days, I finally found a climbing couple passing by in the area. When I was about to say hello, with the delight of seeing people after a long time, my father threw 2 sharp knives at them, and those exactly penetrated their necks. It took only about 3 seconds to kill the 2 on the spot. I screamed with terror while my father shouted with joy. Our voices echoed through the whole mountains like bizarre harmony. After that, he wiped off bloodstains around us using a special solution. Then he threw the dead bodies into the car and we came back home. My father gave me an old book, which looked decades old and worn out. "Read it and master all the techniques in this book. Then you can be a great hunter like me." As he said, the book described dozens of perfect techniques to instantly kill a person. There were a variety of cruel and brutal killing techniques that we could not learn even in any army or martial art. It made me speechless with shock. I tried to persuade him to stop, saying like this was totally wrong, but he said, "Just try once and you will see how fun it is." I couldn't say a word. I thought to myself over and over again whether to call the police or not, but I couldn't put the only family I had in jail. And as usual, he had continued to hunt. Every day we had heaps of meat to eat on the table, and consequently, a number of their belongings had been also getting piled up in our house. But I couldn't eat the meat anymore. Since that day, I had just waited for the right time to leave. And one day, that incident happened that I could never forget for the rest of my life. When I came home from school, I saw him sitting at the table. I asked him what he's doing there, but he didn't answer nor move at all. I approached him and found his body had already gone ice cold. I was completely shocked. At that moment, I heard a man's voice behind me. Well, did he ever think about his last moments? The moment to be hunted by someone else? I looked back in fright and saw a man aiming at me with a bent bow. He was all dressed in a whole ghillie suit covered with green grass and leaves. I screamed in terror and started to run away desperately. But after a few seconds, his arrow thudded into the back of my ankle. I collapsed and started to crawl on the floor. Walking towards me with heavy steps, he said, "Your dad ate up my friend." He pressed the knife close to my stomach as if he was about to stab me. "And you had it too, right?" "Oh my God, please don't kill me!" I put my hands together, pretending to beg for my life, and attacked his throat in the blink of an eye. He uttered a piercing shriek. He became unable to breathe and rolled around on the floor, grasping his throat. Yeah, it was one of the techniques I learned from the book that my father gave me. After, I picked up the knife right away and put it close to his neck. I called the police, and soon, the police arrived and they arrested the man. After several days, my father's funeral was held and all of our relatives gathered. However, one of my uncles whispered in my ear, consoling me, "Did you learn how to hunt from your dad? If there's anything you don't know about hunting, just tell your uncles. Seriously, I am the best hunter on this planet." I stared at him in astonishment. He continued, nodding his head with a smile. "Yes, it's the most perfect meat on the planet." I stormed out of the place, screaming like mad. Since that day, I had cut all connections with my relatives and moved out to a place where no one knew me. But even in my new place, I used to have nightmares almost every night. In the dream, I used to be chased desperately by those who were killed by my father. They popped up with their body parts cut off and cried out saying like, "You ate me up!" Then I woke up crying all in sweat. And it's been 7 years since then. I still can't believe all this happened to me. Maybe because of that huge mental shock, I might have been making myself believe all this was not real. Now all my memories have become faint and even good memories with my father are almost gone. Even I'm actually not sure whether I really lived with my father or not when I was young. Nevertheless, there is one thing I still clearly remember. It is my father's happiest face while hunting.
7 years ago, I lived in a small village and there was a man in my neighborhood. He lived in a small house next door and always walked around barefoot. So I used to call him Mr. Barefoot. Whenever I came across him on the street, he used to ask me to come over to his place. But my mother always told me to be careful of him because she had heard some screams of women from his house several times. Maybe she might have heard incorrectly, but she was still wary of him as she thought there was something fishy about him. However, I believed he was a good man. One day I met him on the street by chance. I grumbled at him that I was so tired of school. Then he said, smiling broadly, "Oh yeah, you want to stop being annoyed by such crap and be free, right? I know how to set you free. Come over to my place and I'll show you." He held out his hand. However, just for a fleeting moment, I sensed something horrible about him. I mean, from his hand and his eyes, I felt like if I did hold his hand, he would just haul me into his place. I turned him down, saying my mom wouldn't allow it. His mouth was still smiling, but his eyes were not. He was actually frowning, and his hands were trembling. I hurried to school. When night fell, I wasn't able to sleep because of the irresistible lure of curiosity. So I went to his house on the quiet and peeped into his place through the window. In the house, he was eating bread with a glass of wine at a dining table covered with food. There were also women lying around on the couch and bed. It looked pretty weird, so I went home, and I didn't take it too seriously. After that day, he would continue to shout at me whenever we happened to meet on the street.
Set you free!
One day, it was very noisy outside. I went out to see what was going on. Police officers. They were located at Mr. Barefoot's house. I heard a shocking thing, that 3 dead women were found inside. Each of them was lying on the couch, the bed, and the bathtub. What's weird is that all 3 were iron chained by the neck, and the chains were broken. On the back of their necks, carved with a knife, was largely written, "Free." I heard Mr. Barefoot yelling at the police, "They're truly free at last, breaking away from the yoke of life, all thanks to me." The police handcuffed him and took him away. When the police asked him why he killed the women, he answered like this, "Sir, what do you think freedom is? Only death is truly freedom, which has been desired by all humans. That's exactly what I gave them. Maybe foolish people think I am such a criminal or murderer, but I absolutely don't care about it, because I know what I did was the only way to help them find true happiness." According to the investigation, he kidnapped the women, bound them with iron chains, and cut the chains off by hammering them hard. The women were killed while he was doing so. Not surprisingly, he was sent to jail. However, after some time, I received a letter from him. This is what the letter said. "I feel so sorry. I am locked up here and cannot kill you. Because I can't get out of here, I will send you my messenger, who will kill you on my behalf. I know this is the only way to set you free. Little boy, believe me, and you will find true happiness. When you finally meet my messenger, put yourself in his hands. He will end your life just in the blink of an eye, without pain. I can't wait to see you free, though I could only see it in a photograph. Till then, take care." After I read it all, I called the police right away, screaming. My father even hired a bodyguard for me. A few days later, a man really broke into my house. He choked the bodyguard with an iron chain until he passed out, then cruelly hammered the bodyguard's neck. While he was completely absorbed in hammering, the police finally arrived and took him away. The bodyguard was terribly wounded. The criminal was identified to be Mr. Barefoot's friend. It was so unbelievably horrible that just a couple of days later, my family and I moved out right away. 7 years have passed, and fortunately, nothing has happened to me until now. But deep down, inside me, I'm still awfully scared. Scared that he will send me a letter again.
I still can't forget that day. 12 years ago, I lived as a homeless person during some period in my 20s. It was a time when I used to walk the streets and survive on a single loaf of bread. One day, I was sleeping on the street and had a strange dream. In the dream, a monster with 100 eyes was running towards me. I woke up screaming as the monster came right in front of me. It was a dark morning, and as my eyes began to adjust to the darkness, I realized that a stranger was standing right in front of me. I was so startled. Then he came right up to my nose and started groping my face with his hand. I shouted, asking what he was doing, being astonished. Then he stopped, put his palms together, and chanted strange incantations as he walked backwards. I can't remember clearly, but I think he said something like this: "The visible world is fake." He was dressed like a monk and was walking with his eyes closed. I was so horrified, but was so tired and hungry that I didn't even have the energy left to do anything. So I just slept again. However, the next day I overheard other homeless people talking to each other. "Is everyone okay?" "I think we're fine. Fortunately, everyone seems to have blocked it well." I asked them what they were talking about, and they told me something shocking. The story was that someone unknown was coming every night and secretly plucking out the eyeballs of homeless people. It was the so-called eyeball hunter. As soon as I heard that, I was shocked and stopped breathing for a moment, because it seemed to me that he was the person I saw in the morning. Then I found out why so many homeless people here had no eyes. I was overwhelmed with too much fear, but it is rumored that he didn't kill anyone. One day, he plucked out the eyeballs of a homeless man, and the homeless man shouted that he would rather be killed. But the eyeball hunter left, saying that it was his principle not to kill humans. My whole body trembled hearing that. At that time, if I had only woken up 3 seconds later, I couldn't even imagine what would have happened. Only then did I find out why the homeless there were staying vigil every night. I've always thought that they were on watch, not to be deprived of food, but I didn't know it was actually to protect their eyes. Since then, I decided to join a group of homeless people because I couldn't sleep on my own, and I was able to stay safe for a while, keeping a night watch in the group. Then one day, early in the morning, I heard a loud scream. Everyone woke up, but one homeless man was rolling around, putting his hands over his eyes. There was blood all over his face and on the floor, and I saw the back of the monk who was running at a tremendous speed in the distance. "There is an eyeball hunter!" I could hear people shouting and buzzing. We hurriedly called an ambulance and he was taken away. It turned out that the person who was on night watch fell asleep for a while, and it happened in the middle of it. We reported it to the police. I was really terrified and felt that I couldn't stay there any longer. I tried desperately to get out of there. Finally able to end my homeless life, I rented a small house and started my new life. After some time passed, I visited the homeless people I was close with. They welcomed me, and according to what they said, they heard that the eyeball hunter was caught by the police. And the eyeball hunter said to the police as follows: "It is only after human beings see the world through their eyes that prejudices and sins arise. Only when you are not deceived by appearances do you know the true meaning of life. That is why I remove people's eyes, so that they can truly become enlightened." He believed it would save people, and he had no eyes either. It was self-removed. However, he said that he can see the world through his third eye, called chakra, after long practice, even though he has no eyes. How he sees is still a mystery, and I suddenly remembered one thing. On the day he first appeared in front of me, the black plastic bag he was holding in his hand. The bag contained several round-shaped objects. I thought it was just fruit or something, but I just found out what those things were. I'm still suffering from insomnia every day. He's in prison, but for some reason I keep thinking he's likely to break into my house. Now I sleep with my glasses on every day because I feel like I can protect my eyes by doing this. I want to get out of this fear as soon as possible. If only I could erase him from my memory.
Back in high school, I was a school bully. Now, I'm a grown-up. But I still regret those days. Well, more specifically, what I regret is not about being a school bully back then. My regret originates from a terrible memory, which I'm going to tell you about now. In those days, I and my friends, Tom and Blake, used to hang out together and bully others. And there was one classmate, in particular, we victimized the most. I can't mention his name here, but we used to call him the punching machine. We often punched him and asked what our score was. Then he rated us, and we continued to punch him until each of us got a higher, more satisfactory score. He was a big guy, about 6'3" tall, who used to be beaten by others. Even after we became adults, we often went to him and bullied him. One fall day, the sky looked exceptionally blood red, and it has bled into my memory as the day. While we were bullying him as usual, he suddenly put out his hand, saying this:
"It feels like I'm gonna cry. Please stop it, or I'll cry and all of you guys will be dead."
It froze us for a second, but soon, Tom burst into laughter and said,
If you cry, what? We're gonna be dead? Yeah, maybe. We are gonna die laughing, you dumbass.
Then Blake said,
Uh-oh, seriously. We have never seen him crying. Let's make it real today.
Then this dude roared super loudly like a big lion, and his tears started falling to the ground. It was the first time we saw him crying. His shoulders heaved like crazy, and he breathed in and out so heavily, like it was almost penetrating into the ground. When we realized he was getting enraged, he suddenly pounced on Tom and choked him. Tom struggled hard to escape from him, but he was no match for him at all. He squeezed Tom's throat with incredible power, and Tom's eyes were about to pop out of his head. Then he threw Tom against the wall. Tom slammed into the wall and just passed out. I thought he might be dead because Tom hit the wall so hard. He now started at me, and I looked to the side. Blake was already running away. I started shivering from top to bottom in fear. Walking slowly towards me, he said,
"My mom said no one can stop me once I cry, so she's never gotten on my nerves. Neither has my dad."
Suddenly, pausing for a moment, he started writhing in agony and pulling out his hair. Then he said in a low and cold voice,
"I'll give you 3 seconds. Run for your life."
His eyes already turned into a murderer's. His pupils were red as if smeared with blood. I thought I had to run away, but I couldn't move my legs. Before I knew, he was already right in front of me. He suddenly lifted me up without any difficulty, just like picking up a basketball or something. Then he hurled me down on the ground. As soon as I was thrown to the ground, I blacked out for a bit. After a while, I heard a police siren. Yes, Blake called the police. I opened my eyes and saw him. He was looking at me, standing still. He was still crying. He didn't run away, although the police siren was getting closer. And when he found me opening my eyes, he threw a punch at my face. I couldn't breathe. With his continuous punches, I was getting knocked out. He said,
"You want to live? Then stop my tears."
There was nothing I could do but tremble in overwhelming fear. At that moment, the police finally arrived, and they told him to put his hands up, but he ignored them and spoke in a low mumble, walking heavily towards the police.
"No one can stop me when I cry. Even police can't.
The police shouted urgently.
Stop, or I'll shoot!
But he didn't stop. Instead, he rushed the police officer just in an instant. The officer immediately shot a taser at him, but he didn't stop, even though he got tased. He picked up the officer and threw him. Then another officer ran to him to arrest, but he was also knocked down to the ground by his powerful punch, just like a piece of wood. And finally, with a bang, the sound of a gun, he stopped. After about 3 seconds, his knees touched the ground, and soon he fell to the ground. He was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, not moving anymore. The officer checked his pulse on the neck, then sent the other officers a hand sign. He's dead. My vision was blurred, but I could see the police officers running to me in a hurry. I felt like this was all a dream. No, I rather wished it was just a dream, but it wasn't. Since that day, I have emotionally suffered so much from this memory. It completely changed my personality. I can't meet anyone. I'm cooped up inside the house all the time. It has been already 10 years. Although I'm getting better little by little, this trauma still affects my whole life. If I see anyone crying, I can't stand it, and I just run away. There was also a time that I fortunately had a girlfriend, but when she cried, I ran away, like an insane man. After some time, we just broke up. Many years have passed, but I still can't overcome this trauma. Remembering that day still makes me shudder, just like a helpless tree fluttering in the typhoon.
When I saw him for the first time, he caught my attention at first sight. Ethan. He had a handsome face and was always surrounded by women. The reason I approached him actually was that I wanted to be as popular as he was with the women. Yes, it was me, no one else, who approached him. It was me who drove myself into the pit of evil. When I was a freshman in college, I went and got close with him, and we quickly became best friends. But at some point, there was something odd about him. It was the rotten smell from him I had never smelled before. I said to him half-jokingly, "Do you work at the fish factory at night?" But he just looked at me without any change in his facial expression. There were also days when the smell was particularly strong, and each time he looked very tired. My other friends and I had more and more questions about him over time, but when we asked him, he never answered. What's even creepier was that when I shook hands with him or even touched him, the smell lingered on my body for several days. I couldn't stand it, so I asked him what on earth was causing the smell. Then he applied an ointment-like toothpaste under my nose and replied this: "Wait, you'll soon start smelling this scent on your body as well." He even laughed out loud. But one day, he stopped coming to school. He didn't even answer me, and I was worried about what had happened to him. In the meantime, I heard a rumor about him. The rumor was that he went to prison. I was shocked, but there was a more shocking fact. And at the same time, I found the cause of the smell. What was revealed by the police was that he was dealing in human corpses. He was making a fortune buying and selling undamaged corpses through the dark web. It was difficult for the police to find evidence because some time had passed since he had already made transactions through the dark web. Recently, one student from our school went missing, and during the process searching for him, Ethan's crimes were revealed. The missing friend was found with a cold body in the basement of Ethan's house. In the basement, there was a specifically constructed coffin to keep the body from decaying. Also, there were several drugs to use to embalm the corpses. He had made a lot of money from these deals and had plans to buy land and move very far away. When I heard this news, I was greatly shocked, and I got goosebumps at myself, who had tried to be friends with such a person. Eventually, time passed and everything was slowly forgotten. But there is one thing I still can't forget. It was something Ethan had said to me before. One day, he suddenly invited me to go swimming with him at his house. The swimming pool at his house was strangely large and deep. The water was so deep that you actually couldn't see the bottom. I didn't go into the water because I was scared. He teased me for being a coward and tried to push me into the water, but I stepped away and didn't go in. And now that I reckon about it, that decision likely saved my life. For some reason, the feeling of fear I felt that day, I don't think it was just because of the depth of the water in the pool. There was something in his eyes and expression that gave me goosebumps. If I had jumped into that pool at that time, I would have probably ended up lying in the coffin he made. And like the other victims, I would have been sold to someone without a trace, and I would have given him another big paycheck. I am a 23-year-old woman. I used to live in a pretty urban area in India when I was 19. I have always loved reading horror stories, just because it's very interesting and there's always something new to read. I never believed in such stories though, because my head can't wrap around the fact that there's something other than the animals and humans we see that can affect our lives, or something that can harm us. Until this one night. I still think that someone out there can explain what happened to me that night. I was living alone in an apartment building. It was in the heart of the city. Restaurants, malls, all around. Hustle bustle all day and night. Nothing scary happened there. It was so alive that my room would still be lit at night with all my lights off. I have always slept with my curtains closed, curtains too thick to let any light through, and a nightlight on. It was a chilly night, so I was using a very thin, bedsheet-like blanket to keep me warm. I dozed off pretty quickly, but I woke up sometime in the night. I had a king-sized bed and was sleeping near the edge facing my right. I was woken up by a pulling sensation, like someone was pulling my blanket. It wasn't the typical horror movie style pulling the blanket from the feet. It was a jolting pull. I turned to my left, but nothing was there. At least, I saw nothing. Then I noticed that every nightlight in my house was switched off. I shrugged it off as a power outage. Although I had a backup battery, I assumed it had been exhausted too. I turned around to go back to sleep, but that's when I felt it again, but this time with greater strength. With the complete sense that nobody's there with me, my body froze. The blanket started pulling up and down, basically in every direction, as if it wanted to remove it from my body. And finally, it did. The blanket started scuffling and folding aggressively behind my back. That's it. No grunting, humming, mumbling, or even creaking of my bed due to such chaotic activity. Just aggressive scuffling of the blanket in the dead silence of the night. It was very close to me, as I could feel the air from the blanket movement on my neck. My heart started jumping out of my chest, and I started crying, and then fainted from all the fear. I woke up the next morning on the same side and in the same position. My blanket was thrown all the way to the other side of the bed. I looked into the mirror and saw rashes around my neck due to the blanket pulling and rubbing. I lived there for a couple more weeks before I moved out. But thinking about that night, it still keeps me awake all night. Have you ever seen Satan? You might think that such a thing would only exist in movies, yet I've seen one in reality. The story starts 12 years ago when I was in middle school. My best friend, Amy, I used to call her the world's kindest girl every day. But at some point, I had to take that back. One day her eyes became strange. It's hard to explain, but whenever I looked into her eyes, I felt an enormously empty feeling. I tried to find out what that feeling was, and I finally realized. It was despair. I felt despair. I did not have a clue why I was falling into this feeling, although I was just looking at her. So since then, I tried to not look her in the eyes anymore. One day, she held my hands and asked me, "Do you have any wishes? Do you want good grades? Do you want to go to a good university? Or do you want a boyfriend? You can have whatever you want." That was so out of context, so I asked her what she meant. She replied, "You can have anything you want, as long as you do what the devils want instead." For that moment, her eyes looked dark red, as if they were full of red veins. I screamed with shock, and her eyes went back to normal. Then, she held my hand and took me to the back alley. She took something out of her pocket. Inside the black bag were animal fur balls and blood. I screamed and asked what it was. Then she replied, "I sacrificed the cat's soul to a Satan. Then they granted my wish." She showed me a picture of a boy in her class, and she said, "Soon, he will be my boyfriend." I was in great shock. She also told me, "Make a deal with Satan, and you will have whatever you want." I decided to cut ties with her. It turned out that she was known as a mentally ill misfit at school. I was avoiding her for a long time, until one day she spoke to me in the corridor. "Mammon says he's going to punish you." "Mammon?" I asked. Suddenly, she went back 90 degrees and screamed in a tremendously thick and creepy voice, "I will cut your body into 1,000 pieces and scatter them all around the world so that no one will find your body, and the crows and worms will eat up all of your body. Your soul will also vanish." Suddenly, my eyes went black. A moment later, I opened my eyes to a screaming sound that would burst my eardrums out, and I felt strange. I was biting my wrist frantically, and around me, 5 girls were trying to pull my hand off. In front of me, Amy was laughing maniacally, lying prone on the floor. In shock, I loosened up my jaw that was biting on my wrist, and my friends pulled my arms away. My wrist was bleeding. If it wasn't for my friends, I might have died because of the torn blood vessel of my wrist. I could not tell the truth to my parents, as I was afraid that they would send me to a psychiatric ward. Ever since, I was so terrified that I've been avoiding Amy. I moved to a different city as I became a high school student, and luckily, I could get away from her. Nothing happened to me anymore. Time went by, and when I became a university student, I heard news about Amy by chance. When she was in high school, she went camping with her 3 best friends, and 2 of the friends bit each other's necks and died. One of them ran away and called the police. When the police arrived, Amy was talking to her friends' bodies. The survived friend testified to the police. "Amy always said that her dream is to become a first-class demon. To do that, she said that she has to kill 33 people. She also said that she should take human souls and change them into demon souls. She begged us to become her sacrifice. She told us that she would make us born as demons if we let her do it. She said that we could receive eternal pleasure as a gift." Her body was trembling as she said that. Amy is now in jail. As time went by, I became a mature adult. But whenever I think of her, I shed tears in fear. What would happen to me if I had been friends with her all along? I might have become her sacrifice. 4 years ago, on a quiet summer night, early in the morning, I suddenly heard gunshots right next to my ears. I jumped up from my sleep, but everything was quiet around me. I thought for a second if I heard the noise in my dream, yet it sounded too real to just be part of the dream. Then I saw a man standing outside the window, standing still and pointing a gun at me. I fell off the bed while screaming, so loud that I felt like my throat would tear out. Soon, my father rushed into my room and I pointed out the window. My father looked out the window, but no one was there. We called the police immediately. A few moments passed when the police arrived shortly afterwards and discovered that a bullet was lodged in the tree outside my window. And there was a note next to the bullet with a picture of me and the word "you" written on it. The police set out to find the criminal. However, a few days later, I heard a gunshot early in the morning again. I fell off the bed screaming again. My window was broken and the wind was leaking in with a creepy sound. My father rushed into my room once again and we called the police, but the criminal was already gone. After the police arrived, we found a bullet lodged in the wall of my room. There was another note by the broken window that said "Will" with a picture of a man standing beside me. From the next day onward, I did not sleep in my room and instead slept in the other room. However, a few days later, I heard the window break, so I called the police again. However, there was no evidence of a gunshot. There was just a note by the window with the word "B" written on it, with a picture of a man pointing a gun at me. The police tried to find every piece of evidence. However, according to them, the criminal was just pulling a prank instead of actually trying to harm me. They asked me if I would know anyone who would do this kind of prank, to which I replied, no one, as I have behaved well all my life. The police said that if I list the notes I have received in order, they say, "You will be," and that last word is missing. They warned me that the criminal will definitely come again. That gave me goosebumps all over my body. The police said that they need to arrest this criminal right this instant, and this would be their last chance to do that. So, they decided to do a stakeout nearby my house at night and place a mannequin on my bed with a wig on it to pretend that I was sleeping there, while I actually slept in another room. A few days later, I suddenly woke up to the sound of a gunshot early in the morning. This time, it was numerous gunshots, and I could even hear someone yelling. I tumbled a lot. It took a moment until it became quiet again, and the police knocked on the front door. As I went outside, I could see several police cars outside my house. I also saw a person who seemed to be a criminal lying on the floor bleeding. It turned out that the police tried to arrest him, but as he shot the gun towards the police recklessly, they had to kill him. I saw the criminal's face. I've never seen that man before, and nor did my family. In his hand, there was a note with the word "shot" written on it, with a picture of a man shooting a gun against me, and there was a bullet that struck the chest of the mannequin that was laying in my room. My two legs tumbled so much that I had to sit down on the floor, and for a long time, I blankly stared at the mannequin that looked just like me. The investigation results say that the man who tried to shoot me had no criminal record and was just an ordinary person. But why would he do such a thing to me? Who on earth was he? A long time has passed, but the mystery has yet to be solved.
Have you ever been so overwhelmed by fear that you were frozen and you couldn't even move your fingertips? Without blinking, without moving your mouth, without talking, and without taking your feet off the floor. Have you ever had such an awful experience that all you could do is shiver, helplessly, frozen in place? I have. And that story is what I'm going to talk about from now on. When I was 11, one day I was playing in the woods with my friends until nightfall. I told them I had to go home quickly, and I left them in case my mom would scold me for being out too late. After leaving the woods, and I was on the way home, something seemed strange. Suddenly, there was no sound of insects or animals crying at all. In the silence, I got goosebumps and looked around slowly. However, then a faint sound came from the forest. At first I thought it was an animal cry, but the sound grew instantly. No, the sound didn't get louder. The sound was coming at me, and it was getting closer at a terrific speed. But no animal could have moved so quickly. When I thought about that, I instantly got goosebumps. At that moment, in the dark, I saw something approaching like an afterimage. And at the time, I faced a scene that I would never see again in my life. A creature with multiple limbs was crawling to me at a terrific speed. At first, I thought it was a person crawling, but it was an unbelievable speed, and it came before me in the blink of an eye. When I looked more closely, it looked like a spider. It was blue and about 3 feet tall, and it had several grape-like eyes. I froze on the spot. Fortunately, it didn't attack me immediately. It only hovered around. It was moving around in front of my nose, and the mouth seemed to be chewing something at a terrific speed. I heard the sound of chewing bones and a bizarre voice. I couldn't even breathe properly because I was so terrified. Some of you may ask why I didn't run away, but it was so fast that I couldn't dare to run. All I could do was stay still, as if I were dead. The closer the presence of it was, the colder it became, quickly. I could feel the chill from the creature, which was so cold that it couldn't be considered a living thing. As if there was a lump of ice in front of me, I felt like I was going to cough in the cold air, so I suppressed it all the way. It moved back and forth in front of me for a while, and it seemed like it was thinking whether to eat me or not. I couldn't even move a muscle, and I had to stand there and shiver with endless fear. Do you know that feeling? At the moment I move, that the living thing is about to attack me. No one will ever know the feeling of what I'm talking about. In that state, I couldn't move my hands, even though my nose felt itchy, and I couldn't turn my body, even though my legs hurt. I breathed very quietly because I was afraid. Even the sound of breathing would be heard by him, and I felt like I was gradually running out of oxygen. That is how I stood in an immovable position for an awfully long time, and it circled around me dozens of times, and it finally slowly started to move away from me little by little. I still didn't move when it was about 100 meters away, because it seemed like the moment I moved, it would run instantly and tear me apart and chew me up. After a long time, finally, the thing disappeared into the forest and I could move again. As soon as I took a step forward, I fell to the ground, feeling great pain and cramping in my leg muscles. I pretty much crawled on my hands and feet, and I eventually managed to get home. When my mom saw my blue lips and that my whole body was wet with sweat, she asked what was going on. I talked to her about it, but she didn't believe it. Then I saw the clock, and surprisingly, I realized that when I met that thing, that I stood still like a rock for an hour. That night, I suffered from awful body aches. My fever went up to 104 degrees, and the village doctor came and treated me. Fortunately, I survived, and I told the doctor about seeing it, but he said, "That is truly strange. There was one other kid who said he saw what you talked about before. But the child went missing a while later, and he's still missing." His facial expression hardened. Fortunately for me, I haven't seen it since that day, but I felt like I could find out the cause of what had happened in my town in the meantime. Dogs and livestock that were raised went missing. Neighborhood people also went missing in the woods. The police determined that they were eaten by wild animals, but, well, I don't think so. Sadly, I don't think there were many people who properly judged the situation like me. Everyone would have ran away the moment that they saw it, and they wouldn't have known it was a wrong judgment. They wouldn't have known it was impossible to run away from it originally. After that incident, my family moved, and I don't know what happened to the mysterious thing. And what it was, I still don't know. But I still remember it freshly. The fear of that day. The fear of death that I felt when it constantly circled around me and breathed chills. Even now when I think about it, my heart feels like it's going to stop. If at the time I couldn't hold my cough, I probably wouldn't be here right now.
There is an infamous road in my town. 3 people died driving on this road within a few months. All of them were driving alone at night. Then, all kinds of rumors started to spread all over. Rumors like the follower of Satan summoned a devil on the road, or a killer appears on the road every rainy night, and so on. I always thought that they were just exaggerated gossip, and I brushed them off. That was until I passed the road one day. One night, I happened to pass that road. Although I started to get goosebumps from the creepiness as I saw the road from a distance, I deliberately played upbeat music and danced with my shoulders. However, it even started to rain. I talked to myself. You'd think I'd be scared. Feeling the chills down my spine, I speeded up to pass the road as quickly as possible. Then, I saw a man standing in the middle of the road. I hit the brake hastily. The man, reflected in the light, slowly walked toward me from the middle of the road. I rolled my window down and shouted, "Don't you know this is a dangerous road?" The man approached me and looked into every part of my car. Then he pointed 2 miles ahead and said, "Would you mind driving me there?" I asked, "Is something there?" He replied, "Hurry, we will die if we stay on this road." I thought it was strange, but he had the look of an innocent man. However, his eyes looked like they were filled with blood, and his teeth were all broken or missing. I asked him if he was hurt, and he replied he was alright. I told him I'd drive him downtown, but he kept saying that all he needed was to go a bit forward from here. I picked him up and started driving. I kept asking him what had happened, but he looked at my face without saying anything. But all of a sudden, he grabbed my head and slammed it on the steering wheel frantically. I hit the brakes while being slammed, and the car spun to a stop with a loud sound of a screeching tire. He crazily slammed my head, and as soon as the car stopped, he jumped out of the passenger seat and ran away at full speed. My head was all over the place for a moment because of the extreme pain, but soon after, I called the police. That's when I finally realized the place he started to attack me was the spot where every accident happened. He purposefully attacked me to crash the car into a guardrail. However, fortunately, I hit the brakes and turned the steering wheel to a right angle, so the car did not crash. I told the police everything he did, and he was arrested. He kept denying his wrongdoings, saying that he had only asked for a ride, but eventually, he was imprisoned. Although a few years have passed, I still vividly remember that creepy look on his face as he pushed my head with full force, and every time I think about it, I start panting again. If my car crashed into the guardrail that day, I might have never woken up. Whenever I see rabbits on TV or in movies, I recall the memory of that day. The day that I don't want to think of ever again. When I was in high school, I used to go to the small forest behind my village and work out whenever I was stressed by hectic studies. Even on that day, I went to the forest as I normally would do on other days. However, as soon as I arrived in the forest, I saw something before my eyes. A white object was moving around rapidly, and above the object, I saw large rabbit ears. When I looked closely, I noticed that it was the back of a huge man wearing a rabbit mask. I was surprised and felt it was creepy for some reason, so I hid and watched him. He was chasing someone, and a man in front of him was running away desperately. I was confused about what was happening, yet soon after, the rabbit man caught the man who was running away, knocked him over, and strangled him. My heart started beating rapidly. The man passed out shortly after, and the rabbit man took out a spray from his pocket and sprayed it on the man's body. Soon, his body was completely covered in orange. Then, the rabbit man shouted, "Bon appetit!" and he bent down, and shortly after, I heard a sound like flesh and cartilage being ripped off, and I heard a terrible scream. It seemed that the man beneath the rabbit was struggling, and the rabbit man was eating him. I felt my heart drop about a foot and immediately called the cops. Holding the phone with trembling hands, I explained the situation to the police, but I heard this over the phone. What? So you're saying that a person with a rabbit mask is eating another person? That's not cannibalism. That's just playing around, you know? But after a moment, the police realized how serious the case was through a frantic scream, and they came. After a while, the police arrived and arrested the rabbit man. The man who was lying down was panting with his flesh torn off to the point where the bones were showing. The rabbit man shouted at me as he was taken over by the police. "Next time, I'll eat you up." The police searched his house. It turned out that he was obsessed with eating all of his food with edible orange paint. Then he attempted to eat not only food, but also things like toys or dolls with orange paint, and it seemed that he had finally done that to a person. The man who was being eaten by him moved to the hospital urgently, yet eventually died. They said that the rabbit man was imprisoned, and when he could no longer wear a rabbit mask, he pulled his ears like a maniac and ripped them off. They have no idea why he believed he was a rabbit. However, they assume that he has gone through tremendous trauma from being abused by his parents when he was young, and he might have started believing he was a rabbit after killing the pet rabbit his parents bought. Since that day, I have been dreaming of nightmares. In my dream, my skin is orange, and he approaches me and eats up my flesh, and I wake up covered in sweat. Even now, my body trembles uncontrollably when I think about it. If I could please erase this memory. This is an incident that happened to me when I was in middle school. One day, I decided to play hide and seek in a slightly different way with my friend, Eric. It was a hide and seek while summoning souls. I know, we were just stupid teenagers. However, the more important fact is that this did not end with some simply goofy game, yet in horror. We found a way to play the game on the internet and cast the spell to summon souls as written. Then, I hid inside the closet while Eric hid under the bed. How much time has passed? Suddenly, I heard Eric screaming. Hiding inside the closet, I looked through the crack of the open doors. That terrifying sight. Eric bounced out of the bed as if he had been pulled out. He swung his arms as if he was fighting and shouted at me, "Max, help me!" But there was nothing on the side he was staring at. There was just a wall. I was dumbfounded, having no clue what just happened. Then, after a moment, Eric screamed hysterically and grabbed his neck. Soon after, his limbs spread uncontrollably as if someone was pulling them. Eric screamed frantically. I started trembling so bad at the shocking sight. A few moments later, he rolled over like crazy until he crashed into the wall and passed out. Then it became quiet. Thinking this had gone wrong big time, I urgently called the ambulance and carried Eric out of the house. As I was leaving the house, I heard a voice from behind. It was the voices of dozens of children, laughing and saying, "Now you're it." I got so many goosebumps, and my legs got loosened, so I fell and dropped Eric to the floor. After barely dragging Eric outside, an ambulance arrived a while later. Eric was frothing at his mouth. Eric's parents rushed to the hospital and tried to blame me, but the doctor made it clear that I did not make him like that. He said Eric's ligaments in his limbs were severely torn, which is definitely not something a middle schooler could do. A few moments later, Eric woke up and said some invisible kids grabbed his arms and legs and pulled at them hysterically. However, no one believed his words, and I haven't seen Eric since that day. He moved out soon afterwards, and I still don't know how he was doing. The guilt for not being able to protect Eric at that time still remains inside me. If I had gone out of the closet and saved him, would he still be injured? However, I was too terrified. Even though I didn't know what they were, I knew they weren't something I could confront. Since that day, I haven't played hide and seek. However, even today, it feels like I'm with someone even though I am home alone. One time, early in the morning, I heard a voice underneath my bed. "Look for me." I thought it was a hallucination and stayed up all night trembling so bad. Next time, I heard the voice coming from the closet. After that, I heard the voices of children under the sheets, the cupboard, the bathtub, and many more places. "Look for me." So, I started carrying a crucifix at all times. Of course, I have never responded to the voices. I ignored them completely because I instinctively knew that something horrifying would happen if I opened up where the voices came from. Luckily, I am doing well now. However, I do not think this is over yet, because even when I move to different places, they keep following me. So, I want to warn you, never cast a spell that summons souls, because although there is a spell to summon souls, there isn't one to send them back. This horrible incident happened to my son, Sam. Even today, I still do not understand why this happened to my son. It all happened 3 years ago. One day my son, who was a high schooler at the time, told me that he encounters a clown every day on his way to school. I did not think it was a big deal, so I replied, "It's fun to have a clown in the neighborhood." But that was a mistake, for it wasn't just a clown. A few days later, Sam came home, soaked in water. I asked him what happened, to which he replied that the clown threw a water balloon at him and ran away. However, the balloon was filled with hot water, and Sam almost got burnt. Sam was furious, and I was also full of shock and anger. The next day, I decided to take Sam to school. While driving, Sam started to pound on the window and shouted, "Mom, that's the clown. I need to get him." I looked at where he was staring at, yet I couldn't see the clown. Sam cried out in anger as he was banging on the window. Even after that, Sam told me he keeps seeing this clown. His life was being consumed by the clown, slowly and slowly. He told me, crying, the clown is watching him on the streets, hiding between the crowd. He also stares at the clown from above when he was in the bathroom, and he even glares at it from afar when he is in school. Sam tried to ignore the clown. However, whenever he ignored it, the clown would throw a hot water balloon at him, and Sam couldn't help but chase after it with anger. Every time, the clown ran away quickly with a frantic laugh, mimicking Sam soaked in water because of the balloon. Sam said that he couldn't catch him. He tried to call the police once, but the clown was already nowhere to be found. Sam suffered from extreme stress. He started to lose his hair and couldn't eat properly. However, I had never seen the clown Sam was telling me about with my own eyes. A few months passed by, and Sam began to have insomnia. One day, I heard a scream in the middle of the night and ran to Sam's room. He was trying to jump out the window. I quickly stopped him, and he yelled. The clown was looking at me through the window. I looked out the window, but saw no clown. After that, Sam couldn't sleep because he developed a habit of waking up every 10 minutes to look through the window. I ended up taking him to the hospital. The doctor said it was coulrophobia, a phobia of clowns, and prescribed him psychotherapy and medication. However, Sam screamed in frustration that he cannot shake it off from him. Our lives have entirely been destroyed. Sam shouted that he would get this clown and punch him to death every day. He started to work out a lot, and anywhere he goes, he would dash like a spring towards anyone with red hair. Watching him from the side baffled me. I started to think if we should move. One day, on my way to take Sam to school, he suddenly shouted to stop the car. As I pulled over immediately, Sam sprung out of the car. Surprised, I followed him. He ran at such a high speed and shouted, "Mom, I think I could catch this guy today." I could see the back of the clown running away in front of Sam. I ran after Sam as well. However, at the moment, Sam flew away in front of my eyes with the sound of a bang and a horn. He was run over by a car. I blacked out for a moment, and I cannot remember what happened next. The next thing I can remember was when I was crying at the hospital while holding Sam very tight. His whole body was covered in antiseptic gauze, and he was howling in pain. Sam cried out loud, raging. I could have caught it. I was so close. Other than looking at him, there was nothing I could do. After crying for a long time, I opened the door of the patient room to go out and get some fresh air. There was a clown in front of the door. A clown. I was surprised for the moment and tried to catch him. However, it threw a toy box at me and ran away like a maniac. His speed was surprisingly fast, so I couldn't dare to chase after him. I stood there blankly and opened the toy box it gave me. A clown doll popped out. There was a note on the head of the clown doll. It read, "I did it." My eyes burst into tears with despair and anger. A few weeks later, Sam got out of the hospital, and our lives went back to normal. Fortunately, Sam said he doesn't see the clown anymore. However, after a while, we heard some news from our neighborhood. It was about a clown being found murdered in the town. I wasn't sure if that was the clown who was after Sam. Anyhow, we never saw the clown ever again. This story happened when I was 16 years old. I was living in Ohio at the time and went camping with my friend in the Zaleski State Forest. Let's call him Mark. It was the first time our parents had allowed us to go camping on our own, and the last. When they dropped us off, we started searching for a spot to set up camp as we were walking through the forest. We were walking for a while and finally found a spot. By this time, the sun was beginning to set. We quickly put up the tent and got a fire going. We cooked hot dogs until it became dark. After we finished eating, we started joking around and trying to scare each other with scary stories. As we started cooking marshmallows, I thought I heard heavy breathing coming from the woods. I thought for a moment I saw a dark figure peek out from behind a tree, but it was too dark to see clearly. I figured it was just my imagination, so Mark and I called it a night and went into our tents to sleep. The next day, we went on a hike over to a nearby lake. As we were hiking, I couldn't help but feel like we were being watched. I kept looking around, but I couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. I told Mark this, but he didn't think anything of it. He didn't take me seriously and just laughed. When we reached the lake, we swam around in the water for a while. As we were swimming, I noticed someone standing behind a tree of a similar size to the figure I had seen the night before. I thought I saw him peek out at me for a moment. I was kind of freaked out by that, but Mark still did not take me seriously. I convinced Mark to investigate the tree with me, but when we looked behind it, there was nothing there. While we were walking back, I heard a rustle in the bushes. I asked Mark if he heard it, and he nodded. We turned around and again saw nothing. Mark thought it was just a wild animal, so we kept walking. Eventually, we heard a stick crack. The noise was coming from the left of us. We looked over in that direction and caught sight of the figure again. He was peeking at me behind a bush. He was looking at me directly with his wide, bloodshot eyes. I screamed and watched him disappear into the forest. Mark looked back at me, but since he didn't see anyone, he figured I was just trying to trick him. Mark was pissed. He yelled that I was ruining his trip. We didn't talk to each other for the rest of the day. When we reached our camp, we went our separate ways. I decided to take a walk into the woods that night. As I was walking, I heard a gruff voice from behind me. Thinking it was Mark, I shouted angrily, "Hey Mark, what are you doing?" I turned behind me, but the person I saw wore a gray jacket, stained work jeans, and a dirty baseball cap. He almost looked like a middle-aged man with gray, wispy hair. He hurried off into the thorn bushes the moment I saw him, but I was wearing shorts and didn't want to cut my legs, so I didn't follow him. I returned to the camp and saw Mark making a fire. He immediately apologized to me, and what I realized next really freaked me out. Mark wasn't wearing a gray jacket, work jeans, or a baseball cap. I didn't tell Mark about what I had seen because I didn't want to get into another fight. The rest of the night was normal, and when it became dark, we returned to our tents for the night. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a strange noise coming from outside. It sounded like someone walking around. I checked my phone and saw it was 4 a.m. I also heard some gruff breathing like I had heard before. That's when I realized we hadn't put out our campfire. However, I was too nervous to go outside because of the strange noises. That's when I saw the shadow of a man walk by the side of our tent. It looked like he was wearing a baseball cap and a jacket. What happened next, I will never forget. The shadow pulled out what looked to be a knife. Slowly, I heard the zipper begin to open. My heart started beating faster and faster. That's when I saw it. A head poked into the tent with terrible, red, bloodshot eyes. He smiled a wide, creepy smile with yellow teeth that shined. His smile started getting wider and wider. Then he whispered to me in his raspy voice, "I killed your friend, and you'll be next." Just as he raised his knife over me, Mark came and punched him in the side right where his kidney was. Mark was a pretty big guy, so he was able to knock the guy on his side. The next thing I knew, I heard him punching the old man from outside. I was too in shock to remember most of what happened next, but eventually, I heard police sirens. After a while, a police officer rushed over to me and told me, "You'll be okay, we've got him." After that, we were too freaked out to stay there, so we called our parents and they drove us home. Even today, I still wonder what would have happened if Mark hadn't been there to save me. When I was in high school, there was an abandoned house behind my house. Whenever I passed by there, I would hear the sound of electricity crackling from the house. Although my parents said that nobody had lived there for decades, the sound of electricity kept coming regularly. I was worried that there might be a risk of a fire if the electricity was somehow connected. So, one day, I decided to go into the house with my friend Tim. After we finished school, we went to that house, but hesitated to go in for a while. I asked Tim if he was scared, but he replied, "This is not fear, but rather a trembling of excitement." The old door creaked open with a spine-chilling sound, and we entered inside. Inside the house, there were scattered dog feeds everywhere, and a strong odor that pierced the nose. And oddly enough, the floor was covered with numerous tacks, so we tried our best not to step on them while we walked in. At that moment, we heard a strange, screaming-like noise coming from upstairs. We should have left the house at that moment. However, we couldn't resist our curiosity and slowly walked up the stairs. From one room on the second floor, we heard the sound of electricity crackling. Then we heard a man's voice from that room saying, "Don't eat it. Eat it." We were shocked and cautiously approached the room. When we looked inside, Tim screamed in horror. As we entered, we saw 3 people sitting on the floor with dog collars around their necks, and one man was training them with a stun gun. All of them stared at us in silence for a moment, and then they started screaming for help like crazy. The man who was training them panicked and started hitting them, telling them to shut up, but they screamed so loud that it seemed like their throats would burst. Curses involuntarily slipped from my mouth as I looked into their tear-filled eyes. At that moment, the man hitting them grabbed the stun gun and charged at us, and Tim and I ran for our lives. However, Tim was caught, and his screams echoed through the hallway, along with the sound of the stun gun. I ran out of the house and called the police, then went back inside. I walked to the room without making any noise, and the man was putting the dog collar on Tim's neck. I ran towards him in anger and kicked him with all my might. He rolled over and fell. He dropped the electric shocker, and I picked it up and threatened him while kicking him crazily. After a while, the police arrived and arrested him. When the police tried to untie the people tied up with dog collars, they were shocked. Their hands and feet were glued to the floor with instant adhesive. I realized that Tim's hands and feet were also stuck to the floor with adhesive. I locked eyes with sobbing Tim, and my legs turned to jelly. Eventually, the rescue team arrived and managed to rescue the people who were tied up. However, they had been beaten and fed only dog food for weeks, and their condition was serious. When the police asked the man why he did such a thing, he simply said he wanted to keep the humans as pets. He was eventually sent to prison. Fortunately, Tim was able to recover from his injuries with treatment, but the trauma stayed with him. We never brought up that story again after that day. This story has now come to an end, but I want to warn you all, if you ever feel like exploring an abandoned house, never ever go there. No one can guarantee your safety. Next to my house, there lived a strange man named Tom. Tom never looked people in the eyes. He always stared at their stomachs. So, I have never once made eye contact with him. Whenever Tom saw me, he always repeated the same phrase. It was, "I want a hug." He loved hugging anything. He would often be seen hugging trees or poles when passing by. Once, I saw him getting slapped when he asked a stranger for a hug. It seemed like he had an intense obsession with hugging. One day, while passing by his house, I happened to see through the open front door dozens of mannequins lined up. I was shocked, but I pretended not to notice and greeted Tom. Tom smiled brightly and still stared at my stomach, arms outstretched. After that day, Tom started to give me chills. One day, he met me in front of my house and said to me, "I want to be hugged for 100 hours, but no one will hug me." Suddenly, he asked me to hug him and came towards me with his arms outstretched. I hugged him, feeling uncomfortable. He held on to me for a long time without letting go. I told him to stop hugging me, but he didn't release. Instead, he started squeezing me tightly. I pushed him away angrily, but he didn't even flinch. He shouted, "I love hugging. Don't let go. Never." It was the first time I heard him speak so loudly. and his breathing became heavy, his heart beating rapidly. I used all of my strength to pull away from him and punched him in the face. Then he ran away to his house. I followed him to his house, still angry. Looking through his window, I saw something eerie. Tom was hugging each of the mannequins one by one. Then he kicked one of the mannequins and shouted, "It's not warm enough." A few days later, in the middle of the night, I heard a knock on the door. It was Tom, holding handcuffs. My heart sank and I held my breath. He stood there for over an hour, repeating the same gesture of hugging the air. I called the police, and after a warning, they sent him home. After that day, Tom disappeared and never came out of his house for over a month. I went to his house, but there was no response. And despite several more weeks passing, Tom was nowhere to be seen. Eventually, I went to his house, and an overwhelming stench emanated from it. I eventually called the police, and they found Tom's body buried under dozens of mannequins. Among them, there was one mannequin that looked almost human, with a wig and painted eyes and mouth. Tom was lying down with the mannequin in his arms, and both of Tom's hands that were holding the mannequin were handcuffed. The cause of death was cardiac arrest. I still remember the face of my friend dying in front of my eyes. Would that look be a resentment against me, an anger, or a sadness? I do not know the answer. I would never know forever. Sometimes the memory of that day portrays like a movie scene in my head, regardless of my will, and it feels like it is getting clearer as days go by. My psychiatrist told me that this was because of the shock, and he said he would conduct a hypnotherapy to erase my memory. In my unconscious, I imagine going back to that day to save my friend. However, despite repeating hundreds of times, I could not save him. It happened 8 years ago. This is a story of Ewan, a friend of mine who fell into a cult. He had believed in religion for a long time, but there was something off about it. Rumors say that people worship a very large snake as a god. I told him to not lie, but Ewan's face looked serious. He said everything went well after believing in that religion. One day, I couldn't resist his incessant invitation, so I followed him once. He was my best friend for 10 years, so I couldn't reject. What was the name of the religion? I couldn't remember, but one thing I do remember is that the name was not in modern language. I was shocked as soon as I entered the religion auditorium. Everyone was wearing a snake-faced mask, with their tongues sticking out. Their tongues were all split in the middle like a snake. But that day happened to be the day of an important ritual, which was the day of worship to the snake god. The cult leader came into the auditorium, and the believers frantically made the sound of snakes. I was shocked and got horrified to see Ewan was also hissing like crazy. A moment went by, and the believers gave something to the leader. Someone gave a snake-shaped gold. Someone else gave huge bundles of money, and someone even brought a deer that they had caught themselves. When it was Ewan's turn, I was confused because his hands were empty. However, when the leader stood in front of him, Ewan pushed me towards the leader. Full of shock and anger, I asked him what on earth he was doing. The leader, with an excited look, said to me, "Oh, such a precious gift. Do you also agree with being offered as a sacrifice to the snake god?" I cried out, "Never." Ewan started to persuade me. "You will get a huge reward if you give a part of your body to the snake god. Let's cut a little bit off of your thigh. I did it too." Ewan showed me his thigh, and his thighs were indeed cut. I shouted out, "Never." The leader suddenly became cold and stared at Ewan. he said quietly. "Then, Mr. Ewan does not have a sacrifice to offer today." Ewan's face became cold, and he started to tremble. He knelt down and begged me for permission. I did not want to do it, so I flatly refused. Then the leader shouted, "The snake god commands you to be punished." Then he dragged Ewan to take him somewhere. I followed him, yelling to let him go, but I couldn't help him because the believers stopped me. Ewan screamed and grappled, yet they did not let him go. They took him somewhere far away and reached a huge cage. And inside the cage, there was a large snake coiled up that seemed to be more than 5 meters long. Ewan screamed, but the believers threw Ewan into the cage. In shock, I asked what they were doing, to which the leader replied, "The snake god will decide whether to punish him or to forgive him. We shall see his will." Soon after, the huge snake started to wind around Ewan's body. He screamed for help, and his eyes met mine. He looked at me and opened his mouth as if he was trying to tell me, but he couldn't speak. The snake was around his body completely, and I could hear a sound like crackling bones. I cried out and screamed, but I was kicked out by the believers. In such shock and horror, I called the police. The police arrived, but they were stopped by the leader and his believers. It took a while for the police to arrest them. When the police tried to find Ewan, he was nowhere to be found. However, the body of the snake was quite swollen. After the investigation, the police confirmed that Ewan was eaten by the snake. The leader and his believers were put in jail. It turned out that the leader actually fed not only Ewan, but also numerous people to the snake. I still cannot forget the eyes of dying Ewan, and I still have nightmares. In my nightmare, it is not Ewan, but me being winded up to death by the snake, and the feeling is so vivid as if it were real. Even today, my bed was soaked with my sweat, and the disgusting smell I felt in my dreams remained in my nose. When will this nightmare be over? I still can't forget the man I met when I was young, the man who scared me most in the world. However, I still don't know his face. If only I could know his face, I could report him to the police now. The terrible memory from back then is still vivid in my mind as if it were yesterday. It was 20 years ago, during a hot summer when I was a middle school student. I lived in the countryside and played with my friends by the river and in the mountains every day. However, my grandmother always warned me not to go to the mountains at night, saying that faceless people roamed there, but I just thought she was trying to scare me. However, later I realized that my grandmother's words were not a joke to scare me. One day, my friend and I were playing in the mountains and didn't realize how late it was getting. As it got dark, we hurried back home, but got lost on the way. We panicked and wandered around for a while, but then I saw a man approaching us. At first I felt relieved to see him, but the closer he got, the more uneasy I felt. He asked us what we were doing there, but I got chills because his lips didn't move when he spoke. After a moment, I realized he was wearing a mask. But it wasn't a mask. It was made of someone else's facial skin. At first, I thought it was fake, but when I looked closely, I saw that it was real, and I saw several twisted marks between the skin. Suddenly, he picked up a rock and hit my friend's head. My friend fell, and the man pulled out a knife and started to cut off my friend's facial skin. I heard my friend screaming in pain. I ran away, screaming like crazy without looking back. I didn't know where I was going and just jumped down, running towards the bottom. When I looked back, he wasn't chasing me. He was only focused on peeling my friend's facial skin. I ran further away and looked back, and he was holding my friend's skin in his hand. At that moment, I saw his real face. He grinned at me and shouted, "Come here, want to try wearing the mask?" I saw his mouth moving, but I couldn't see his features clearly from that distance. I wanted to get closer and see his face, but I was afraid I would die. I ran away again, as if going insane. After running for a while, I came back to my senses and realized that I was down the mountain. I ran back home, crying, and told my mother, who reported it to the police. The police soon arrived at the mountain and found my friend's body with his facial skin removed, but they never found the culprit. When the police asked me if I saw his face, I said yes, but it wasn't his real face. The police searched for him, but they never found him. Afterwards, the village was abuzz for a while, but as time passed, it gradually faded from my memory. After that day, no one went to the mountain again. Time passed, and I moved to the city and lived a normal life as an office worker, burying the terrible memory in my mind. But sometimes, I still think about that day and try to remember his face. I try my best to recall the man's face from my memories, but I just can't seem to see it. I've struggled to remember his face with all my might, sweating profusely, but it was always a failure. So, I am still in doubt tonight as I drift off to sleep. Who was he really? If only I had gotten closer to him back then, could I have seen his face.
This is a story about something I experienced not too long ago. I've always loved getting my fortune told since I was young, so even as an adult, I would frequently visit fortune tellers. Eventually, I became a regular visitor at one particular fortune-telling shop and would visit periodically. The fortune teller there was eerily accurate. He told me, "Soon your boss at work will have a major accident, and you'll get a promotion." Surprisingly, not long after that, my boss really did get into a major car accident, and I was promoted. Intrigued, I asked the fortune teller how he could predict the future so accurately. He claimed that, unlike other fortune tellers, he communicated directly with demons to foresee the future. I felt scared, but couldn't stop going there because his predictions were just too accurate. He told me that demons could do anything, and many of his clients had become wealthy with the help of demons. However, in order to fulfill a wish, one had to pay a large price to the demons. When I asked him what that price was, he fell silent and made a chilling expression before finally speaking. "Every night I go to hell in my dreams and meet demons. I need to play with them there, since causing pain to others is their only happiness. So they whip and beat me with iron clubs, taking pleasure in it. I must endure this pain completely. Only then will they grant my wishes. But it's okay. I won't die because it's just a dream." The intensity of the torture just increases depending on the size of the wish. I couldn't sleep that night and thought for a long time. If I could have everything I wanted. There was one thing that came to mind. My wish was to date the girl I'd been in love with for 3 years. The next day, I went to him and told him I wanted to date this girl. After thinking for a while, he said, "Changing someone's heart is very difficult. It requires altering destiny. If I ask the demons for this, they will demand a high price. I'll have to endure terrible torture." After more contemplation, he said, "So, I'll need $20,000. I was shocked by the huge amount, but I had no choice. I spent all my savings, took out loans, and went to him a few days later. He didn't seem happy, even after receiving the $20,000. He was trembling and sweating profusely. And then, a few days later, something incredible happened. The girl I had a crush on contacted me, and we really started dating. I was extremely happy every day. I thought meeting the fortune teller was truly a blessing. Grateful, I bought him a gift and went to see him again. But no one was living in that house anymore. Shocked, I asked the neighbor where the fortune teller had gone. She turned pale and told me, "Didn't you hear? He died. One night there was a terrible scream from his house, so the police were called. When they arrived, they found him dead. But the strange thing is, he seemed to have coughed up blood while sleeping, and the whole house was covered in blood. There were no signs of an intruder, and he was alone. It's a truly horrifying story." I was speechless, shocked by the news. I haven't been able to tell anyone this story since that day. The most terrifying thing is that ever since then, I occasionally hear the fortune teller's voice whispering in my ear during my sleep. "Mr. Miller, I'm in hell. All thanks to you."
This happened when I was about 10 years old. My parents were going out to dinner and wanted me to watch my little brother while they were gone. A couple hours after they left, I decided to go to my room. Once I stepped foot inside, I saw the most unusual thing I had ever seen in my entire life. This little boy, who looked to be around my age but from a different time period, was sitting in my chair at my desk, staring at a completely white screen on my Dell laptop. When he sensed I entered, he turned his head slowly, in perfect rhythm, to meet mine. It was so odd since he didn't jolt in surprise or turn his head around fast like a normal person would do. It was as if he was expecting me to come in. I immediately ran out and started crying. When I looked behind, he went back to staring at the screen. I didn't go back to my room until my parents arrived. When I walked inside again, the laptop was closed as if no one had touched it. I thought that was the end of that until a couple of years later. When it was 5 or 6 in the morning, I heard breathing that was done in perfect rhythm. I thought I was in sleep paralysis, but I could move and could change my breath pattern, so it wasn't that. When I realized that this thing was still breathing in that odd rhythm, I tried to act calm and not turn around. I closed my eyes and tried to focus on sleep. When I woke up, I didn't hear any more sounds, and I haven't heard that breathing again. I don't follow an organized religion, but there's something beyond this physical world that can't be explained. I hope I never see this thing again, but I do fear that it will pop up randomly.
This story is from 5 years ago, but it still gives me chills when I think about it. At that time, there was a young man in our neighborhood who was rumored to be kind. His name was Ian. He always carried a flag with him, and whenever I ran into him, he would stop, hold my hand, and pray for me. One day he whispered to me, "You have such a pure soul, so I'll tell a secret only to you. I was actually an angel living in heaven, but the archangel told me to help the corrupted earth. So I came down." I thought he was joking, so I laughed and played along. "Really? Then where are your wings?" He touched his back and replied, "When I was born in a human body, my wing bones became too small. I miss flying." I just laughed it off. However, the interesting thing was that he really had a kind heart like an angel. When he saw homeless people on the street, he would take them to his house, feed them plenty of food, and pray for them. He also cried all night when he saw people who had accidents or were in unfortunate situations on the news. I was touched by his actions, and we became close friends. But as time went on, darkness began to cover him. His house started to be filled with countless homeless people, and thieves broke in and stole things recklessly. But he forgave them all. Every time this happened, I told him to take care of his belongings, but he just closed his eyes and recited a prayer. Tears streamed down from his eyes. As time went on, he became increasingly dispirited. Whenever we met, he would stare at the sky with a sad face for a long time. As time passed, he began to act strangely. He yelled at a random passerby on the street, saying, "Your heart is filled with filthy greed. You should have a kind heart. I can see it all." The person flustered and ran away. Another time, we went to a restaurant together, and he suddenly slammed the table during the meal and shouted, "How can this be considered as food? Compared to the food in heaven, this is garbage." Then he covered his ears and screamed, "This is not music! Compared to the music in heaven, this is just noise." Then he sang hymns like a madman, and eventually we were kicked out. After that, he continued to cause trouble in the neighborhood, and I stopped contacting him. Several months passed. One day, I heard shocking news from a neighbor. Ian had gone missing. One day, a neighbor living next to Ian's house heard what sounded like hundreds of people singing hymns coming from Ian's house. So they knocked on Ian's door. But there was no one inside. Ian didn't show up for several months, and his parents and friends came to look for him but couldn't find him. So they eventually filed a missing persons report. One neighbor who saw Ian last claimed that he looked emaciated, as if he hadn't eaten for a long time, and his wing bones were abnormally and incredibly protruding. There was a note on Ian's desk which read, "I came down to heal this world, but now I have lost my light. The children of Satan are whispering to me day and night to come down to hell. Dear God, please take me back to heaven." Ian is still missing. My name is Andre, and this incident took place 5 weeks ago. I have a coworker named Mike. He is a very jealous person that thinks he's better than the rest of us, even though he does no work whatsoever. He doesn't like it when we talk to him, but expects us to be interested in what he likes to say. Now to the story. I work for a company that requires me to get up at 2 in the morning and prepare to leave at 5 in the morning, so waking up is not something I'm a fan of. But I get a steady paycheck, so it's okay. Mike does not get a paycheck like everybody else's, though. He gets 5% lower because he does not do any work, so he takes his rage upon us. Like one day I was at the movies, and suddenly he came up to me and punched me, despite the fact that I was in the front row, so everyone could see. Another time I was at the bar playing darts, and suddenly he came, grabbed a dart pin, and proceeded to try and stab me with it. I dodged it, and all the men in the bar assisted me with throwing him out. Just about 12 to 15 weeks ago, my girlfriend and I were about to kiss when he came to my window and took a picture with an old Polaroid. And as he shook the photo, I punched him and drove his incapacitated body back to his little home. But by far, this incident was the worst of them all. It happened when I was at home sleeping, when I suddenly woke up to the sound of banging at my front door. "Wake up, Andre!" I heard outside. I knew that voice. It was Mike at my door. I heard what I thought sounded like a motorcycle at my front door. But instead, I saw it was a chainsaw. "Now I see you die," Mike said from the other side. I bolted to get my airsoft rifle, and just in time. When he burst in, I shot him, first in the leg, then in the eye. Then I ran to call the cops, but Mike was still on his 2 legs. So then he cut a chunk of the flesh off my left arm. I screamed, but still managed to turn around and shoot him in his private area twice. He fell to the ground, and I was able to call the cops. Mike was arrested, and I immediately booked a flight to a different state. After the flight, I received a call from the police telling me that Mike killed another coworker before he came to kill me, and that he planned to kill many more than just 2. Every morning I look outside and thank God I survived that, because I don't know what would have happened if I had not woken up that night.
My name is Kenny, but this isn't a personal story of mine, but I was able to witness my friend's reaction the moment after, so I guess I'll start now. I was in the 7th grade, and I was with some friends. Let's call them Abigail, Daniela, Angeline, Sherilyn, and Aline. To give a little background, our room was kind of worn out. Wooden windows that were missing parts, the paint on the walls was chipping, and the lizards roamed the ceiling illuminated by 3 light bulbs. Our room was always messy because my classmates at the time were disrespectful. I could say I hated that group of classmates. Basically, there weren't any teachers that would check on us. I don't know, but we expected our next subject teacher to come in. But unfortunately, no one came into our room. So people are going about their business, but the naughty classmates just started going crazy. Bullying and teasing innocent classmates of mine. Others are using their cell phones and turning on their flashlights because it was a rainy day, which was pretty frequent. I was just on my chair beside my friend Abigail when all of a sudden, the thunderstorm rumbled the ground and cut off the electricity. But we continued talking and laughing. I didn't have a cell phone at the time, so I was bored. But my classmates did, and I was super jealous of them. Not long after, Aline and Daniela began crying and sobbing, and I didn't know why. My friends and other classmates came to our spot and asked them what was wrong. Daniela's face was trembling, and Aline was still sobbing. Daniela said that when her and Aline were minding their own business, styling their hair like teen girls, to be specific, they were sitting on the floor behind my chair when the 2 of them looked down and saw a girl underneath me. She kept staring at them with her head tilted down. The scary part is, the girl's eyes were completely red, which is why they screamed. Me, being confused, looked below my chair to see if there was ghosts or anything scary. I was so scared, but my gut told me I should try, so I did. I slowly looked down, and to my surprise, it was normal, like usual. Nothing was there. So I looked up at my friends, and they were still crying. The next morning, my friend Abigail told me a story of hers too. Our teacher always assigns a classmate to hold the keys for the classroom to open early, and she was the one who was assigned the key that day. Abigail arrived early and was about to go through the door when she peeked in the window and saw a girl in our room. The girl was sitting in the cabinet near the blackboard. Abigail admitted it's a ghost. There's really a ghost in our school. After hearing that, I got goosebumps all over. I don't know what was going on then, but some say our school was a cemetery before a school was built on top. But yeah, this may not be a personal story of mine, but I experienced this story over and over again, as if I was the one who saw her.
This is an eerie experience I had when I was in my early 20s, about 10 years ago. At that time, I was looking for a place to live independently, and I found a very cheap place and signed the contract right away. However, on the first day I entered the house, I saw a note on the front door that said, "No one has stayed in this house for more than a month. Good luck." I thought it was just a funny prank by someone, so I started living in the house, and a few days later, I saw something through my bedroom window to the neighboring house's window. It was the silhouette of a person shaking back and forth. When I looked closer, a woman was hanging from several ropes attached to the ceiling, suspended in the air, staring at me in a relaxed posture. Although I felt a bit eerie, I just thought, there's a strange person living next door. I looked away and didn't pay much attention. However, after a while, I looked at the window again out of curiosity, and she was still there, smiling slightly and staring at me intently. I closed the curtains and felt strange afterwards. From then on, I didn't open the curtains for a few days because I felt like she would still be there, suspended in the air and staring at me. One day, I heard a knock on the front door. I opened it without much thought, and she was standing there. I was surprised, and she asked me, "Why don't you open the curtains?" I was taken back, but pretended to be nonchalant and replied, "I just don't usually look outside my window." Then she started singing, "You have to open the curtains so you can see me. Open the curtains." I felt chills down my spine and quickly closed the door. I hesitated. Should I call the police? But I didn't want to complicate things. I just left the curtains open because I feared that she would return to my house. Then she appeared again, hanging on the ropes with a pleased expression. She swayed back and forth while staring at me intensely. I stared at her for a while, feeling dazed, and then I quickly closed the curtains and drank some cold water. Somehow, I started to feel strange then. She was definitely an odd person, but I felt a strange attraction towards her, although I didn't know why. The next day, I opened the curtains again, but she was no longer there. Only the ropes were hanging there. I waited for her all day, but she didn't appear, and she didn't show up for a few days. I eventually went to her house and knocked on her door. She opened the door and invited me in. Her house was filled with countless ropes hanging from the ceiling, which was a bit eerie, but I didn't think much of it. She was very skilled at maneuvering the ropes, gliding around the house like she was flying. Then she said to me, "You should try it too, it's really fun." The ropes were hanging very high, which made me a bit scared, but I decided to follow her and climbed onto the ropes. But at that moment, I lost my balance and fell backwards, screaming in pain as I hit the ground. Something was off though. She just looked down at me with a cheerful expression, not helping me or showing any concern. It was as if she was simply watching me. It sent shivers down my spine, and I quickly left her house, returning home. I closed the curtains and never opened them again. A few days later, she came to my house and knocked on the door. I didn't open it, but she continued to sing outside endlessly. I thought she was a psychopath and decided to move. After some time, I moved out and had normal days afterward. However, I heard on the news about a man who moved into that house. Shortly after he moved in, he fell from a rope at the house of the woman next door and died of a concussion. The police ruled it as an accidental death, and the woman was cleared of all charges, but I couldn't help but wonder if he fell on his own, or was it something that she had planned? Only she knows the truth. After that day, I never heard any news about that house or the woman again. Time has passed, but I still wonder, is she still riding ropes there? And is someone still hanging on the ropes she made?
It was a cold night on December 17th, 2021. My cousins and I were playing video games on my PlayStation 4 in the living room. We ate snacks like Pringles and nuts and drank pear soda. About an hour later, it was 3 a.m. and I fell asleep. I woke up to pitch black darkness and dead silence. The only thing I could hear were cicada bugs, loud as shit. I then got the urge for a cold drink, so I went over to the fridge and got my soda. I turned around and my blood ran cold. Right in front of me were two green glowing eyes. I threw my drink at the two eyes, and they darted across the kitchen and through the open window. Then I could see it running down the street outside. It was wearing ripped and shredded newspaper. Also, this could not have been a human, because as most should know, human eyes don't glow in pitch darkness unless you're taking a picture, and my phone had been in the other room. I was in shock at what happened, and also surprisingly, my cousins did not wake up from it, nor did my mom. All of a sudden, I felt sick and fell down. I woke up to bright light that morning and was on my couch. This is where it gets very chilling and mysterious. My cousin came to tell me she had a dream of me getting a soda and locking eyes with a green-eyed humanoid, just like the one I described earlier. I told her that the same incident happened to me last night, but I fainted and then woke up. Did I enter my cousin's dream? Or worse yet, did my cousin dream about my terrifying reality? I'll leave you to decide.
Hello, I'm Rachel, but please call me Rach. I just found out today that my uncle is in fact a well-known murderer. I'm also the youngest niece. I give you full permission to take a video about this. I knew my uncle was a bit off when I was little, and if I asked my mother or another family member on my father's side, then they'd just say, Ted did some really bad things before you were born, so you're not allowed to be alone with him. That all changed when I turned 13 on April 7th. A while after I turned 13, I suddenly brought up the topic of Ted, and my mother was a bit more comfortable to tell me that he indeed killed 2 people. He killed a man and a nurse. I was surprised my mother went into more detail, but I could tell she still wasn't comfortable going into full detail of what Ted did, and honestly, I couldn't blame her for it. She even told me that after her and my father got divorced due to him cheating on her and not being a good father, that my father, his name is James, told Ted to stalk me and my older sister and my mother, and he did. The neighbors caught Ted watching us in their backyard and police were called. One time he even left a death threat on my mother's vehicle after not getting him some Chick-fil-A or McDonald's or something like that. After Ted moved out, my mother changed all the locks on the old house and refused to let him in. She even said me and my sis were not allowed to be alone with Ted in my mother and father's divorce papers. Then today, on September 19th of 2021, my mother was finally comfortable enough to tell me everything. Ted Mayer, my uncle, has killed a very rich and well-known nurse in a fire along with another nurse. He was trying to be the hero, but he ended up killing them instead. My mother told me that he planned all this out for a few years, and then in 1999, he carried out the plan. It even says this in an article about Ted Mayer. It goes like this. Theodore Ted Mayer is an ex-Green Beret turned registered nurse who was convicted of arson in a 1999 fire that killed Edmund Safra and another nurse, Vivian Tarrant, at Safra's Monaco penthouse apartment. In October 2007, Mayer was released after serving 8 years in jail. There was also an article about one of his victims that said this. Edmund J. Safra was a Lebanese-Brazilian banker who continued the family tradition of banking in Brazil and Switzerland. He was married to Lily Watkins from 1976 until his death. He died in a fire that attracted wide media interest and was judicially determined to be due to arson. After I looked up who is Ted Mayer, then I learned about what he really did. It explains a lot of why he gave off an extremely odd feeling, why he wasn't allowed to be unsupervised or left alone around children, and why he's no longer allowed to come to family gatherings. The reason why I want to share this post is to warn people about my uncle, who is known as Ted or as Ted Mayer to many. Please stay away from this man. Don't make eye contact with him and don't ever welcome this man into your life. He's very dangerous and is willing to commit another crime like the one he committed in France. I can only just imagine what he would do to me if I was alone with him and no one was around, and I'm just thankful my mother had me and my older sister's back.
This is an experience I had when I was 16 years old during the winter. Since the incident, I still can't go outside on snowy days. Back then, whenever it snowed, there was something I always did. It was called snowman smashing. Paul, George, and I would gather in the village on snowy days, look for snowmen that other people had made, and have fun destroying them as we found them. But one day, we discovered a strange snowman. The snowman was as big as an adult, wearing a black cloak and had deeply carved eyes and mouth. Paul put his hand inside the snowman's mouth and screamed, pulling his hand out quickly. His hand was bleeding. It turned out that there were many blades inside the snowman's mouth. In rage, Paul shouted, "Whoever dared make me bleed shall bleed too." He started to remove the snowman's cloak. Then Paul walked back and ran toward the snowman, smashing it with a flying kick. We cheered in delight. But something came out of the broken snowman's body. It looked like some sort of heart. We screamed and ran away. Later, the police investigated and found out that it was a goat's heart. However, they couldn't figure out who had put it there. That night before bed, I felt an inexplicable sense of fear. It was as if incredibly cold air was entering my room. Even tightly wrapped in a blanket, my body shivered, and I couldn't sleep all night. Since that day, I have been tormented by the feeling that the cold air has followed me all day long. Winter break ended, and I went to school and received some shocking news. Paul had died. It turned out that one day, Paul had jumped and tried to deliver a flying kick to another snowman, but slipped and fell backward, breaking his neck and dying. George and I were at a loss for words. We didn't say it, but we both felt a sense of shared terror. Since then, a sinister atmosphere loomed over the village, and all parents sternly warned their children never to smash snowmen. However, after some time, another heavy snowfall occurred, and as usual, a snowman wearing a black cloak was built in the middle of the village the next day. Some foolish children smashed the snowman, and shortly after, a boy in the neighborhood choked to death on a candy. He was one of the children who had smashed the snowman. After that, the parents in the village never allowed their children to go outside on snowy days and locked their doors tightly. Thus, no one walked around the streets on snowy days. Nevertheless, the day after heavy snowfall, the snowman with the black cloak would always appear in the middle of the street, but no one dared to touch it. As time went by, the snowman no longer appeared in the village, and fortunately, no more tragedies occurred. However, since then, mentioning the snowman in the village has been strictly forbidden. To this day, it remains unsolved who made that snowman and what it was. It's still an unresolved mystery.
My name is Kylie, and this happened when I was 16 years old. I had two bullies named Alger and AJ. I wanted to tell my mom about my two bullies, but she'd probably hit me with a slipper if I did. I hated walking to school, not because I'm tired of walking, but because AJ and Alger would bully me on the side of the bridge. They'd take my money and threaten me that if I told anyone, they'd hurt me. One day, as usual, they took my money and threatened me, but before they went, I yelled at their back. "Screw this! I'm telling the teachers about this," I said. AJ then kicked me and I passed out. When I woke up, it was already nighttime. I was laying on the floor the whole day and AJ and Alger were nowhere to be seen. I just went home and didn't bother to tell my mom what happened. The next day I wake up and feel happy that it's the weekend and I don't have to deal with AJ and Alger. Someone then knocked on the door. When I opened it, it was AJ and Alger. They smelled so bad. AJ just told me to come with them and they'll treat me, but said it in a cold voice. I was so hungry, so I went with them. I thought we were going to a restaurant, but we just went to the bridge. Both of them were standing in front of me and staring at me wildly. Honestly, I was more scared of the smell of them because they smelled like corpses. I wanted to vomit so bad, so I went to the side of the bridge, and then I saw it. AJ and Alger's corpses were down the bridge with their necks snapped because of the fall. That's when all the memories from yesterday flashed back. The reason why AJ kicked me yesterday is because I pushed both of them. Her feet hit me. That's why I fell down and my head hit a rock and I passed out. All of that happened yesterday. I looked back at AJ and Alger and they're getting closer and closer. Both of them then snapped their own neck, and just ran right towards me. When they disappeared, the smell was gone, but their bodies down the bridge still have that smell and always will.
When I was younger, around 9 years old, I used to hull the corn with my cousins, our parents, and our grandparents. We would stay up hulling late at night in a barn with only one working light, so the ambient was perfect for telling stories. One night my father told us something that was a true story of a woman he knew. We live in a small village, so everyone knows pretty much everyone around here. There was once an average-looking, middle-aged woman who always carried a walking stick with her. She claimed that she was the bravest person in the whole village and would always make that loud and clear, but people would just ignore her. One time, though, when she was yet again proudly preaching about her courage, a man stepped forward and said, "You are always talking about how brave you are, but we cannot be sure, can we? I'll dare you to do something, and if you're as brave as you claim to be, you will accept the challenge." The woman, feeling like the challenge couldn't be that bad, answered, "I accept your challenge. I don't need to know what the dare is to accept it. I'm not afraid of anything." The man smiled and replied, "All right, I dare you to go to the cemetery tomorrow evening and sit on one of the graves. You have to sit there until the church bell rings at midnight. Then you can come back. If you can't stay till midnight and you return early, the whole village will know that you are a liar." The woman had no other choice but to do as he said. She accepted the challenge. The next day, she was waiting for it to get dark. She didn't have to wait long, though. The winter was almost here and it got dark sooner. She went to the cemetery and soon found a grave to sit on. It was freshly buried, so the ground was soft. She stuck her walking stick in the ground and sat down, nervously waiting for midnight. After a few hours, she heard the bell ring, so that meant she was free to leave the cemetery. She sighed with relief, glad that nothing happened. She only had to walk her way back home. She tried to get up, but felt that something was dragging her skirt into the ground. She didn't want to turn around to see what was behind her. Panicked as she was, she grabbed her stick and tried to pull herself up, but her skirt was pulled into the ground harder this time. Feeling her clothes being dragged deeper and deeper, she screamed, "Help me! The dead is dragging me into the grave! Help!" But no one could hear her. The woman didn't return home that night. The next morning, a group of people went looking for her. They found her laying on a grave, dead. Her walking stick was stuck into her skirt, making it impossible for her to get up. When she pulled herself up with it, it only went deeper into the fresh earth. She died of a heart attack that she had out of fear.
This is a true story about what a Japanese monk experienced when he was a college student. He was a student in the Buddhist department of a university in Saitama. His father was a monk, but he was the second son and didn't have a temple to inherit. So he enrolled in the Buddhist department and lived in a dorm for Buddhist students. It wasn't an easy lifestyle because he had to keep up with his studies and train to be a monk at the same time. He was very tired of the daily routine of waking up at 5 a.m., getting water sprayed, chanting Buddhist scriptures, going to school, etc. To relieve stress, he would take a walk around the university dorm, but there was no entertainment facilities around the dormitory, and there was nowhere to chill. There was a pet shop about 4 kilometers away, so he would go there with a friend to relieve stress. One day, he was playing with a big dog and taking pictures. Then suddenly, the owner came out from inside the shop angrily saying, "Who told you to take pictures?" and scolded him. "You didn't take pictures of people, did you?" The monk was taking pictures with a disposable camera at the time, and he was so frightened that he told the owner that he didn't take pictures of people, but he would just give him the camera anyway. The owner replied that it was okay if he didn't need to take pictures of other people. The monk apologized one last time in Kansai dialect, and then was scared and wanted to go home. But suddenly, the owner's attitude changed dramatically. He asked where he was from, and when the monk said he was from Kyoto, he said he was from there too, and seemed to be delighted. He wanted to chat and led him to a small house next to the pet shop and told him stories about himself. He used to run a pachinko parlor, and he was happy to meet someone from his hometown and asked the monk to be his friend. When he realized that the monk was a Buddhist student at the nearby university, he even made him a job offer. "Can you help me with my pet shop and walk the dog for 15 minutes twice a week and talk to me in our dialect afterwards?" He offered to pay him 150,000 yen, which is about $1,100 for the job, which sounded like an amazing offer. So the monk took the job. However, His friend stopped him because he thought it was weird, so he told the man that he would ask his dorm teacher first and then decide. The man said okay and brought out some canned coffee to let them choose one. The monk picked a can and his friend refused. When he got back to the dorm, he asked the teacher about the job. The teacher got really mad at him because even though he was studying Buddhism, he still had that greed inside him. The monk went back to the pet shop to decline the job offer. The man said he understood and brought out some canned coffee again, making him choose one. The monk chose one, drank it, and returned to the dorm. After that day, the monk was busy and didn't go to the pet shop. Eventually, he had to move to Tokyo, so he went to the pet shop one last time to say goodbye to the man. The man was very sorry to hear the news because it was the last time. He brought out several canned coffees and let him choose one. The monk chose one and drank it on the spot. Then the man suddenly asked, "You said you were a monk. Is there a real God or Buddha?" The monk replied that he was practicing because he believed so. When he heard the answer, he offered him another can of coffee. The monk refused and left. That was the last time they ever met. 3 years later, the monk in Tokyo received a phone call from his dorm teacher telling him that the pet shop owner was a serial killer. The owner of the pet shop was responsible for a series of murders that caused an uproar in Japan at the time, and one of his murder philosophies was to kill those who are greedy. The teacher told him this and said that if he had accepted that part-time job back then, he would have died. The monk was creeped out by the call, and he later learned something else from an article. When the serial killer was interviewed in jail, he told the reporter that he thinks there is a God or Buddha. The reporter asked him why, and he said, "I used to own a pet shop in Saitama, and I killed a guy. Then a monk came to visit, and I served him coffee, with 4 out of 5 cans poisoned and 1 unpoisoned. The monk came back 3 times, and all 3 times he chose the non-poisoned one. I even offered him another can at the last time, but he refused. Maybe there really is a God. Maybe he was protected by a God." This is a true story that happened in Japan between Sakine, the perpetrator of the Saitama pet shop serial murders, and Mikaduan, a monk. The killer, Sakine, was very famous in Japan, and even a movie called Cold Fish was made in Japan based on his story. Mikaduan still has photos of him playing with the dogs in the pet shop, and he appeared on Japanese television several times to tell the story in person. Sakine told the story when he was interviewed before his death, saying he believed there was a God.
A few years ago, the following post was posted to an online community. "Hi guys, I'm a 23-year-old girl, and this guy has been following me for a few days now. He's got this weird big wooden sword, so I thought he was a martial artist and I walked past him, but he kept following me. The other day, he followed me on the bus, pointed the sword at me, and kept muttering something to himself. The other day, I was on the subway and people were looking at me. When I turned around, there he was again, staring at me and muttering. I freaked out and ran away, even though it wasn't my stop. Since then, I've been walking around the neighborhood every day, and my head hurts so much, like it's being squeezed by someone. Yesterday, my best friend called me and she told me that a man approached her on the street and yelled at her in a very angry tone. 'Your friend is in great danger, please tell me where she is.' So my friend walked by thinking it was some weird cult guy. But then she was spooked and called me, and she said the guy was carrying a wooden sword. It was the guy I saw. What was going on? What's even creepier is as I'm writing this, I can see that guy looking at me outside the window, swinging his sword around. I'll post again later." She posted a photo of the silhouette of a man outside her window, which received hundreds of comments, and the next day she posted another. I ended up calling the cops, and when they asked the guy what he was doing, he just stared at me for a while without saying anything. What was weird about his gaze was that he wasn't looking at my face. He was staring at the space above my head for a long time. What the heck is this situation? That was the end of the post, and the comments came flooding in. The story didn't end there, and she posted again a few days later. "Hey everyone, it's me. It wasn't over yet. He's standing in front of my front door right now chanting some spell, and he's shouting like he's swearing. The weird thing is that every time he chants, my whole body hurts. I feel like I'm being torn apart. Why is this happening? I need to talk to him. She posted a photo of herself and her whole body was red. People kept commenting and asking what happened. After a while, she responded to their comments. I answered the front door and yelled at him, "What do you want?" And he answered that I was possessed by an evil spirit and if I don't get it off of me soon, I'm in trouble. People went crazy in the comments telling her he was lying and she shouldn't be fooled. She commented again. Now this guy is telling me that the first time he saw me on the bus, the evil spirit was eating my hair. Then the next time he saw me on the subway, it swallowed my entire head. Now it's swallowing my whole upper body, and if I don't get rid of it fast, I'm going to die. He said he's been casting spells to get rid of it, but it's not going away, so he came to see me in person. Somehow these days I have nosebleeds, my lips turn blue for no reason, and I can't breathe well. What should I do, guys? The post got tons of comments from people concerned about her, but then she stopped posting. Then a week later, a post popped up saying, "Hi there. I'm the sister of the girl who wrote that a man came to visit her a while ago. She died a short time ago. The man came to my sister and said she was possessed by an evil spirit, so we had exorcism rituals for a while. However, it turned out that he tortured my sister in madness. He beat her with a wooden sword for 5 hours. He said that he had to beat her until she bleeds black blood, and only then would the evil spirit be dead. Eventually he went to jail, but he is still arguing that he is innocent and that the evil spirit consumed her." After this post, nothing was posted on the online community about her. Many people were left shocked and horrified for a while as they recalled her incident.
The story begins in the summer of 2020, when my girlfriend, some friends, and I were on a trip to a town near my city for a few days. The city has a beautiful port area with some cliffs behind it. These cliffs are very high, and jumping from them, it isn't possible. Instead of sand, there were hard rocks and stones. The small town is famous for two things: its tourists and its fishermen. On the first day of our trip, we decided to go for a walk to the cliffs to watch the sunset and bring some beer and snacks. The town's coast is situated in a big gulf that includes our hometown as well, so they're pretty close to one another. There was a large oil tanker that was anchored in the Gulf for an extended period of time because of false documentation. Nobody claimed the illegal ship, and the crew were off of the ship, so it was just stranded there for over a year. As we watched the sunset, only the large oil tanker and a few fishing boats were in the calm sea. It was a wonderful summer evening. The sun eventually set, and we had a few laughs talking about stuff we wanted to do that summer. However, my friend Alexander noticed something odd. "Hey, shouldn't that ship be empty, guys?" he said. At first I ignored it, thinking it was an automatic light that just happened to be flashing that night. But eventually, the flashing lights became 2, and then 3, and suddenly a large portion of the ship was clearly illuminated. It seemed strange, but we knew nothing about ships, so we assumed there must have been a mechanic left behind to watch and maintain the ship while someone came to take it home. We went to bed, and all of my friends had already forgotten about it, except for me. I had a nagging feeling that something was wrong. The very next day, we went to a local fast food chain to get some breakfast, and the TV inside was on the local town channel, which gave information about nearly everything. And then we saw it. 3 sailors dead after attempting to board an abandoned ship in the Gulf last night. Reports say that 2 of them had their throats cut, and the 3rd one died from electric shock. Did what we saw have anything to do with the sailors' deaths? Or was it just a sad coincidence? Why were the lights shining? Who cut the sailors' throats? And what were they searching for on this ship? I still don't know to this day. The police dismissed the case as an accident a month later.
This happened when I was about 22 years old. I had been going to horror experiences as a group for a while at the time. It was a lot of fun until this happened. There were 5 of us in the group, and we traveled to scary places all over the country, exploring places like abandoned houses or haunted places. Along the way, we occasionally saw ghosts, experienced mysterious things, but for the most part, there was nothing to be worried about. Then one day, the leader of the group called to say that he had found something a little more out of the ordinary this time. A man had reached out to him saying that something horrifying was living in his house and that we should come and see it. He wouldn't tell us what it was, but we were curious and eager to see it, so we decided to visit. That day, we packed our bags and set off for the house. After a 5-hour drive, we arrived at the house. It was an ordinary house, and when we entered, we were greeted by a middle-aged man. He was living alone. He began to tell us about the creature that lived in his house. With sparkling eyes, he explained excitedly what a strange creature it was. We were full of curiosity. He told us that one day, while hunting in the forest, he came across the creature that he had never seen before in his life, and the moment he saw it, he knew it wasn't an animal nor human. The creature was wounded and bleeding, and its blood was brown. He captured it and brought it home and tied it up. The creature didn't drink water, it didn't eat bread, vegetables, fruit, or anything else. It would only eat live animals. It would eat and digest the whole thing, including every drop of blood and bone. So the man went out hunting every day and brought back animals to feed the creature. It had an amazing appetite, devouring animals every day, and the man said he was exhausted from hunting every day. But his expression seemed excited while saying this. He didn't tell anyone about it because he was afraid that if he called the police, they would take the creature away. And if he spoke to the media, someone would definitely come and steal it. Then he said he was only showing it to us because he thought it would be okay for people like us. His story was hard to believe until we saw it with our own 2 eyes. After a while, he led us to the basement. When we entered the basement, there was a chained creature we had never seen before. It looked like a man, but it had large, sharp bones sticking from every bone in its body, and its skin was made of a hard, plastic-like material. It had large, wide teeth. As soon as it saw us, it started hopping mad, drooling sticky yellow saliva. We were terrified that it would break the chain. The man laughed and said, "It's amazing, isn't it? I've never fed it human meat before. It probably won't even be a bite for him." We were all terrified and tried to take pictures, but the man wouldn't let us. So we stood there, completely blown away by the sight, when suddenly he shoved our backs toward the creature. One of my friends, Lila, actually got close enough to be grabbed by it, but managed to get away. The man let out a short sigh of regret, and we yelled at him, "What are you doing?" Another friend, Brady, became enraged and punched the man in the face, but the man was an incredibly strong man, and Brady couldn't take him down. He grabbed Brady and threw him at the monster, which bit down on Brady's leg. There was a tremendous crunch and the sound of a bone breaking, with Brady's scream shaking the basement. My friends barely managed to pull Brady to safety, and his leg was badly crushed and torn. I was outraged and managed to tackle the man. I knocked him down and began punching him ferociously in the face, and my friends joined in. The man's face was eventually covered in blood, and we quickly gave first aid to Brady. The creature was screaming a bizarre noise and seemed to be amused. We quickly got out of there and went to the hospital. The doctor looked at Brady's leg and asked what happened, and when we told him about the monster, he didn't believe us. Luckily, Brady was treated and he was fine. But to this day, his leg is covered with some very serious scars. We called the police and the man was punished. But the police seemed to keep the monster's existence a secret. Since then, our meetings are over, and we've continued to search for the creature, but have never found out its true identity.
Recently, I've started having strange dreams. It was a dream about a woman gnawing off other people's faces with her teeth. By the time I got exasperated with the recurring dreams, I realized that it wasn't a dream. When I got my mind right, I realized I was in a dungeon, and there were some people around me with their skin peeled off from their faces, looking terrible. All of them were missing eyeballs and were laying on the floor, constantly moaning. Someone had many areas of their body severely dented, such as the upper arms and thighs. I tried to scream at the horrible sight, but my voice did not come out. For some reason, I had no energy at all in my body. I could just roll my eyes. I barely touched my face with trembling hands and checked on my body. Fortunately, my skin was still okay. After a while, I could hear someone's voice in the hallway. "How many faces are left?" "Only a few left for me to eat." "Ugh. Hurry up and gather some new pretty girls." Along with the voice, I heard someone getting nearer, and my heart started beating like crazy. Other than me, there were about 3 more people whose faces were undamaged, and they were all holding their faces, crying. Then, a woman and 2 giant bodyguards opened the door and came in. The woman came over and looked at each person one by one for a long time. She touched their skin with her hand and smelled them. She stared closely at my face and said with a wide-open smile, "I should save this one to eat later. But that kind of face expression puts me off my appetite. So, you'd rather cry like the others." Her voice was creepy like a witch's. She agonized for hours over the 4 of us, and eventually went close to a woman and bit off her face. She screamed furiously, but all that came out was a weak sound of an air leak. The woman exclaimed in wonder, "I knew it would be like this. The skin is so chewy. As expected, I'm correct. Take her to the operating room and pluck out her eyes." I was in terrible shock. I couldn't remember why I was here or even when. I couldn't remember anything. And that night, I had a dream again. Some men gave me an injection and left. And after a while, I heard gunshots, people screaming, and loud footsteps echoing through the hallway. And after a while, the police opened the door and came in and shook me. Then I woke up from the dream. I was lying in the hospital. A man came up to me and introduced that he is a detective and explained, "You were imprisoned in that cellar for 2 weeks. Do you remember?" I said, "I don't remember anything." The detective continued talking. "It's a really horrible case. The mad woman ate off a total of 7 people's faces and body parts. You were abducted 2 weeks ago, and every night you were given anesthesia. Fortunately, a missing persons report was filed, and while tracking you down, we discovered the basement. You are safe now." I couldn't believe anything. Why the hell did that woman do this? Then one thing came to mind. All the people in that prison were pretty. Suddenly, my head hurt as if it would break, and the forgotten memories came to mind. The model recruitment ad I saw 2 weeks ago. When I saw the ad for a very high-paid job, I remembered going to an interview, and I don't remember anything since then. After a while, the last memory came to mind. When I arrived there, I met the woman, and what she said as she looked at me. "Oh my! Take good care of her. Everything is to my taste, from head to toe. I will eat everything, except the bones."
I'm a truck driver. This is a story of what happened during the rainy season, when it rained endlessly. It rained continuously for weeks, and I went to work, grumbling about it. When I was getting on the truck at dawn, I noticed my coworker walking with someone in the rain, putting arms around each other's shoulders. I shouted at him,
"Hey, are you two going on a date in the rain?"
But he ignored me and kept walking. I felt a bit offended, but I didn't think it was a big deal and ignored it. A few days later, while I was driving my truck again on a rainy day at dawn, the boss called me and told me that a colleague had suddenly disappeared. His truck was parked all by itself on the road with the door open. The boss got angry at me and shouted, "What the hell is going on these days?" A few days later, when the rain stopped, we heard news that 2 truck drivers from our company were missing. Their trucks were still parked where they have been, with the door open, without even a trace. I tried to contact their family, but they said they have been out of contact as well. I reported it to the police, but there was no progress. After a while, it rained again. Early that morning, I was getting on the truck when I saw a man standing in front of me. He seemed to be the one who put his arm around my coworker's shoulder. He was slowly walking towards me in the rain without an umbrella. I shouted at him,
"Michael is missing. Do you know where he is?"
Then all of a sudden, he walked towards me and shouted,
"Nice to meet you."
He raised his hand as if to put his arm around my shoulder. I noticed that he had something in his hand, a very long needle. I was so surprised that I kicked him and jumped right back on the truck. As I frantically sped up, I felt a sting on my neck. When I looked at it, blood was flowing as if it had been pricked by a needle. I called the police, and soon they found him hiding under a truck parked in front of our company and arrested him. During the interrogation, he confessed that he was the culprit of the missing truck drivers. When the police asked where they are, he said they are in his basement. The police asked him why he abducted them, and he replied,
"Well, when it rains, I get a little weird. I usually could endure it, but when it rains this long, I can't stand it. It was when I was 10. It was also a rainy day like this. I was on the car with my dad. There was a big truck in front of us, full of steel rebars. Then suddenly, one of the rebars fell off, and it went through our car and through my dad's body. I saw it with my own eyes. After that, on rainy days, that scene comes to mind. When I hear the rain, I look for a truck."
And he hollered, slamming the desk.
"Let's go to the basement of my house. I'll show you where it is at."
And he screamed like crazy. When the police arrived at the basement of his house, there was a very large steel rebar on the wall, which was embedded in many dead bodies. One day, while looking for a part-time job, I saw a recruitment ad that was looking for an assistant for a YouTube channel. The salary was $200 a day. I was excited and applied right away, and asked my friend Matthew to come with me. A few days later, we decided to meet the YouTuber nearby. We got into his car and drove almost 2 hours to an abandoned factory in some remote area. When we arrived, there were other people there as well. They also came for the recruitment, and there were about 4 of them, and we exchanged greetings with one another. A moment later, the YouTuber walked over wearing a mask and holding axes in each hand. We watched him nervously, and he introduced himself as a YouTuber who shoots horror videos. He showed us his channel, but the number of subscribers was very low, less than 100. I wanted to know what this was all about, but I thought he was a person with a lot of money and just ignored it. But I should have noticed. He set up the camera and started explaining to us.
"I'm an axe murderer, and you guys will be murdered by me today. Don't touch your phone once the shooting starts. Don't go outside."
Suddenly, the tone of his voice turned cold, and I got goosebumps. He said,
"Now the night of the death begins."
Immediately, he came running at breakneck speed and began slashing down a man frantically with an axe. The man shouted,
"Ah! I was really hit. This is a real axe."
Blood splattered with a thud, and an ear-splitting scream shook the building. At that moment, my legs felt weak and almost fell down, and the screaming sound of others was ear-shattering. While I was shaking, Matthew, who was next to me, said,
"Hey, we're done."
People ran to the entrance of the abandoned factory and tried to open the door, but it was locked. People knocked on the door frantically asking for help, but no one was around. People took out their cell phones and tried to call the police, but every time they did, the man knocked them down with his axe. I started racking my brain like crazy. I had never been so focused in my life. If this continues, everyone in here will die within 10 minutes. In the end, there was only one way. It was to steal the man's axe. I said quietly to Matthew,
"If we take the axe, then we win."
Matthew cried,
"Our heads will be split in 2 first."
Looking at Matthew, I said,
"Even if we stay still, we will die anyway. The 2 of us, let's seize his hands at the same time."
In the meantime, the psycho was knocking down people with his axe in a flash. Several people were bleeding and moaning on the floor. At that time, a man attacked the psycho, and the 2 started fighting. At that moment, I told Matthew,
"Hold his left hand."
Matthew and I ran frantically and grabbed the psycho's hands. Then he struggled like mad, and I managed to snatch away one axe from his hand. But Matthew missed his hand, and the psycho raised his axe and hit Matthew.
"Ah!"
Matthew's scream infuriated me, and I slammed the psycho's back with all my might with the axe. He groaned and fell to the floor. I continued to hit him with the axe with all my might, and he fell, bleeding, and never got up again. I gasped for breath and called the police, and when the police arrived shortly after, the scene was horrendous. 2 people died and 2 were seriously injured. Matthew was seriously injured, and they were all taken away by an ambulance. The psycho was dead. The police checked on the camera he was filming, which vividly recorded scenes of people being murdered by an axe. The police were in great shock. I searched for his YouTube channel that the psycho had told me about. There were about 3 videos uploaded, but all of them were videos of him attacking many people with an axe. In the video, he was running with an axe, chasing people. Then the screen went black, only the dull sound of the axe hitting and people screaming. Then, at the end, the man appeared on the screen again, holding an axe stained with blood.
If you're curious about the actual video, click on the link in the description. You can see the actual murder scene for $100.
And I could see people lying down far away. When I entered the link, a strange website appeared with a number of actual videos uploaded. I informed the police about this, and they began to search for additional victims. I don't know what happened after that. Much time has passed, and Matthew and I are still friends, but he still shudders when he thinks of that day, and he still has a big scar on his shoulder.
This is the story of my 6-year-old daughter, Riley. She was a good girl, but one day she started acting strangely. One day at dawn, she suddenly looked out the window and started howling like a wolf. When I asked why, she said that there was a wolf spirit outside and she was talking with the wolf. Mom, the wolf says that our house is where dead souls gather. I got goosebumps, but I just passed it over, thinking it wouldn't be a big deal. But even after that, this same thing happened again and again. Suddenly, she looked into the air and talked to someone, drew a strange-looking monster on her notebook, and said it was her friend. The monster was a very terrifying creature with 6 eyes and 6 limbs that looked as if 3 humans were combined together. And it possibly could not have been drawn by a 6-year-old. I tried to scold her, and I tried to talk her out of it, but she never got better. One day, on my way to work, I told her that I would be coming in late because I need to work overtime. Then she said, Mom, I have so many friends at home, so I'm not lonely. I ended up taking her to a psychiatrist, but even the doctor couldn't figure out exactly why she was behaving like this. Then one day, she suddenly handed me some bread and asked me to eat it. The moment I picked up the bread and put it in my mouth, I recognized that something red was all over the bread. I asked in surprise, Sweetie, what is this? She said, It's hamster blood. Kevin told me to give it to you. My heart sank, and I looked at the hamster cage in her room and found that the hamster was dead. I was so shocked and angry, so I grabbed her and yelled, Who is Kevin? Why are you doing this? I yelled at the top of my lungs, and she pointed to the wall next to me and said, That's Kevin. His jaw is down to the ground, and his mouth is 5 feet wide. He's looking at you and drooling, and his saliva is like jelly. And Kevin's mouth is full of dead animals and dead people because he can't digest anything since he has no organs. He says he wants to eat you too. I got goosebumps, grabbed her hand, and ran out of the house right away. Then I got in the car and sped like crazy until I got to a Catholic church in the neighborhood. I frantically searched for the priest and explained everything without hesitation. Then the priest thought for a moment and said, Your daughter has made friends with sinister spirits. Your daughter won't get hurt, but the people around her will be in danger. I will say my prayers for Riley. The priest held her and prayed the rosary for a long time, and she mocked the prayer or shouted it at the priest in an unknown language. I was really embarrassed and couldn't believe all this, but there was no other way, so I continued to visit the priest after that. After visiting the church dozens of times, surprisingly, Riley gradually came back to normal. She no longer stared into space, talked to herself, or did anything strange. I was so happy, and now my family could live a normal life. I didn't go to the church anymore, and after a few months like that, one day, Riley looked into the air again and shouted, Mom, the priest is here! I was surprised and asked her, The priest? Why is he here? Then Riley pointed into the air, and there was nothing she was pointing at, and she said with a bright smile, Here he is in Kevin's mouth!
It was a stormy night, and it was heavily raining. I was returning home on my scooter when I heard people behind me shouting, and it seemed like they were stalking me. I could distinctly hear a female, and she sounded close. I tried not to let it bother me at first, but it was impossible. I shot a quick glance behind me, and I was being chased. There was a woman, and she was holding a knife, just a few meters behind me. She menacingly smiled at me, which gave me a jerk, and because of the rainfall, my scooter skidded and I fell down on the wet asphalt. I turned on my flashlight quickly, and my stalker was still pursuing me. She saw my face from the flashlight and seemed alarmed, and then she ran off into the darkness. I scrambled to take a photo, but my shaky hands filled with panic, mixed with the darkness, only got me a blurry shot of a blue sweater and the knife she was holding. The next day, I told my cousin about what happened. A look of horror came across his face. He told me that a girl had recently asked him out, but he declined, and she didn't take it well. The woman couldn't see my face clearly originally, and maybe that's why she ran after seeing my face finally lit up from the flashlight. What my friend said next shocked me. Apparently this was the 4th incident of her mistakenly chasing someone else. I'm glad I survived that night and got away with only a few scratches. However, I can't stop thinking about the fate of whom she might try to attack next. I had a girlfriend I dated 3 years ago. Her name was Sydney. But one day, she started to be so clingy towards me. She asked me hundreds of times every day if I love her, and I was so tired that I eventually dumped her. She then sent me one text message and moved to a city far away.
Take care, honey. Let's meet in 3 years.
Then she changed her phone number, and like that, I thought I'd never see her again. 3 years have already passed since then, and I was in love with a new woman. I became a recognized employee in my company, and everything was going well. I had completely forgotten about my ex-girlfriend, until the day came. One day, I heard a knock on the door, and when I opened the door, she was standing there. My ex, Sydney. I got goosebumps. How did she find my house? But what terrified me even more was her face. Her jawline was severely reshaped, making it look as if she had no jaw. Her nose was absolutely pointy, as if the implant was going to pierce out of her skin at any moment. Her eyes, forehead, cheeks, and all parts of her face reshaped abnormally. It was just like a scene from a horror movie. The only way I could recognize her was by the tattoo on her neck. It was a tattoo she got in the past that read, "You have to love me." Then she suddenly jumped at me, grabbed me by my neck, and shouted,
How do you like my face? Now do you love me?
Her jaw was crooked, and she seemed to be unable to pronounce words well. She stammered. I was so surprised that I asked her why the hell she is doing this, but she just kept repeating the same thing over and over again.
Now do you love me, or don't you love me?
Finally, I shoved her away and went into the house, and she kept knocking on the door for a long time. I ended up calling the police. It turned out that she had received over 100 illegal plastic surgeries since we broke up. She endlessly asked doctors for ridiculous, strange surgeries, and her face turned grotesque by getting surgery in an illegal way, after all. That's how she continued to come to my house and hover around in front of it. She shouted at me.
Why? Is it still not enough? Should I lift my nose more? Shall I enlarge my eyes more?
She screamed madly. After a while, she left a small note in front of my house, and the note said,
Please come to my place one last time. Then I will leave you forever.
I went to the address she wrote, and there was a small, shabby house. The front door was slightly open, and I peered through the door. Then I saw a silhouette of a woman standing in the living room. I opened the door, thinking it was her, and she shouted,
How do you like me now? Don't you think I'm beautiful? Love me now!
But the woman was not Sydney. It was a Barbie doll the size of a real woman. Sydney held the doll from behind and pretended to be the doll. I was startled, and then I saw that she was holding the doll's hand and holding a knife as well. She shouted as she ran over to me with the doll.
It's not the looks, it's the heart that matters!
She swung the knife at my chest, and I barely managed to escape and ran outside. I ran away like crazy, and called the police. Later on, she was arrested by the police, and it turned out that she had been suffering from a very serious mental illness. What was even more shocking was that she had asked the plastic surgeon to transplant her heart into the body of a Barbie doll. When the doctor said no, she said to the doctor,
"Then I'll bring you a man. So take out his heart and attach it to mine."
My nickname is S. I wanted to share my experience that I had 4 months ago in hopes of it getting animated. Your animations are totally great, and I'm a daily viewer of your channel. About 4 months ago, I was home as usual with my parents and siblings, and I was studying. I decided to take a shower after I was done, and so I did. When I was in the shower, my parents and my 2 siblings went to take our cat to the vet and forgot to tell me. I continued showering and didn't hear them leaving or anything, so I didn't know that they left. While I was in the shower, our power went out. I thought nothing of it since a week ago my mom said that there was a problem with the electricity and that she would get it fixed soon. I got out of the shower and went to the living room where me and my parents usually hang out and watch TV. I couldn't see much, but I clearly saw 4 figures sitting on the couch. I was talking to them and complaining about the electricity, and no one responded. I was hearing breathing sounds, so I was certain that they were actually there. I told my sister to get off the couch so I could sit, and still no answer. I got annoyed at how they were acting and decided to move her myself. But as soon as I touched that figure, it was air. I stopped for a second. I was shocked. I ran and got my phone and turned the flashlight on and saw that no one was home. I called my parents and they said they would be coming back home soon. That night when I went to my room, I saw my blanket on my bed had the shape of a human, as if someone was hiding under the blanket. I told my sister to stop playing and get out, but no answer. I got mad, and when I removed the blanket, no one was there. I kept trying to remake that shape, but the blanket was too soft to make that shape and stand like that. I'm still unsure who, or should I say what, those things were that night. And to this day, I can't find an explanation.
One night while I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up with goosebumps. Looking around, there was something gigantic outside the window, blocking the moonlight. I was startled and looked at it closely. Outside the window, a very large face was staring at me. It was 3 times the size of a human's face, and its skin color was pitch black, and it was smiling broadly. I jumped out of bed in surprise. What was even more shocking was that I was on the 2nd floor. A human couldn't be that big. I shouted as I trembled, "The police!" I couldn't say a thing. After a while, it slowly moved away. It was smiling and staring at me as it walked away. Its eyes paralyzed my whole body, and I couldn't move. When it was far away, I finally could see its body. It was a huge giant that looked as if it was 12 feet tall. The length of its legs looked like a telephone pole. I froze on the spot, watching the scene. What the hell was that? Is this a dream? But despite how many times I pinched on my trembling thighs, I realized it wasn't a dream. Who the hell was he? I had big doubts. And I went around asking people in the neighborhood if anyone had seen him. Among them, there was an old lady who was over 80 years old, and she said to me with a very surprised expression,
"He's back? I'd seen him when I was about 30. After the giant came, people in the village started to die. When I was little, my parents told me that there is a giant that appears in town, but I didn't believe it. But he appeared again. Soon, there'll be successive deaths in this village."
After that day, the people really started dying in the village, but the people who died were all troublemakers. Bullies who stole other people's money, people who committed adultery, and scammers, etc. Dozens of people have died mysterious deaths with unknown causes. All of them were found overnight with their bodies compressed into tiny balls, but the police and doctors couldn't find any exact evidence why they died like that. All the people in the village were seized with great fear. Then one day, while I was sleeping again, a loud voice resonated throughout my room, as if a cave.
I come to clean up this town every 50 years. Rogue humans cause damage to humanity, so they must be periodically disposed of. Fortunately, you are not a defective product. Keep on living a life of virtue.
And at the window, the giant was smiling again. I shuddered in fear, but with the heavy thud of his footsteps, he slowly drifted away, and I haven't heard his voice since then. All the people in the village trembled in fear, but after a few days, there was no one who died. All the villagers gathered around and said he would come again later on, and that they should prepare for that. Even at this moment, I'm really afraid. Will he really appear again after 50 years? If so, should I leave this town? If I leave this place, will I be free from his judgment?
There was a famous restaurant in our neighborhood. It was a restaurant that had amazingly delicious back ribs, and the taste was unrivaled. I was addicted to the taste and visited the restaurant every single day. Then one day, the owner of the restaurant said to me,
"Our precious regular customer has arrived. Then we should offer some precious meat. A premium quality meat, which is really hard to obtain, came in today. It's so delicious that nothing compares to it."
The owner patted my back while talking. I was a bit offended, but I just didn't make a great deal of it, because I thought I became close to him. I said I wanted to try it, so he led me inside, and there was another restaurant inside. There were several people who looked like VIPs sitting at the table. After a while, the food came out, and it was a small amount of about 4 pieces of back ribs. Then people immediately picked it up without saying anything and ate like crazy. They even licked the bones like a dog that had been starved for several days. And they had a conversation I couldn't understand.
"There's a kid I want to eat these days, but how can I catch him? If I catch him, will you cook him at a low price?" "We could, but we'd have to hire a professional hunter to keep him out of trouble."
Then one of them looked at me and said,
"Would you like to donate some bones?"
I was bewildered and said,
"What?"
They suddenly took off their shirts and showed their backs. There were dents in their flesh, as if several back ribs were missing. I screamed in surprise, and they chuckled as they said,
"Since you ate one today, you should donate one. Isn't this a world where we help one another?" Ha 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 ha.
They were staring at me with creepy eyes, which gave me a bizarre vibe. I was seized with fear and left in a hurry, just saying that I've enjoyed my meal. The owner of the restaurant continued to suggest that I sign up for the VIP membership, but I refused. I didn't go to that restaurant for several days, but one day, the taste of the back ribs occurred to me, and I couldn't stand it, so I had to go there. I was eating at the restaurant, but I felt something strange, so I turned around, and behind my back, the restaurant owner was holding a knife to my back. When I asked with fright what he was doing, he said with drowsy eyes,
"Give me just one."
I left the restaurant with goosebumps, and I didn't go to the restaurant since then. Then one day, I saw that the restaurant was closed when I was passing by. So I asked the owner of the store next door if something had happened, and he said,
"Someone brought a knife to the store a while ago and created a disturbance, and 3 diners were rushed to the emergency room. But what was creepy was that everyone was stabbed like crazy, only in the back."
The culprit was arrested, but reportedly shouted till the end that he had asked everyone for their consent to stab them.
This true story takes place back in 2015. It was a cold, chilling winter night as usual. I'm a young mom with 2 girls under the age of 10, so naturally I was busy making dinner for them at home. My kids were upstairs playing, and my husband at the time had left for work early in the morning and wouldn't be back until midnight. So it was a regular day. It was around 7 p.m., and as I was preparing dinner, suddenly the doorbell rang. I was all alone on the first floor of our house. The kitchen is across the hallway from the door, and as I turned to look at it, I saw the figure of a skinny, frail man wearing baggy clothes standing outside our door. Although it could have been a neighbor or a delivery man, I knew by the shape of that figure that it couldn't possibly be anyone I was familiar with. I wasn't expecting a package either. The chills ran up my body as I wondered who could possibly be at my house during this time. I slowly walked to the door and tried looking out the window to see who it was. However, the window on our door was very thick and had a pattern on it, so it was impossible to determine who it could be. I walked back to the light switch a few feet from the door and turned on my hallway light, then the porch light. Rapidly, he dropped to the floor and I stood there paralyzed by fear. Now that the lights were on, I could see more clearly. The man had dropped to the floor and started hiding underneath the bench that we had on our porch. What was he trying to do? What should I do? I thought. That's when I noticed that there was not only a man at our door hiding, but there was also a getaway car in our driveway. We have a close bond with all of our neighbors, and the people in the neighborhood know each other really well. So my first instinct was to call my neighbor who lives across the street. I called and asked him to see if there was anything suspicious going on outside my door. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to gather any information from it. So I took it into my own hands and called the local police station to see if they could drive by and check the area. For 20 minutes, I stood in the hallway anxiously waiting. Then I heard movement at the front door. The car that was in my driveway had pulled out and drove to another house on my street. The man had made a run for it and dashed to the other house as well. I wasn't sure what to think after that, and I don't really know what happened. I saw the police drive by and everything was normal. All I know is that the house that the man had run to was well known for selling drugs. I assumed to this day that the man had just gotten the wrong house, but I still can't shake off that scary experience. Why was he hiding in the first place? To this day, I still wonder what could have happened if I opened that door.
This incident happened about 10 years ago. Back then, I got robbed of money every day by bullies in my neighborhood. They always gathered around in the alley and took money from passerbys, but I had to run into them all the time because the alley was on the way to my house. Then one day, I couldn't take it anymore and said I couldn't give them money, and they beat me up. I came home crying, and I couldn't stand the outbursts of anger and pain. I finally made up my mind to take revenge. However, it wasn't like this from the beginning. All of this was just because of a flyer I ran into on the street. There was a sentence written on it: "We take revenge for you with black magic." I called them out of curiosity and asked what this is, and they said that they offer services of punishing someone who you want to punish on behalf of you. Eventually, I went there out of curiosity and with a bit of doubt. When I arrived and opened the door, there were many large skeleton models standing there, and suddenly, the skeletons turned their heads towards me and ran up to me, creaking. I fell on my back as I was startled, but when I regained consciousness, the skeletons were not moving, but remaining still. It was as if I saw an illusion for a moment, but it really felt like it was moving. The man sitting inside said, "What you see and what you don't see, both are true. What you just saw is real." I realized that he had a spell. I ran up to him and said, "There is someone I want to punish. How can I do that?" Then he handed me a menu, saying that he wouldn't take the blame no matter what happens. I said it's okay. The paper he handed me had numerous monsters to choose from. Starting with low-class demons, there were dozens of different types of monsters of the underworld drawn on it, including a 3-headed dog and a 5-headed snake monster. Also, the cost of summoning each monster varied as well. Lastly, there even was a death god. The cost of summoning the death god was incredibly high. I asked in a trembling voice, "Can you even summon the death god?" He said, "It is possible, but of course it is up to him whether or not the death god will take him to the afterlife." I pondered long and hard, and then he said, "If you couldn't decide, experience it yourself. I'll call them here, so take a look and decide." I chose a demon that looks like a gargoyle. Then he uttered an incantation, and after a while, the room suddenly became completely dark. Then I heard a deafening voice of a monster, and in front of my eyes stood a gigantic gargoyle-like demon. It grabbed my neck and lifted me into the air, laughing. I said, groaning in pain, "How?" Then the black magician said, smiling, I told you, it's all real. After a while, the gargoyle disappeared like smoke, and I fell to the floor. I signed a contract with him right away, and he said he would summon the demon when I want to. A few days later, I saw the gangsters gathered around in the alley again, and I secretly hid behind them and called the Black Magician. He chanted a spell, and after a while, the alley became very dark. Then the bullies started screaming. Looking closely, the gargoyle had grabbed them by the neck and was throwing them frantically to the ground. As they tried to escape, crawling away in panic, they were trampled by the gargoyle, and their bodies were crushed. Screams and moans, begging for help, filled the alley. It was hard to believe what I was seeing. Moments later, people passing by called the police after hearing them scream, and when the police arrived, all of the bullies were sprawled out on the floor, gasping for breath. The police speculated that they had fought with each other. The bullies said that they were attacked by a monster, but the police didn't believe them. They were all taken by ambulance, and after that, I heard that all those bullies had broken bones and ruptured organs, so they underwent surgery. They were also receiving psychiatric treatment because they kept claiming that they saw monsters. They didn't show up in the alley anymore after that, and I didn't run into them anymore. I was really surprised that the black magic had been a success, and on the other hand, it was secretly delightful. But what's even more exciting is that no one knows I did that. One day, my friend Ricky asked me to go to a zoo no one knows about. He said that it is a secret underground zoo where only a limited number of people could enter through personal connections. The entrance fee was exorbitantly expensive, almost $1,000, but since Ricky came from a rich family, he offered to pay for my admission. I was very excited and went to the zoo with him. When I went to the entrance, many people were there, and the staff started guiding us. Welcome to the human zoo. Our zoo has combined human and animal genes to create the most beautiful creatures. Aren't you really excited? But you must write a confidential oath that you'll never reveal anything you saw here today. And whoever reveals the secret will become prey to the beasts here. There were murmurs from the crowd, but everyone signed the oath and got on the elevator. The elevator went all the way down to the 10th basement floor, and when the door opened, a large glass wall stretched out ahead, and there were living creatures inside. The first thing I saw was a human figure, 7 feet tall, covered entirely in crocodile skin. Its torso was very long, and it stood on short limbs. The creature squealed as it stared at us with its yellow reptile eyes. Its opened mouth was full of crocodile teeth. Walking further inside, a huge eagle-like creature was crouching inside the glass, and when it spread its black wings that was covering its whole body, a human-like face emerged. Standing on human feet, its wingspan seemed to be nearly 8 feet, and it flew into the air in a flash. The ceiling of the zoo, which was below 10 floors underground, was very high, and the eagle flew here and there. Then the zookeeper threw food on the floor. It flew over and snatched it at once. Everyone cheered and clapped. It was an unbelievable sight. As I continued walking, I saw more and more shocking creatures. A creature with the head of a black panther and a lower body of a human. A creature with a snake head and a human body. A creature with a tiger face mixed with a human face, and so on. They pounced on the glass whenever we passed by. I was continuously shocked. In the meantime, someone took out a hidden camera and tried to take pictures of the creatures. Then, a security guard took the person's camera from behind, threw it away, and cursed at him. And after a while, a staff started guiding us. All right, finally, the main event of the day is coming soon. Don't miss the best spectacle on Earth. After a while, the zookeepers appeared, dragging someone in the cage full of tiger men. That person was struggling for help, and the zookeepers just threw him into the cage. In an instant, the tiger men ran up to him and tore him into pieces with both hands. I screamed on the spot, and so did the other people. Then the staff said, "Do not worry, that's not a real human, but a human clone created by genetic recombination." I couldn't breathe. To me, this wasn't a spectacle. It was just a crime committed by madmen. Then I saw a doctor surrounded by people in the distance. The doctor was making an impassioned speech about how he had succeeded in combining the genes. I got furious, but everyone was just watching with interest. Some of them asked, "How much is that animal?" I want to own it as a pet. Then the doctor presented an astronomical amount. There were about 50 species of creatures in the zoo, and there was also an aquarium. There were creatures like turtle men and stingray men in the aquarium. All of them were too bizarre for me. I came home and thought about it carefully. I eventually called the police. After a while, I heard a voice in front of my house. "It's the police! Open the door!" When I opened the front door, they were not the police, but employees of the zoo. They covered something on my head and put me in the car. When I regained consciousness, I was in a laboratory at the zoo, and the doctor was standing in front of me, scowling at me, and said, "How dare you break your promise? I'll change your genetic structure and make you a beast. If I inject you DNA modification, your body will gradually grow hair, and you will grow fangs, and your nose will get longer. You'll gradually turn into a dog. Another great piece will be created." I begged him for help, but he gave me anesthetic and I passed out. I was stuck in that lab for days. The doctor was still studying my DNA as well as that of dogs. But a few days later, government agents suddenly rushed in and arrested all the zoo staff and doctors. I was able to come home and explain to my family what had happened, but they didn't believe it. The zoo was closed, but surprisingly, the incident did not appear anywhere in the media or the news and was thoroughly hidden. And a few days later, men in black suits came to me and warned me not to disclose a thing about the zoo. Eventually, the zoo vanished in thin air, and no one knows where the creatures have gone or what happened to them. I had a friend named Craig, whom I was close to since childhood. After not seeing each other for a while, we coincidentally ran into each other on the street when we became adults. I greeted him warmly, but he seemed different. I noticed that he had shaved his curly hair and strangely kept hiding his right hand behind his back. I tried to shake hands with him, but he never revealed his right hand and instead extended his left hand. I asked him what was wrong with his hand, and he said, "I don't use my right hand normally." I didn't think much of it and let it pass. From that day on, we often met and spent time together, but he always kept his right hand in his pocket. I couldn't understand it, but I guessed that he had his reasons. Then, suddenly, I lost contact with Craig. I went to his house, but he had moved. It seemed like he had changed his phone number too. It was strange, but I thought he had just gone away. However, sometime later, the police came to visit me. They showed me a photo from a CCTV camera where I was seen talking to Craig. The police suspected Craig of kidnapping and killing a woman, and they were currently searching for him. Since only Craig's back was visible in the CCTV footage, they asked me for a photo of his face. I was shocked, but then I realized something. Craig always had a habit of looking around wherever he went and scanning the ceiling. Sometimes he would suddenly turn around, showing me his back and not even looking at my face while talking. At that time, I couldn't understand all those actions, but now I realized that he was trying to avoid CCTV cameras. I also remembered that I had never taken a photo of Craig, and whenever I tried to take his picture, he would get angry and cover his face. In the end, I did my best to describe his facial features to the police. The police left, and I was in shock. My friend was a criminal. But a few weeks later, I received another call from the police. They informed me that Craig had been arrested. And then I heard the shocking truth. It turned out that Craig had cut off all the fingertips of his right hand to remove his fingerprints. He used only that hand to break into women's homes, commit crimes, and escape. That's why he always kept his hand hidden. It was then that I remembered, when I visited his house, I saw him training with a human-shaped punching bag, using only one hand to strike and subdue it. I had just thought he enjoyed exercising. It was sort of a rehearsal for a crime.
This is a creepy story of what I experienced while camping with a friend of mine 5 years ago. We went to a deep valley almost unknown, and we drove for more than 10 hours and walked for another 5 hours to get there. Then a majestic scenery of nature unfolded in front of us, and clear water, mountains, and fresh air surrounded us. This must be the paradise of gods. Brad and I started fishing, but after a while, I heard a strange sound. At first, I thought it was a bug or a bird. The more I listened, the more it sounded like a person's voice. I told Brad,
"Do you think someone else came here?"
Brad replied,
"Bro, how many times have I told you? This is a place I only know."
I looked around and, to my surprise, found a man in the grass staring at us, wearing something very shabby, like leather. He was looking at us with a blank stare. It seemed that he was holding something like raw meat of some animal in his hand. I was startled and shouted asking who he is, but he didn't say anything, and continued making strange insect-like noises. We got goosebumps, turned on our cell phones, and got ready to call the police. Then he disappeared into the forest. Anxious, we wondered whether we should stop camping. But we couldn't go home since we barely got here. As time passed, we forgot about it, grilled meat, had fun, and fell asleep. But that night, when I woke up to the sound of high-pitched screaming, I realized that Brad was howling. I hurried to his tent. The man I saw during the day and several other people were grabbing Brad's arms and legs, pulling him frantically. It was as if they were trying to tear Brad's limbs apart, and they pulled with all their might in unison. I heard the sound of bones and cartilage being torn. My whole body was shaking, and I picked up my cell phone and dialed 911, but my voice did not come out. I gasped and barely spoke, and the police were dispatched, but it seems like they would take a long time for them to arrive. I knew it was my turn after Brad, so I escaped into the woods like crazy. Then Brad's screaming came to a halt, and I could tell he was dead. I cried as I ran frantically. I was barefoot, so my feet were torn and blood was pouring out. After a while, sirens were heard and the police arrived. But terribly, Brad's upper body was only left in his tent. His arms and legs were all torn off. Everyone was shocked by the terrible scene and started investigating. A few days later, I heard from the police that the culprits had been caught. They were a family that lived in the mountains, and it turned out that they had been grazing grass and eating animals in the mountains, completely distant from civilization. They lived in valleys and cliffs, so their grip became unusually strong. It turned out that the four of them had ripped off Brad's limbs with their bare hands. Their linguistic ability was almost degraded, so they couldn't communicate well. But when the cops asked them where Brad's limbs are, using body language, they pointed to their own stomachs and made gestures as if they had eaten them. And they pointed at the officers' limbs and gestured like they want to eat them. They ended up in prison, but reportedly they were completely isolated because they could harm other prisoners there.
One day, I started to have very vivid dreams and became able to do anything I want in them. At first, in my dreams, I flew around in the air or explored various places. But at some point, I embarked on more and more provocative things. I enjoyed beating passers-by and robbing shops, the things I couldn't do in real life. Then the police arrived and tried to suppress me, and since I was invincible in my dreams, I was able to defeat them all. Then one day, when I was on my way home from work, a person who looked somewhat familiar was staring at me from afar. I looked closely to see if he was someone I knew, and I was shocked. He was the police officer who tried to arrest me in my dreams. His looks were so peculiar that I could remember him. His eyes were abnormally big. His chin was very long and pointy, and his skin was awfully red. Why is he here? For a moment, I thought it was a dream, but it was clearly reality. He approached me with a blank expression, grabbed me by the collar, and lifted me up. I was so startled by his tremendous power, and I screamed at him. "What are you doing?" The people around us stopped me, and I hurriedly left. The man was staring at me expressionless until I was out of his sight. From that night, I no longer played around in my dreams because I was so horrified. I continued to live peacefully for a while, but as time passed, I started to make a fuss again to relieve stress. I broke into any random house in my dream and made a mess. But a few days later, when I was going to work, a man grabbed my shoulder, and when I looked around, I realized he was again the police officer in my dream. I was startled. Then he started choking me. I was perplexed and shouted, "Why are you doing this?" And he replied, looking at me, "Don't disrupt our world's order." I was gasping as I couldn't breathe, and people around us pulled us apart, and I ran away like crazy. Since then, the man appeared in my dreams every night, so I no longer played around in my dreams. I couldn't. As I stopped committing bad things in my dreams, I no longer ran into that man in real life. I thought it was a good thing, but my doubt still remains unsettled. Who was he? Was he really the man I saw in my dreams? Then does he know everything about what I did in my dream?
When I was young, I once explored an abandoned house with my friend Tyler. We were so excited by the fact that we could finally go inside the abandoned house that had existed for a long time that we burst the door open. But as soon as we entered the house, I smelled something strange that I've never encountered before. Where's this smell coming from? Tyler decided to look around the first floor, and I went up to the second floor. The second floor smelled even worse. I looked around and heard a faint voice somewhere. Over here. I was startled and walked carefully towards the room where the sound was coming from. I'm here. It was clearly a sound made inside the room. I asked whether someone is inside, but there was no response. When I got closer and looked through the crack of the door, I noticed a rotten corpse lying inside the room. I screamed. However, when I went inside, there was nothing but the corpse. Then, whose voice was it? Suddenly, the corpse opened its eyes and said, I want to live! I felt as if my heart had stopped. It wasn't a corpse, but I couldn't believe it. His flesh was decomposing, but how can he be alive? Then he suddenly jumped on me and choked me. I freaked out and pushed him away, and he fell headlong to the floor like a doll. I ran away and shouted at the top of my lungs, calling Tyler. He rushed over to me in surprise, and we went outside and called the police. Moments later, the police arrived. They entered the room and shouted, It's a corpse! I denied, saying that it is alive, and when I looked at him again, what was lying there was, without a doubt, a corpse. Police assumed he died a few days ago, but I couldn't believe it. What the hell is it? The police recovered the body, and I still don't have a clear answer to this mysterious case. People said that I must have been seeing an illusion, but I saw it with my own eyes, for sure. His eyes that looked straight at me, his mournful voice, and even the smell that pierced my nose when he came close to me are all vividly in my memory. Dust stirred up as he moved, and the texture of his hands when he touched my neck was rough. I remember them all, vividly. This could never be a hallucination, but no one believed me. Eventually, I came back home with disappointment and decided to just forget about what had happened that day. And that night, when I looked in the mirror while taking a shower, I was horrified. There were faint strangulation marks on my neck.
If you see this woman in the forest, don't follow her. My name is Ryan. In the village where I live, there is a deep forest. It's known for incidents like people getting lost or going missing, so most people avoid going too deep into it. However, I loved taking walks in the forest and occasionally ventured deeper. Nothing major had ever happened until that day. Just like any other day, I was taking a walk alone in the forest Amidst the greenery, I suddenly caught a sight of something pink. Startled, I looked closer and realized it was a woman wearing a pink dress. She stood still, gazing at me. At first, I thought I might be seeing things. How could there be a woman in a dress this deep in the forest? I approached cautiously and asked if she needed help. Observing her face closely, I noticed that she was incredibly beautiful. Without saying a word, she gestured for me to come closer. It felt strange, but I cautiously moved closer, scanning my surroundings. As I got closer, her gestures became more frantic, as if she was fast-forwarding. Her hand movements grew faster and faster. When I finally got close enough to see her face clearly, she suddenly let out an ear-piercing scream, expanding in size dramatically. "Catch him!" At the same time, 4 men burst out of the bushes and sprinted towards me. They were carrying ropes in large sacks. I screamed and ran away. I sprinted at full speed, barely managing to escape them. After running for a while and realizing they weren't chasing me anymore, I reported the incident to the police. My heart was racing from the shock. The police and I searched the forest together, but they were long gone. When we reached the spot where the woman had been standing, we discovered a cabin nearby. Inside, 6 men were locked up. They were nothing but skin and bones, having lived as slaves there for 7 years. According to their accounts, the cabin belonged to a doctor couple who would abduct men passing through the forest and imprison them there as slaves. The abducted men were forced to do all kinds of tasks and were instructed to pretend to be dead when told. If they didn't comply, they would be tied up and beaten all day long. The men expressed their anguish at how miserable their lives had been. The reason they couldn't rebel against the couple was that after abducting them, the couple would tie them up for several days and inject something that would gradually deplete their muscle strength. Eventually, all their muscles would waste away, leaving them powerless to resist. According to the men, the couple's goal was to have 100 slaves. After that horrific incident, I never set foot in the forest again. I don't know if the couple was ever caught or not. It's been 10 years already. I hope they were apprehended, but who knows? There might be another forest where they're abducting and enslaving more people.
There was a beautiful girl in our school. However, there was a rumor about her. It was that all men she dates would die. However, she was not arrested by the police as there was no evidence that she killed the men. There were all kinds of horrendous rumors about her. Therefore, in spite of her beautiful looks, all people avoided her. Then one day, she asked me out on a date. I asked her why she asked me out, and she replied, "There's a place I really want to go with you." Eventually, I ended up dating her, and I fell for her. I noticed myself rationalizing. I was persuading myself that nothing would happen even if I date her, and it's all just nonsense. That's how we developed our relationship, and we always spent happy days together. Then one day she asked me, "Don't you want to go to heaven?" I asked her what she is suddenly talking about. She replied, "I want to go to heaven with you. If I only get your permission, I can go there even now." Her eyes weren't joking. I was so flustered that I asked why, but she kept saying, "I prayed to God every day and heard him say that he has prepared a home in heaven for me. Let's go to heaven together. The two of us can live happily there." She handed me a drink. I could guess what that was. I got up and ran away. Then she cried out, "We are citizens of heaven." I blocked her number, and I never contacted her again. But a few weeks later, I got a call from the police. It was that she had been arrested for murdering a man. The man died after drinking a drink she gave him, and when he was dead, he was dressed in white. When the police arrived at the scene, she continued to pray next to the body, then said with a very happy expression, "God told me my boyfriend just arrived in heaven." The police arrested her on the spot for murder, and she yelled at the police, "Officer, he's not dead. He's in heaven. God told me that he has prepared a home for him in heaven. If you go there, you'll get to see him. It's true."
I'm a very light-weighted person, but I didn't expect that it would lead me into such a big trap. One day, while looking for a part-time job, I saw a notice from a medical student who was looking for a skinny male model to study the skeletal structure of the human body. I thought it was perfect and immediately made a phone call. I went to his house, and a tall man, over 6'2" and weighing over 250 pounds, greeted me. He was very friendly. Soon, he began to closely observe the bones in my body. After a while, he took out a syringe. I was very surprised and asked him what he was doing, and he quietly said,
"I'll kill you without pain, so please stay still."
I screamed and kicked him before running away. I ran frantically and entered a room, locking the door behind me. In that room, there were numerous mannequins shaped like skeletons. At first, I thought they were just models, but when I approached them, I could be certain. Those were not models, but actual human bones. Unknowingly, I let out a scream. Then, from outside the room, I heard laughter and a voice saying,
"It's impressive, huh? You'll become one of those skeleton models too."
He started shaking the doorknob like crazy. I quickly put on the clothes in the room, trying to avoid getting pricked by the syringe. I had left my phone in the living room, so I couldn't call the police. Eventually, I had to leave that room and escape from the house. I opened the door, and he tried to inject me with the syringe, but I dodged him and punched him as hard as I could. However, he was a man more than twice my size, and I desperately punched him in the face with all my might. He screamed in pain. I used every ounce of strength I had and beat him relentlessly. He couldn't resist properly and took the hits. Then, I ran out of there and escaped. I immediately reported it to the police, and he was soon captured by the police. They investigated the DNA of the bones in his house and confirmed that they belonged to the missing people. He was sent to prison. While entering the prison, he begged not to take away the skeletons. It sent chills down my spine. But later, when I looked back on the incident, I realized one thing. He was twice my size, so he could have easily subdued me or beaten me down with his strength. However, he never had any intention of hitting me and didn't try to overpower me physically. He only wanted to inject me with a syringe and didn't attempt anything else. I pondered over why that was the case, and one thought came to my mind. If he had hit me, my bones could have been damaged. So he didn't hit me on purpose. He wanted to take my bones intact.
We have a person in our company whom I call the Laughing Man. His name is Cooper, and whenever he sees me, he bursts into laughter. However, it's not just a cheerful laugh. It's as if he's laughing to death, struggling to hold back his laughter. At first, I was taken aback, and as time went on, I started feeling uneasy. It was because he wasn't close to me, and we had never had a deep conversation. I discussed it with people around me, but strangely, they all said the same thing. "Cooper? I've never seen him laugh even once. He's expressionless every day. Next time he laughs, take a picture. I want to see how he laughs." I was genuinely puzzled. Was he only laughing at me? Over time, I asked Cooper why he was only laughing when he saw me, but he closed his eyes and said, "I see you. The way you react is so funny." He swung his arms, as if swinging a baseball bat. I asked him what he saw, but he didn't say a word. It sent chills down my spine, but there was nothing I could do. After that, he was often caught secretly watching me from a distance, struggling to hold back his laughter, and I got angry with him, but he couldn't help but laugh more. But I discovered that he never laughed when he was with other people. Only when he looked at me did he laugh brightly. It really gave me the creeps. Then one day, I was working late and alone in the office. When I tried to leave, Cooper was standing in front of me, holding a baseball bat. I shouted at him, asking what he was doing, but he just laughed without saying a word. He slowly approached me, struggling to breathe because he was laughing so hard. Then he swung the baseball bat at me. I barely avoided it, but my arm was hit, and I groaned in pain. In response, he laughed even harder. Seizing the opportunity, I kicked him and ran away at full speed. He chased after me, but couldn't catch me. I immediately reported it to the police, and Cooper was arrested. But a while later, our company was turned upside down. It was revealed that Cooper had been arrested for murder. He had recently killed a neighbor and dumped the body. It was also revealed that he had attempted to murder and assault other people. One person who barely survived from him testified to the police, saying, "He was always laughing, so I thought he was a good person. But in the end, when he hit me and burst into laughter, I realized that was the true meaning of his laughter." I was in complete shock. What was even more shocking was when a colleague who had been closest to Cooper in our company said this. "Cooper once told me he has a habit of laughing when he sees the people he wants to kill. He said he can't help but laugh because imagining killing that person makes him feel so good. At that time, I thought it was just a joke. I never imagined it could be real. Thinking back now, it gives me chills to realize that I was close to him all this time. Fortunately, he never laughed at me. I'm really grateful. But I used to force jokes to make him laugh. It sends shivers down my spine to think about it now." After hearing his words, my heart sank. All those moments when he looked at me and laughed came flooding back.
I met someone who looked just like me while traveling one day. He looked so much like me that I believed he was a twin. We both stopped and looked at each other in the face for a few seconds, and he asked me, "Who are you?" I couldn't say anything in shock and only looked at his face. He also looked at me in the face and continued to look incredulous. I ran away with an indescribable discomfort, but that night, I had a dream that my body burned down and turned into ashes. And when I woke up in the morning, my whole body began to crack and discharge. As time went by, my body began to hurt more and more. Gradually, it became difficult to breathe, and it became difficult to move as the arms and legs hardened. I was lost in thought. I heard I'd die if I met a doppelganger. Am I dying? I ended up visiting a famous fortune teller, who was surprised to see me and said, "You were born by God's mistake. God is trying to turn you back into nothingness." I said I wanted to live, and the fortune teller shook his head and said there was no way. I went back stunned, and after that day, my body began to dry out like a dying tree. As the day went by, I became senile, my back was bent, my skin cracked, and blood began to leak out. Even after visiting a doctor, he said there was no cure, saying it was a strange disease with an unknown cause. I shouted at the sky, "God, you created me and now you're trying to get rid of me?" I wanted to live somehow, so I exercised for 6 hours a day and took care of all kinds of vitamins and health foods. Fortunately, I started to feel better, and I was able to slow down the speed of my body's breakdown. Then one day, I had a dream again. I saw a person who looked like me lying down in the form of a lump of ash, because his whole body was burned. I woke up screaming, and now I'm in a better shape than ever before. Surprisingly, after that, I gradually recovered my health and gradually returned to a healthy body. I don't know what happened. Did God change his mind? Or was it all just a coincidence? But one question remains in my mind. Where is the person who looked like me now? Is he alive?
This is what I experienced when I was 17. At that time, I was in good shape because I mastered many sports, such as boxing and wrestling. But one day, Alexander, a notorious delinquent at my school, asked me for a fight. I was bewildered and said, "If I hit you, you'll go straight to heaven." But I shouldn't have said this. He suddenly shouted in anger, "I'll chew you to pieces, eat you up, and then take a shit." I was perplexed, but I realized there was nothing I could do. He ran up to me and punched me. and I punched him back as I was enraged. He was knocked down to the floor by my fist, and blood started dripping from his nose. I tried to help him up, saying I'm sorry and let's stop this, but he grabbed me, knocked me over, and started beating me. I was infuriated and punched him badly. He fell down again and couldn't get up as he was in pain. I kept yelling at him to stop, but he was already half mad. He got up again and shouted as he approached me. "Let's fight!" I shouted. "Please stop! You're gonna die if you keep doing that," he said, smirking. "Of course, one of us must die." He pounced on me, and I picked him up and pinned him to the ground. He broke his neck, got up with his neck broken, and ran back at me. I tripped him with my leg, and he broke his arm as he fell down. He pounced on me with his arms broken as well. I yelled at him to stop, but he ran at me screaming, "I'll stop when you die!" I kicked him really hard, and he flew 10 feet away. He fell to the floor and tried to get up, but his whole body seemed to be broken, and it seemed that he couldn't move. I called the police right at that moment. The police arrived, and he was taken away in an ambulance. He was hospitalized and taken to the intensive care unit. I was injured, as I was beaten up by him as well, but there were no major injuries. And after a while, I received another text message from him. There were 2 words written on that message: "Let's fight." I eventually called him, apologized, and told him I gave up. Then there was silence for a few seconds, and I heard him whispering, "Let's fight." My whole body trembled. He didn't listen to anything I said. His only goal was to fight me. I blocked his number. After a while, I received a letter. In the letter, once again, 2 words were written: "Let's fight." A few days later, I heard a knock and looked outside to find Alexander standing there. He was limping with a cast on his arm. I called the police, but he continued to hover around my neighborhood. I ended up moving, and I haven't heard from him since. Years passed, and I ran into my old high school friend Luke, and while talking with him, I happened to hear about Alexander. After he fought with me, he kept challenging other friends at school to fight, and most of the kids refused and avoided him, but one of them, a friend named Nicholas, accepted the fight, and in the end, the 2 of them fought until Alexander killed him with his bare hands. In the end, Alexander went to prison. I was horrified. He had meant everything he ever said. If I hadn't suppressed him then, I wouldn't be alive now.
Here is the story about the creepy cinema I went to. I was 15 when this story takes place. My mom and I planned on going to the mall and watching a movie. Since our favorite mall was far, we decided to watch a movie at a place nearby that we hadn't been to. We found a mall named Star Mall Alabang. This mall came from the Philippines, and there's been a crazy rumor about it having been built on top of a really old cemetery. We went inside, heading straight to the ticket booths. The ticket booth line was empty. I looked around and noticed we were the only ones there. At first, I didn't actually mind because that meant we would be first in line and would probably get the best seats. My mom and I hurried through the halls to get to our theater because our movie was about to start. Both of us expected there to be a few people in the movie theater, and yet there was no one in the theater. Every single seat was empty. What made this situation even more chilling was when the lights dimmed and it was only us in there. We couldn't handle how eerie it was, so we ran back out of the theater. Then, to our relief, we saw 2 girls walking through the doors of the theater we were just in. We headed back into the theater feeling more comfortable, knowing there were at least 2 other people there. We picked out our seats near the 2 girls and sat patiently waiting for the movie. While the trailers began playing, we didn't pay much attention, but I remember hearing a few people come in and sit behind us. I even heard a few whispers and chatter at that time. My mom remarked that it was silly that we had been so paranoid, and that maybe no one was in the theater yet because we were very early. This is when the story takes a creepy turn. The movie started, so as should be expected, my mother, the two girls, and I were giving the movie our full attention. After most of the movie had played, I needed to go pee. Despite having heard many people join the theater with us, I still felt scared. I asked my mom to go with me because I didn't want to go alone. She said, "Just go alone. The washroom is near." The movie was probably about to finish, so I figured I could just wait to go to the bathroom. I ain't gonna miss the best part, you know? I tried to hold it, but I couldn't. If I waited for the end of the movie, I'd definitely pee my pants. For sure. I moved through the row we were in so that I could get to the aisle and start making my way down the stairs to the exit. Maybe I was being nosy, or maybe it was just out of habit, but I decided to look around and see if anyone else in the crowd was enjoying the movie. What I saw, or rather what I didn't see, stopped me in my tracks. There was no one at the cinema besides us. I had a mini heart attack because we literally just heard a few people going in earlier, and I could hear their talking too. As in, we are the only people that's been watching. I was too freaked out to go to the bathroom, so I hurried back to my seat. I would hold my pee until the movie was finished. When the movie finished and the lights were turned back on, the two girls and my mom were talking about the movie. You know, the usual, giving their opinions and stuff as I sat frozen in my seat. It wasn't until they turned around to check the seats around us that they also realized that we were completely alone. "Where's the others?" they asked. I stayed quiet because I do not want to talk about it.
There was a middle-aged man among my neighbors who had been practicing martial arts for a very long time. He practiced by striking trees in his front yard every day and would break bricks with his bare hands. But one day, he was found dead in the front yard of his house. What was even more shocking was that he had suffocated to death with his fist stuck in his throat. His jaw was completely dislocated, something that couldn't have happened without compulsion. But there were no traces of someone having done it. The whole neighborhood was in shock, and the police focused on the investigation, but there was no progress. One day, while I was taking a rest at home, I heard a voice outside. "Please, open the door." When I heard that voice, I was walking over to the door and opening it before I knew it. It felt like an order I couldn't resist. In front of the door, there was a man dressed up with eyeball-shaped earrings, necklaces, and rings, and he was staring at me with his eyes wide open. I was startled, and at the same time, a tingling sensation ran through my brain and spine. Then suddenly, I became completely exhausted and started to be in a semi-conscious condition. He then said, "Please don't stare back at my face for a long time. Roll your eyes back." Then my pupils started to go up. I was so startled that I tried to look down, but it didn't work. It seemed to be out of my will. I screamed. Then he said, "Please don't make a sound," and my voice suddenly did not come out. I was standing there with an upward glance, feeling great pain. Even though I had my pupils upwards to the extent where I couldn't roll my eyes further, he kept saying, "More. Roll your eyes more, please." Tears flowed like a waterfall as I felt tremendous pain, as if my pupils were being ripped off. I barely begged him for help in a shrill voice. He said, "Are you still able to talk? If so, bite your tongue, please." Then suddenly I was biting my tongue with my teeth. I tried to open my mouth with all my might, but it didn't work. I felt great pain. Only then did I realize how the martial artist had died. He said, "Now bite your tongue until it cuts off." Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Hands up!" It turned out that the police had been patrolling the neighborhood and had followed after a suspicious-looking man. The moment I heard his voice, the numbness of my body wore off. The man turned around and looked at the police and said, "Please drop the gun." Then the police dropped the gun he was holding onto the floor. He didn't pick up the gun and stood still with an idiotic expression on his face. At that very moment, I attacked the man from behind and put a headlock on him. But when he said, "Your arm is getting weak," he smoothly slipped away as my arm weakened, and I was perplexed. He pointed at me and said to the officer, "Point your gun at this man." Then the police picked up the gun and pointed it at me. The man said to the police, "If he moves, the trigger will be pulled," and quietly disappeared. I couldn't move, and the police stood still for a long time, his body stiff. After the man had completely disappeared, the police dropped his gun and collapsed onto the floor, devastated. We couldn't believe what we'd been through, and since then, the police devoted all of their energy to catch the enigmatic man. And after a while, I heard news that the man had been caught. It turned out that the man had the ability to hypnotize people in 1 second. He had used that technique to play with people like toys. It turned out that there were hundreds of other people who had been harassed by him, but no one could report it because he had hypnotized them so that they could not report it to the police. Instead of sending him to prison, the government reportedly took him to use him for special tasks. No one knows what particular mission he is used for. But since he is such a dangerous person, whenever even high-ranking government officials meet him, they are reportedly accompanied by dozens of special forces. Recently, I went to a party with my friends and ran into someone familiar. Where have I seen him? I couldn't remember. But after a while, I remembered. He was Max, a friend who was bullied 10 years ago in middle school. Right at that moment, I got goosebumps. This was because his past, when he was always bullied by kids as he was clumsy, did not match his current appearance at all. His appearance now was that of a sturdy man. I carefully called out, "Max?" He replied, grinning broadly. "Do you remember me now? I was about to strike you in the head because I thought you don't remember me." "Good to see you, Jack." His voice was powerful, and I could feel that he was strong as he put his arm around me. I got goosebumps. He said he had something he wanted to show me, and asked me to go somewhere with him. I was reluctant at first, but I was going somewhere with him before I knew it. I got into his car, and after a while, we arrived at a shabby house in a remote place. "Max, is this your house?" He suddenly got back to his appearance of how he used to be when in middle school and shouted with a childlike face and voice, "Jack, do you remember what I said to you before?" "What, that you said I'm handsome?" "No, not that. I said I wanted to cut off the kid's hands." It came to mind. When we were in middle school, he would always say that crying after being beaten by kids. I answered, "I do remember. Why?" Then he shouted as he jumped up and down, "I really cut them all." He guided me into the basement in his house. When he opened the door to the basement and went down, several men were sitting there, stunned, both with hands severed. Looking closely, they were all of the guys who bullied Max in middle school. As soon as they saw me, they shouted, "Help!" I screamed. Then Max said, "I love my friends, but they beat me up a lot. But they don't anymore. I'm so happy." I felt that I was going to vomit. When I turned around, I realized that Max was already holding a hammer and an axe in each hand. And he told me, "Jack, why didn't you save me back then? You just watched me from afar while I was being beaten by these guys. I wanted to pull your eyes out." I started shaking and told Max to calm down. Then he said, "Let's play rock, paper, scissors, Jack. If I win, I'll pull out your eyes. And if you win, I'll grant you a wish." I played rock, paper, scissors, shaking, and fortunately I won. Then he let out a deep breath and asked me what my wish is, and I asked him to set them free. He shouted, "I can't! I have to hang out with my friends!" I kept begging him, and he replied after pondering, "Okay, since they can't play rock, paper, scissors because they don't have hands, if you win instead, I'll let them go. But if I win, I'll do whatever I want." We played rock, paper, scissors again, and this time I lost. Then he hit one of the guys in the neck with an axe. With a loud scream, he fell to the floor and died. "What are you doing?" I shrieked, and Max said, "This was something I wanted to show you about myself, how I beat them up. You always had seen me suffering." At that moment, the other guy suddenly ran up and shouted, grasping Max's body, "Jack, now! Attack!" When Max was bewildered, I ran over and struck him with all of my might, and he fell down to the ground in pain. Then I jumped on top of Max and punched him in the face recklessly. He cried out in pain. "Ah! I'm going to have to cut off your hands too, Jack!" As I continued to punch him, he almost lost consciousness, and I called the police. The police arrived shortly and were shocked by the brutality of the scene and arrested Max. It turned out that Max had taken revenge on a total of 4 of his friends. 2 of them had their hands cut off, 1 had his tongue cut out, and 1 had his feet cut off. And Max had imprisoned them there and played with them every day. This incident made me suffer extreme trauma. I've had nightmares about Max pulling my eyes out every night since then. Then, one day, I had a dream about the days of middle school. In my dream, Max was being beaten by kids. However, his appearance was that of the present as an adult. And the kids who beat him had no hands. I screamed. Then Max looked at me and said, "Jack, when I get out of prison, I'm going to gouge out your eyes and then cut off your hands. Then let's all hang out together." I had a roommate named Michael, but one day a strange rotten smell started to come from his room. So I told him, "Michael, your room smells of something rotten. If you have a nose, you can smell it too, right?" Then he shouted, "Your nose must have been rotten," and slammed the door. I was puzzled, not only because of the smell, but also because Michael's personality seems to have changed. One day at 3 a.m, he shouted very loudly in his room, "You are more beautiful than a goddess. I will do anything that you want me to." I didn't understand what he was doing, so I knocked on the door, and then he yelled inside, "Don't bother me now, Steve. I didn't bother you when you were with your girlfriend." I was so confused. So one day, when he wasn't home, I decided to secretly open his room. I found the key and opened his door. His room was neat and tidy and nothing seemed out of place. But the moment I looked in the mirror, there was a woman standing behind me, staring at me. I was so surprised and looked around, but no one was there. Then I heard the woman's voice in my ear.
"Do you want to play with me?"
Then, along with a rotten smell, I felt a hand running down my neck. Startled, I looked in the mirror again and saw a rotten skeleton beside me, touching me and whispering. I screamed and ran out of the room. I was so scared, but there was nothing I could do, and I couldn't hear anyone in the room. The next morning, when I opened the room again, there was no sign, and I didn't have the courage to look at the mirror. So I just shut the door. I was confused whether I was dreaming or seeing things. When Michael came back home later, I asked him what the hell was going on in the room. He pretended that he doesn't know anything at first, but eventually he began to tell the truth. What was shocking was that he had practiced necromancy one day out of curiosity, and a stunning female spirit appeared. So he didn't send her back and let her live in his room. I didn't believe him and told him not to lie, but when he took me to his room to show her to me, the room was obviously empty. But when he said, "Cassandra," I suddenly heard someone walking in on the ceiling, and with the feeling of someone's hair touching my head, the room started to reek of something rotten. I couldn't even look up and ran out of the room screaming. Since then, her voice was heard from time to time in Michael's room. I kept thinking what I should do about this, but Michael seemed so happy, and I thought there would be no harm to me since it was what happened in their room. But one thing that gave me goosebumps was what Michael always said by habit. "I will become one with you, Cassandra!" He started to lock himself in his room, not coming out for days, and I started to become worried about him. Then one day, he hadn't been out of the room for so long that I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I eventually opened his door and I was startled. He was lying on the bed and his body had swelled twice as large as if there was something inside him. I screamed and called the police. When the police arrived and checked, he was already dead and his body was filled with black liquid. As a result of the autopsy, the liquid inside his body was found to be rotten blood, but no evidence was found of whose blood it was or where it came from. After Michael's death, I was lost in grief. Recently, I started dating someone new and stayed with her at my house. But the strange thing was that she kept saying this to me these days.
"I want to become one with you."
Then she clung to me and hugged me tight. I suddenly got goosebumps and pushed her away, but she kept coming over to me, repeating the same words over and over again. I indulged in her moderation, but as time passed, it got worse. Now she holds me tight and keeps telling me that she wants to be with me for 24 hours so that we can become one. What should I do now?
My name is Sam, and this is a true story. In fact, it's a cautionary tale, so please pay attention. This story takes place when I was in 5th or 6th grade. I'm 23 now. One night when we were heading home, my dad decided to stop at the pharmacy to buy some things. I decided to stay in the car that was parked right in front of the pharmacy, and even though my dad insisted that I go with him, I stubbornly refused. Of course, he didn't like the idea of leaving me alone in the car, but he decided to just head in without me. The pharmacy was located on a busy street, and a lot of people and cars were passing. I remember there being a narrow, dark alley on the left side of the pharmacy that looked very creepy, that likely led to the backside of the street, but I didn't pay much attention to that alley at first. I was only in the car for a few minutes when, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a guy coming out of the alley. He was a bit tanned. He was wearing a dirty white shirt and jeans and looked as if he was in his late 20s or early 30s. I remember being creeped out by him, especially since he came out of the alley looking around kind of frantically. He looked suspicious. That's when we made eye contact, and he started slowly walking straight to me. The thing about his walk is that it wasn't normal. He had a bent back, and his hands were in his pockets. As he walked, he would look at the pharmacy and back to the car, over and over again. The whole time, his eyes would come back to mine. He was staring at me. I quickly looked away, trying to keep his figure in my peripheral vision. Once he got to the car, he tried to open the door, but thankfully it was locked. I was so scared the whole time, but I didn't want to make things worse, so I just pretended like nothing was happening. He kept trying to open the door. I didn't actually have a phone at the time, so I reached into my pocket and then turned my body away from him, making a motion like I had just pulled a phone out of my pocket and put it to my ear. I was convinced he was trying to kidnap me. I glanced over my shoulder to see how he was acting as he continued to try to get in the car. He had a concerned look on his face, but kept looking back at the pharmacy. After what felt like forever, he gave up and walked back to the dark alley. His walk was so creepy as he went. After he was no longer in view, I quickly got out of the car and went into the pharmacy to look for my dad. Once I found him, I told him everything. He was so shocked and angry. He even insisted on searching for the guy, but I didn't tell him that the creepy guy came out of the dark alley. I didn't want something to happen to my dad. To this day, I haven't forgotten his creepy stare and walk. God knows what he wanted to do to me. What if my dad didn't lock the doors? And what if this guy hadn't given up? I'm still paranoid to this day and would never stay in the car waiting for someone. I'm so thankful to God for protecting me and for my dad's concern that led him to lock the door. Please, never, ever stay alone in a car, especially at night. And if you must, lock the door.
I was conducting a recovery dive in a local lake for the police, recovering the body of some idiotic kid who hadn't worn his life jacket while drinking on a party boat. The lake was deep enough to require mixed gas to avoid narcosis. I followed all the normal protocols, keeping in contact with my diving partner and monitoring my dive computer. It doesn't take long to reach the bottom, but getting back up always takes much longer. My partner and I split up to cover more ground due to the extremely low visibility. It must have been about 5 minutes before I saw it. A human silhouette, standing upright at the lake's bottom. I swam closer and found him perfectly preserved, without a sign of decay on his body. He was buried in silt up to his shins. It really looked like it could still be alive or had only been dropped into the water a few moments ago. I tied a line to him and started to head back up toward the surface so I could signal the boat to haul up the body. I swam up, letting the line play out behind me until I reached my first safety stop. While I was waiting for my body to decompress further, I noticed that the spool of the line was still being pulled out even though I had stopped. It was completely taut and unspooling at a blistering speed. It took me about half a second to realize that my reel was about to run out, and I was about to be pulled down by the line. There was a good 900 plus feet on my line, and the speed at which it was being reeled out was so tremendous that as soon as I grabbed it, my hand was split almost completely open to the bone. In retrospect, that was a foolish thing to do, but it was just basic instinct to grab the rope and try to cut it with my knife. I then had a sudden burst of clarity and cut the straps holding the reel to my suit after a few seconds before the line ran out, causing it to vanish into the murky water. Within about half a second, I felt as if though the force of the whiplash alone would have been strong enough to break my back and kill me if I hadn't cut the straps. I was pretty shaken at this point. More shaken than I had been since I'd found my first dead kid. Nevertheless, I managed to ascend slowly and take my safety stops despite the pain, fear, and, of course, all the blood leaking out of my hand. It's a good thing this was a freshwater dive, or I might have been in real trouble on my way up. Anyway, my knee-jerk reaction, and what everyone else told me, was that it was narcosis-fueled hallucinations. Divers see all sorts of crazy things when narcosis kicks in. I've heard stories of fish and squid with human faces. Some guy swears that he was face-to-face with Cthulhu. My point is that narcosis is, to an extent, like temporarily being on DMT, and it can make you see some absolutely insane things. The only thing I could make sense of was how I got the cut on my hand. It's clearly from a rope. It's not clean enough to be from my knife or any other sharp object. The doctor even noticed that I had friction burns all surrounding the cut. So what the heck caused the cut, if I was hallucinating? And if I wasn't hallucinating, what the heck dragged out a line that fast? What really keeps me up at night is that the guy was resting on the bottom of the lake, and my line was going straight down. So either he was pulled through the bottom of the lake, or something with incredible strength and speed grabbed my rope and was reeling me in like a fish. I'm not sure which scenario is worse.
This is something that happened to me a few years ago when I was living with my family next to a neighbor who had a very old house. Every day I would play with my cousins and little brother in my backyard. We could always see the neighbor watering her plants. She had a pond in her yard where the ducks she owned would joyfully swim. We'd occasionally see her feeding them when she was tending to her yard. One day, her ducks went missing. We tried to help her find them, but weren't able to. There weren't any wild animals in our neighborhood, if you don't count stray cats, but there's no way cats would have eaten these big ducks. Around that same time, my grandma would tell me that there was a girl in a red dress always walking on the roof of my neighbor's house at 3 a.m., but it's only there for an hour. I didn't believe it at first, but my neighbor kept experiencing strange mishaps. One time, while I was playing with my little brother, I heard a scream. I looked over the neighbor's fence to see if everything was okay. When I did, what I saw was horrifying. By the pond, there used to be a pile of regular sticks, but this time, there was a stack of bloody bones and skulls instead. I looked from the pile back to my neighbor, who was standing there frozen. When I looked back at the pile, I could see that there were bugs and insects crawling here and there on the bones. And the smell. There was a putrid smell carried on the soft breeze to my nose. It made me sick to my stomach. Fortunately, my brother was too short to see over the fence. Even though he wanted to see for himself, I did not let him. I didn't want him to be traumatized like me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in my bed, the image and smell of the pile of bones still vivid in my mind. I glanced over at the clock after a while. It was 12:59 a.m. Just as the clock switched to 3 a.m., I heard two metal objects banging in my backyard. There was a window in my room, so I got out of bed and walked over to it, trying to see what the noise was. I was horrified to see a girl in a red dress walking on the fence. Her hair was dark and very crazy. Her skin was pale, and from where I was standing, I couldn't see her eyes. Just as I started to wonder how she could walk on the fence like that, I realized that she had two horns coming out of each of her feet. I was frozen in place, unsure what to do. Just then, she let out a horrifying scream and jumped into my backyard, landing on all fours. She twisted her neck and looked directly at the very window I was standing in front of. That's when I saw it. Her eyes weren't there. No eyelids, nothing. Just dark and empty sockets. In an instant, she rushed to my window, and when she got to it, she started banging on the window like she was trying to break it. I fell back away from the window, captured by absolute fear. I screamed, but no one seemed to hear me. She kept scratching and banging at the window, screaming this awful, gut-wrenching scream. I couldn't move, but I could now see, as I stared directly where her eyes should be, that her eye sockets were full of this thick, black liquid, and there were insects crawling in and out of the gross liquid. The entire encounter felt like it took only a few minutes, but when she disappeared, and I no longer felt frozen in place, I looked around and noticed that it was now 4 a.m. I was stuck there in terror for an entire hour. Just like my grandmother said, it disappeared at exactly 4 a.m. At this point, I was shaking so badly that it was almost painful. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I will never forget that night, especially her face. I will remember that horrifying sight until the day I take my last breath.
I locked myself in the corner of my room every day and haven't smelled people's breath. But I didn't know that this game addiction would turn me into a hero. That day, I was defeating bosses in the dungeon yet again.
Bow your head before my champions, or I'll crack your skull wide open.
I was playing the game happily for a while, but suddenly I heard my mom yelling from the first floor.
Mom?
I muttered to myself while playing the game.
I clearly told you not to bug me when I'm slaying a dragon.
Then I heard the sound of a window breaking and my mother screaming. I was shocked. It was clear that something had happened. I went to the stairs and looked down on the first floor to see a masked man holding a knife and tying my mom's hands. My blood boiled, but I quietly went back into my room.
I never thought I would be using you for something like this.
In my room was the Stag Knight's armor. I had spent all my money to custom make it to the highest standards. I put on that armor, grabbed the huge shield and axe, and went down the stairs. As I pounded down the stairs in my heavy armor, the robber looked at me, and I could see his pupils shaking under his mask. I ran over and hit the robber on top of his head with the axe, and he fell down screaming. He trembled as if he was surprised I could do such a thing. Of course, it wasn't a real axe, but it was so heavy and hard that it was a legitimate weapon. He tried to stab me with his knife, but it was useless against my armor. I shouted the name of a skill and hit the top of his head with an axe again, causing him to pass out. I then called the police and they arrested him when they arrived. From then on, my mom loved that I played this game, and I became a hero.
I used to enjoy mountain climbing as a hobby, but now, when I hear the word mountain, I shudder. About 6 years ago, I was hiking as usual and came across a cave. There were bones in the cave. I didn't know whether they were from animals or people, and I was chilled to the bone when I saw them. I walked into the cave to get a closer look at the bones. To my surprise, a strange figure, like a small human, was crouching in the cave. I shouted in surprise,
"Gosh, what are you doing here in this dark cave without light?"
But it did not move an inch, like a statue. I moved closer. It looked like the back of a very small child sitting crouched. I approached and said to it,
"Hey kiddo, this is pretty dangerous." Oh!
However, when I looked at its body up close, I realized it was made of thin, wood-like bones. It then turned its head quickly, and I could see several large, insect-like eyes on its face and dozens of saw-like teeth in its mouth. Then its mouth doubled and unfolded, suddenly spitting out strange liquid toward me. I felt an enormous pain as the liquid got on my face and body. I tried to wipe it off, but it was stuck hard, like glue, and I couldn't make it come off, no matter how hard I tried. I attempted to run away, but it grabbed my thighs with its legs. Its feet felt like scissors, and the tips were sharp like knives. Its feet pressed against my skin with tremendous pressure, and it began to tear my skin. I screamed, ripped its legs off, and ran away desperately. It rushed to chase me, jumping to heights. I ran for quite a long time, and when I finally got out of the cave and turned around, it didn't go out of the cave, it went right back into it. I called the police and explained exactly what I saw, but they didn't believe me. They told me that I had just seen something wrong. I was so angry, but I couldn't help it. I looked at my face and body in the mirror when I got home. My skin was covered with red scars and a thick and clear liquid, and the skin on my thighs was seriously torn with bloody gashes. I called my Uncle Jake, a tough guy who had been hunting for a long time. I told him what I had seen and asked him to capture it. Then he said, "I don't know what that is, but I don't forgive the bastard who dared to spit on my nephew's face. I'll catch it for you. Prepare some barbecue to grill him hot." I met my Uncle Jake a few days later, and we went into the mountains together. I tried to find the cave again, trying to remember the location of the cave where I had seen it. We searched for a long time and finally found the cave. We slowly crept up to the cave and noticed the same thing was just on the inside. It was just sitting there, in the cave, crouching back. It was the same thing that I had seen before. I yelled at Jake, and he slowly approached, pointing a gun at it. Then it suddenly jumped and started spitting the strange liquid at us. Jake clutched his face, screaming in pain, and dropped the gun. It then jumped toward Jake, grabbing his arm, and started biting him. Jake's tremendous screams shook the cave, and I could hear the bones snapped in his arms. When I saw it, my body stiffened with fear, and I couldn't move my legs. Jake's arm was torn wide open and bleeding, with his blood pouring out, and I thought he would die. I ran over, picked up the gun, aimed it precisely, and pulled the trigger. But it pounced on me even after being shot. I shot it again and again. Then it jumped up and down to run away and fell to the ground. I immediately called the police, and they arrived after a while. They were shocked when they saw its body and took it to the station. After that, all I heard from them was that doctors were investigating the mysterious creature's body, and I haven't heard anything since. Jake was transferred to the hospital and had to undergo surgery due to severe damage to the tendons and ligaments in one of his arms. The doctor said he would have died if he hadn't accidentally severed his artery. Jake said it felt like someone cut his flesh with steel scissors when it bit his arm. After that, Jake no longer goes hunting and always tries to avoid talking about the moment we had in the cave, and I could see his whole body shivering every time I brought up the story. I am a night person who likes to jog around my neighborhood at night. I did the same on this day around 13 years ago. I changed into my sweatshirt around 9 p.m. and went outside for a run. As I ran outside, I enjoyed taking the cool night air into my lungs. I suddenly heard footsteps from somewhere and turned toward where I thought the sound was coming from. I could see a man coming towards me, swinging his arms. He was Nicholas, one of my neighbors. He had one hand on his neck, and his white t-shirt was stained with blood. I was surprised and asked him what was going on, and he shouted, "My blood!" He then collapsed on the ground, bleeding from his neck. I slowly approached him with hesitancy and saw another man at the entrance of Nicholas's house. He was dancing behind the collapsed Nicholas. The man was wearing a weird costume, like a red cape. He looked at me, brightly smiled, and yelled,
"You won't die because I haven't drunk too much."
Then he laughed and rushed off into the darkness. I supported Nicholas and panicked because I had no idea what was happening. He was half fainted and said,
"That bastard sucked all my blood."
He looked pale and weak. I called the police, and the strange man in the red cape had already ran away by the time the police arrived. The officers left to track him down. Nicholas was later transferred to the hospital, where they expected him to die from excessive bleeding. A few days later, his testimony to the police was released, and it was shocking. On the night of the incident, someone knocked on the door while he was alone at home. He opened the door, and a man said he was thirsty and asked for something to drink. When Nicholas tried to give him water, the man said,
"There are no nutrients in water. The ones I need are in your body,"
and forcibly climbed onto Nicholas's body, pulling out an iron straw to suck blood from his neck. When the police heard Nicholas's testimony at first, they said it was an unbelievable claim. However, the police began tracking the culprits and several pieces of evidence were found in his home. Not long after the tracking, the police caught the culprit, a crazy man who claimed to be a vampire. His straw was made of iron, and the tip was as sharp as a knife. He had assaulted people in the middle of the night, sneaking inside the alleyways, sucking their blood, and leaving. Then, he became bold enough to enter another person's house. He said that he thought Nicholas's blood would be very delicious as soon as he saw Nicholas's face, and he was right. He also told the police that he should choose his object carefully, since each human has a different taste in blood, and selecting the wrong person with unfavorable blood does not quench his thirst at all. He then reportedly smiled at the police officer and said,
"Mr. Policeman, your blood must be salty and sour. Let me suck your blood a sip, and I'll tell you my secret."
The police got angry with him, and the man proudly said that he had sucked the blood of more than 50 people. The man eventually ended up in prison, and Nicholas suffered severe trauma for some time. He lived in his house plastered with crosses and moved to another city altogether at the end. However, 10 years later, a rumor began that a vampire had again assaulted the village. As I thought of it, I wondered if the crazy man had just been released from prison. One day, while jogging at night, I heard something fluttering behind me, and I looked back. There was a man, and he had a cape on, flapping in the wind and running like crazy toward me. I was so startled that I fell to the ground, and he pulled out a very large, long, iron straw and tried to climb on top of me. I felt the fear of death, kicked him hard, and he groaned and fell to the ground. And he said to me as he pointed the sharp straw right at me,
"I've always wondered what your blood tastes like."
He stabbed a straw in my arm, and my blood gushed out. He then put his mouth on my arm to suck the blood. I punched him in his face, but he kept sucking my blood, even though he got hit. I instantly felt drained as the blood left from my body, and I was terrified. I kept punching him in the face until he fell backward in pain. I ran away as fast as I could, and he shouted at me from behind,
"Your blood tastes like peanut butter. I'll come back to suck your blood again next time."
I ran away from him and called the police. He was arrested and put in jail again. That seems to be the end of my horrific nightmare, but every night I am terrified that he will appear again one day, and I still have the scar from his straw on my arm.
Hi, my name is Charlotte and I'm 20 years old. I had a weird experience a week ago. The day started like a normal day. I worked in the morning till 8 p.m. When I got home from work, I noticed that my roommate was acting strange. Let's call him Alex. I asked him if there was something wrong, but he didn't answer me and walked upstairs without saying a word. If you know Alex, he normally is a kind-hearted person and also a very talkative person. So it was weird that he was acting weird like this randomly. I thought maybe he just had a bad day. When I walked upstairs, I opened the door to my bedroom, but before I entered my room, I saw Alex standing at the end of the hallway. I said, "Hey Alex, I just got home. I hope you're doing okay." When I said that, he stared at me with a weird look on his face. It kind of freaked me out, so I just said, "Well, good night. I'm going to bed soon because I have to go to work early tomorrow. Sleep well." As I said that, he didn't say anything, like I was talking to a wall. I got a bit angry because normally he never ignores me. Anyway, when I got into my room, I changed into my PJs and got into bed. I was really tired from that day, so I fell asleep fast. Then around 4 in the morning, I heard footsteps in the hallway. I thought that Alex probably needed to use the bathroom, but he wasn't walking to the bathroom. He was walking in the hallway from left to right. This was weird, but I didn't think much of it. Around 5 minutes later, I needed to use the toilet to do my business. When I got out of bed and opened my bedroom door, he was standing right in front of me. This scared me to death. I got angry at him for scaring me like that. Again, he didn't say anything. I was pissed and walked downstairs to the toilet. When I was done, I didn't hear any footsteps anymore. Finally, he went to bed, I thought. When I got upstairs, he wasn't walking in the hallway anymore. I got to bed and was relieved he finally went to bed. The next morning, I woke up at 6 to get ready for work. I changed into my work clothes and wanted to go downstairs and eat something. When I got downstairs, I saw Alex making eggs. "Good morning, Charlotte," he said. He was the complete opposite of how he acted yesterday. "Good morning," I said back. I asked him how he was doing. "I'm doing very well," he answered. I asked him why he acted so weird and strange yesterday, and he looked at me as if he didn't know what I was talking about. You do remember that I was out with my friends all day, right?" he asked. My mouth fell open when he said that. Then who was in my house yesterday? He gave me a frightened look on his face and asked what happened, so I told him the whole story. He called the police right after I finished telling my story. When they arrived, they checked the whole house, but nothing and no one was found, sadly. To this day, I have no idea who that person was that I talked to, but it gives me shivers down my spine when I think about it.
My name is Jose, and I would like to share a terrible memory I have about chocolate. About 4 years ago, when I was 18, I went to a chocolate shop and met a guy named Evan. I still vividly remember his bright smile. His teeth were brown because they were all smeared with chocolate. When he offered his hands for a handshake, his hands were stained with chocolate too. But he was very friendly, and we soon became friends. He was a chocolate maniac. He even always had chocolate inside his pocket, so his pocket was bulged. However, I did not realize how dangerous he was. As we got to know each other better, he often gave me chocolate. I just accepted it at first, but I started to feel more and more uncomfortable. But what was even more strange was that he watched me eating the chocolate, and every time I swallowed it, he let out an exclamation and hugged himself. One time, when I deliberately didn't swallow the chocolate out of curiosity, he stared at me for a long time and tried to open my mouth, yelling at me and wanting to know why I wasn't swallowing it. He only calmed down after I swallowed it. As time went by, he became more and more strange. One day, he brought me a box of chocolates and told me to eat them all. I said I didn't want to, but he shouted at me as if entreating, "Please, I want to be happy." He suddenly became short of breath and started unwrapping chocolates and stuffing them into my mouth. I took a few, then he shouted in relief like I had just rescued him from drowning. Thank you so much, really?" Then he started to cry. I was perplexed. After that, he started treating me like a VIP. He said he would do anything I asked him to. When I asked him why he was so nice to me, he said, "Because I'll always need you." I couldn't understand what he meant. After that, his chocolate attacks continued. Even when we ate together, he kept putting chocolate in my food. And while we were talking to each other, he kept tossing chocolate into my mouth. I started to get more and more irritated, and I even started to gain weight and become unhealthy. I told him to stop giving me chocolate. Then he suddenly grinned and said quietly, "You need chocolate in your body 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Without that, you're just a piece of meat." I thought maybe he had some strange mental illness and told him not to contact me anymore. Then, a few days later, he sent 30 boxes of chocolate to my house and told me he would no longer contact me if I sent him a video of myself eating them all. I blocked his number. I haven't seen him for a long time. I felt relieved, but the story did not end there. After a while, I heard that he had been arrested for murder. He met a girl through a dating app, brought her to his house, tied her to his bed, and poured hot, boiling chocolate all over her body. Her mouth had been wedged open, and the autopsy showed that there were 5 pounds of chocolate in her stomach. And there was a video of her with Evan on her phone in which he was lying in a bathtub full of chocolate, saying to her, "If you can survive under this for 1 minute, I'll give you $100. After the police investigated his house, they discovered something even more shocking. There was a huge block of chocolate in the basement, over 7 feet long, and inside it was the dead body of a man. Everyone was shocked. I reopened the last text Evan had sent me. It read as below. "I'm going to fill your body with chocolate. Your stomach and bladder will be filled with chocolate. Chocolate will flow in your veins, and if someone stabs you, chocolate will come out. You will become chocolate. You will become chocolate." At the time, I thought he was just joking, but now I realize he had meant everything he said. I started vomiting, and from then on I started to suffer from a phobia of chocolate. He went to prison, and I eventually met his mother. She told me something shocking. She said that he had harassed her for a long time too, and now just the sight of chocolates made her breathe heavily. Evan had loved chocolate since he was young, and his obsession only grew stronger as he got older. When he was about 16, he was taken to the hospital because he ate too much chocolate, and the doctor told him not to eat it at all anymore. So he said to the doctor, "Then can I feed it to my mom instead?" From then on, she realized that something was strange about him. He had started to force her to eat a box of chocolate every day, and she ended up secretly throwing them all away and lying to him that she had eaten them all. Then one day, he came up to her with a knife and said, "I have to check to see if there's chocolate in your belly." She ran away, leaving him alone, and never came back. She cried, saying that she had expected an accident like this to happen someday. When I thought of him, I felt terrible about it. But for my own safety, I decided not to see him again. Time has passed, and he is still in prison. Sometimes I wonder how he's doing there.
There was a certain alley that I passed by every day. It was so dark and narrow that very few people walked there, and it was owned by rats and cockroaches. But it was a shortcut, so I always took it. One day I was passing by and I saw a man crouching in the corner, eating something. I felt something strange, so I glanced at him as I quickly went by. He was holding a red bag. He put ketchup in it, and then stuck his head in it and ate it. Then he sobbed and muttered, "It's so delicious." I thought I was strange, so I hurried out of the alley. But then I heard a loud scream from the street ahead. When I went towards the sound to investigate, I saw a person lying down and several people around him screaming. I was so confused. However, when I saw the person lying down, a scream escaped me without even realizing it. He was dead, holding his head with both eyes open, and there were large knife marks on the back of his head, and next to him was a card with the number 9 written on it. I heard someone calling the police in a trembling voice, and others sobbing and swearing. The police soon arrived and investigated the scene, but the police officer who was examining the body suddenly shouted in a loud voice, "What the heck? This corpse has no brain!" The scene became noisy, and police questioned people if there were any witnesses, but there were none. I remembered the man I saw in the alley and told the police. When they got to the alley, the man was already gone, and I haven't heard any news of him since. Then one night, I was walking down that alley alone. There was no one around, only the rats squeaking past, when suddenly I saw someone in front of me. It was a man. He looked at me and abruptly started rummaging through his bag. I felt something ominous and was about to turn around and leave the alley when suddenly I heard the sound of someone running behind me. I turned around. The man was running towards me with an axe, held high in both hands. I started screaming and running away. He shouted and chased me. I want to eat. I ran out of the alley and screamed for help. People passing by looked at me in surprise, and when I looked back, the man was gone. From then on, I never went down the alley ever again. Several months passed without incident, and the fear was gradually forgotten. Then one day, as I was passing by the alley, a man spoke to me from inside. I heard there's a rumor that someone is eating brains in this alley these days. Would you like me to tell you the truth about it? He had gloves on both hands and was holding a red bag. At that moment, I realized who the man was. Tell me what's in that right now, I shouted, and then he laughed and said, This is a fresh one picked right over there. It's hard to get one these days because there are so many CCTVs and police officers, but luckily, I found a drunk person sleeping, and I grabbed it right away. Once the alcohol smell goes away, it will be really delicious. Then he took something out of his bag. It was the hatchet. But you look tastier. Just stand still for 5 seconds. It takes a lot of concentration to hit the head in the right spot. Then he aimed the hatchet at my head as if he were throwing a dart. I was scared and ran away, and the axe flew past me close enough to move my hair and hit the wall, clanking loudly. I kept running without stopping. I looked back and saw he was eating something from the bag and waving his hand at me. I reported it to the police. The police arrived, but he was already gone. There was a card with the number 8 written on it in the alley. The next day, another brainless body was found near the alley, and the police began a large-scale investigation. A few months later, I heard that he had been caught. He told the police that so far he had eaten the brains of 9 people, but only 2 bodies were found by the police. So when the police asked where the remaining 7 bodies were, he reportedly said, "Well, how do I know where the garbage goes? What are you going to do with the shells when you find them?" The police kept asking him where he had dumped the bodies, but he kept saying he didn't know. Then, when the police asked what the numbers on the cards left in the alley meant, he reportedly said, "Score. I've always been looking for a 10 out of 10 taste, but I haven't found it yet. Shit. Let me go. I can never go to jail until I eat a 10. He was sentenced to life in prison, and I still can't go down that alley.
Hi, my name is Mimi, and I've always been able to sense and see the paranormal. It first started when I was 7, and ever since then, I've never stopped encountering them. This is one of my bizarre experiences. I was 13 at that time, and I often had to stay home alone since both my parents were out working until late in the afternoon, and my older sister usually came home pretty late from high school. One day, I was watching TV and just chilling in the living room. It was around 3:30 p.m., and suddenly the doorbell rang. It was my mom. I was glad because I was getting pretty bored by myself. My mom freshened up and we had lunch together while talking about a lot of things. I felt relieved that I wasn't alone anymore. Even though I was pretty used to being home alone, I still felt kinda lonely at times. After finishing our meals, my mom and I went to our separate rooms and did our own things. Surprisingly, even though my mom was at home, I didn't hear anything from that room. Usually when my mom was at home, you could always feel her presence and she would be very active. In fact, she barely stays in her and my dad's room. Even though it was a little strange, I soon brushed it off as I thought she might be tired and just took a nap or something. An hour passed quickly and I was too busy chilling in my room, so I didn't think much about the strange silence in the house. It was around 5 p.m. when the doorbell rang again, and I assumed my sister came back from school. However, as I looked through the door, chills went down my spine. It was my mom who was standing outside. But how was this possible? Mom was just in her room and she never went out, even if she did. I would have heard something. She never goes out without informing us, and this part is as scary as it gets. She was wearing the same clothes when she went to work and was even carrying the same bag. I froze in fear. If this was Mom, then who was the one who I talked to and had lunch with? My heart was beating loudly against my chest, and I mustered up all my courage and opened the door. My mom came in and behaved how she normally would, then went to her room to freshen up. Surely I couldn't have imagined this whole thing, right? I then ran to the kitchen, and to my horror, there were 2 plates in the kitchen sink, both recently eaten off of. I felt like I was going crazy. What the hell was happening to me? Even though I was flabbergasted and didn't know what to do or how to react, I knew that I wasn't dreaming or imagining things, and I very much knew the difference between imagination and reality. I was really spooked out by the experience, but I calmed down after a while. After all, this was not completely unfamiliar, as I've had many strange and paranormal experiences before. But what makes me wonder to this day is who I really talked to and had lunch with, and what they wanted from me. I'm 18 now, and these bizarre and out-of-the-ordinary incidents are still going on with me. But by now, I've grown accustomed to them, even though they still scare me sometimes. A lot.
This is a creepy incident that happened about 3 years ago when I moved to a new neighborhood. The housing there was really cheap, and it was a very quiet neighborhood, so I really liked it. I was resting at home just a few days after moving in, when a rotten smell suddenly hit me. I followed the smell to where it had come from, and it was the entrance. So I opened the front door, and there was a girl standing there. She was wearing torn clothes covered in dirt. Her hair had fallen out, with only a few strands remaining. Her skin was rotten in many places, and she was covered in bugs that were eating away at her. I screamed, "Ah! It's a zombie!" She grabbed the door with her rotten hands and opened her mouth wide as she pushed her face through the crack of the door. Her jaw split open until her mouth touched her chest. I screamed at the top of my lungs, and then suddenly, she disappeared.
Ah, Rose came to say hello to you.
It was the voice of Tom next door. He was walking up to my house.
When you meet her, you must give her some candy. Otherwise, she'll have a hard time. She's the reason we have so many candy stores in our neighborhood.
As he said that, he gave me a piece of candy and walked back to his house. I was in a daze. I couldn't understand anything he was saying at all. Her face kept popping into my head for the rest of the day. The rotten skin, the smell, and even the creaking sounds of her bones when her mouth opened. I tried to forget about it, but I kept thinking about it until I fell asleep. What on earth was she? Is someone filming a horror movie nearby? After thinking about all sorts of possibilities, I opened my eyes to find it was morning. I was driving to work when the car suddenly thumped, as if it had hit something. I was so surprised that I stopped the car and jumped out. That girl was in front of my car. The front bumper of my car was all dented, and she looked at me with her body all contorted. I got goosebumps all over my body. She stood up and adjusted every twisted bone. Then she came towards me and stretched out her hand. Her hands were full of candy remnants. When she opened her mouth, ants crawled all over her rotten teeth. I screamed like crazy, and Tom came running out from next door.
Here!
He threw some candy at the girl and went back into his house. She took Tom's candy, ate it, ran to his house, and stood in front of the door for a while. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and then I realized something. Her hair and clothes didn't move at all, and she moved as if gravity didn't exist. My vision suddenly turned dark. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in a bed at Tom's house. I was startled and jumped up, but my head hurt so much that I fell down again. Tom, what's going on? Tom sighed.
If you stay in the same place as Rose for a long time, the cells in your body start to die. You may have noticed, but she's not a living being. Everything around her loses its vitality. Trees, flowers, animals, even oxygen. 20% of the deaths that occur in our neighborhood are unsolved. Why? Because the culprit is not from this world.
I got goosebumps again, but I also thought that Tom was making fun of me. I couldn't believe it because I've never seen anything like a ghost in my life. But from then on, I always carried candy in my pocket. And every time I ran into her, I threw her a piece of candy and ran away. One time, I accidentally threw the candy too high, and another hand came out of her mouth and snatched it away. It was only then that I realized what Tom said was true. I went to Tom's house and asked him about the people who had died because of her. At first, he waved his hands, saying he didn't want to even think about it. But when I persisted, he eventually started talking.
The first was Chase, a strapping 18-year-old man who mistook Rose for a person. Up until then, her face had not rotted and she was quite pretty. So he kissed her, and a few hours later, he vomited up blood and died. When the autopsy was performed, hundreds of bugs were found in his body. They had eaten all of his organs. Of course, the police could not find the cause.
It doesn't make any sense.
I know.
What about the next person? He was silent for a moment and poured himself a cup of coffee. I could see his hands shaking.
It was a middle-aged woman named Nicole, but one day she was found dead with a snake stuck in her throat. The police were unable to find any evidence, and the case remained unsolved. We thought it was Rose who did it, because Nicole always said, "Go away, Satan," whenever Rose appeared. I guess Rose didn't want to hear that.
My body was shaking from the shock. You'd better stop. I don't want to puke in your house.
Yeah, but if you just carry candy, our neighborhood is a really nice place to live.
He smiled awkwardly and handed me some candy. I always carried candy with me after that, and lived uneventfully for several months. Then one day, I ran into Rose as I was coming out of the house, and the moment I put my hand into my pocket, I realized I'd forgotten to grab candy, but I was too lazy to go get some. So I just tried to quickly run past her. That was a terrible mistake. Suddenly, her tongue stretched out and wrapped around my body. I barely managed to shake it off and run away. That night, the skin all over my body turned red, and I suffered from tremendous pain. I was so sick that I went to the hospital. The doctor said that there was a toxic substance all over my skin and asked what happened. I was so angry, so I decided to get revenge on Rose. I started carrying an iron ball with me, and when I ran into her again sometime later, I threw the ball at her and shouted, "It's a new kind of candy!" She took the iron ball, put it in her mouth, and swallowed it. Moments later, she fell to the floor in incredible pain, clutching her neck, and crawled away writhing. She hadn't been seen in town since then, and it's rumored that she simply disappeared. People started walking around the quiet streets furtively. People held a candy smashing festival, saying that they can finally go around without candy. I was proud that I had defeated her. Then one day, I was walking around the neighborhood. I saw a huge man eating cotton candy. However, upon closer inspection, it was not a man, but Rose. She looked completely different from before. The skin all over her body seemed to be covered with gray stones. Her neck had become thick like a toad. I screamed at her grotesque appearance, and she opened her mouth very wide and ran towards me. I smelled a strong mixture of sweet and rotten, and I ran for my life. She retched and expelled a hot, sticky liquid all over me. The liquid covered me completely, and as the liquid gradually hardened, my body also began to harden along with it. I thought, this is how I die. Then I heard someone shout,
"Here's a big piece of candy!"
And she stopped and turned her head. Tom and a priest were standing there. The priest threw a large water balloon at her, which she caught and swallowed. Then suddenly, she became extremely distressed. Her body began to melt, and she dissolved into the ground and disappeared. What the priest had thrown was a water balloon filled with holy water. Tom broke me free from this weird shell she had encased me in. I packed my bags and moved away the next day. I don't know what happened to her after that. Tom said she was completely gone, but I think she will come back again someday.
This happened 8 years ago, when I was working as a taxi driver. I haven't been able to get behind the wheel of a car since this incident. On that night, which I still remember vividly, the moonlight was unusually blue and cold. Around 2 a.m., I was tired and wanted to go home. At that time, the backseat car door suddenly opened, and a man wearing a red fedora and red suit got into my car. There was no one around, so I was startled that this man just suddenly appeared. I clutched my chest. He was wearing red sunglasses. His face, just slightly visible in the darkness, was gaunt, and his cheekbones were severely exposed. I asked him where he was going. Then he gave a strange answer.
To a place you will hate so much.
His voice sounded like it was leaking air. I thought he was a strange person, but I tried to speak calmly. Sir, please tell me your destination, and I'll take you there quickly. I need to go home soon and see my wife for even just one more minute.
Oh, that's romantic. I think it was a good decision to choose you.
He was giggling obnoxiously, and I thought he was crazy. I was thinking about throwing him out, but then he said,
There's a cemetery about 10 miles from here. Let's just go there.
I was a little annoyed, but all I could think about was quickly dropping him off and going home, so I started the car. I was nervous and wanted to lighten the mood, so I spoke to him. What do you do?
I'm a delivery man.
His voice still sounded like there was air escaping. Oh yeah? What are you delivering?
I'm delivering something very interesting. I'm delivering it right now.
Yeah? You're delivering now? But you're not holding anything. Then he started laughing out loud, and at that moment, dust flew out of his mouth. I was shocked. All of his teeth, visible from his open mouth, were rotten. His gums were missing. His tongue was rotten, disgusting, dry, like a mummy. For a moment, I was confused as to whether I had seen an illusion. Then I saw a cemetery ahead, and he said something I couldn't understand.
Oh, it's about time. Goodbye.
He hummed an unknown song and rolled up his sleeves, revealing his rotten, dry, bony arms. Then suddenly, he came closer to me, put his hand in my mouth. I was startled and tried to stop him. The car lurched forward and backward, and before I knew it, his hand was down my throat. Then I felt his hand grabbing my heart. I was in tremendous pain. I screamed, turning the steering wheel, and slammed the brakes. At that time, the man whispered something in my ear. At the same time, I heard the sound of the car wheels screeching, and everything went black. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in a hospital bed, and my wife was next to me, crying. She said when she saw me waking up, "Are you okay? The doctor said you almost died from a heart attack, but you survived." I was floored. I suddenly remembered the man and asked her, "What happened to the man in my back seat?" Then she looked at me with a questioning look and said, "What man? You were riding alone. Could it be that your brain is also injured? Doctor!" She began sobbing. "The man in red!" No matter how much I shouted, she just cried. I was so stunned, and the rescue workers who came to the scene also said that there was no one in my car but me. I thought the conversation with the backseat passenger might be on the dash cam, so I asked my wife to get the dash cam. And when we played the video, we couldn't believe it. The man's voice couldn't be heard, only the sound of air leaking. My wife was confused and asked what the sound of air leaking was. Even when I showed it to the other people, none of them could understand what the sound was. Only I could recognize his voice. I panicked. What on earth was that man? I clearly remembered his red fedora shining in the moonlight, his creepy voice. They were so vivid. But I couldn't quite remember what he last whispered in my ear. Obviously, I fainted when I heard that. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember. Then, in the wee hours of the morning, I suddenly started getting goosebumps all over my body, like crazy. My body started shaking so much that the bed shook too.
The reason was because I remembered the words he whispered. What he said. I deliver people to the afterlife.
There is a sentence that I fear the most. The phrase is, "What do you want?" Now I'm going to tell you why I'm afraid of these words. 3 years ago, I met this man, Steve, by chance. I met him through a friend. As soon as he saw me, he said he had found his dream girl and that he would do anything I wanted. When I asked him to prove it, he ran into the kitchen, grabbed the knife, and said he would show me his heart. I was surprised and held his hand, and from then on, our romance began. Then, one day, during a date, Steve asked,
Is there anything you want to do these days?
I said jokingly, I want to kick my boss's ass.
That's a good idea,
he said with a smile, and I just smiled. But the next day, he messaged me saying he broke my boss's hip bone. I thought he was joking, but the next day, my boss called me and said he was in the hospital. He said he got his ass beaten by some crazy guy. I was shocked and called Steve, and he told me,
Your boss can't even walk. How are you feeling? Refreshed now? I had to pay a lot of money for the settlement, but that's okay.
I was shocked and angry at him. I yelled at him and asked him why he did that. He said, as if he was embarrassed,
Wasn't that what you wanted?
From then on, I thought I shouldn't even joke with him. Then, sometime later, while shopping with him, I looked at a luxury bag and blurted out something without realizing it. Wow, if I had that bag, I would be happy even if I ate poop. But after saying that, I felt a strange gaze on me, so I looked to the side. Steve was looking at me with big eyes. With a trembling voice, I asked why. Then he looked at the bag and said,
I'll be right back.
And then he quickly ran outside. I called him, but he didn't stop, and I didn't know where he was going. A day or two passed, and no news was heard from him. I was overwhelmed with anxiety. A few more days passed, and Steve came to see me. He smiled brightly and walked toward me like a fashion show, holding the bag.
Now who's the happiest in the world?
How did you buy it? It's hard to buy that even if you save up your salary for like 3 months, I asked in surprise.
My fists were having a hard time. I think I robbed like 12 people. Now, is there anything else you want?
I was shocked and speechless.
Oh, is it that touching?
He was still grinning, unable to understand the situation. I felt like he wasn't normal and I couldn't handle him anymore, so I told him I was breaking up with him. Then his expression changed as if he had been hit in the back of his head, and he asked,
That was a joke, right?
I said with a serious expression that it wasn't a joke, but he smiled and said,
That's funny.
I said firmly that I wanted to end the relationship. Then, with his eyes twitching, he said,
If that's what you want, we should break up. But we can still be friends even after we break up, right?
No, let's never see each other again.
That's impossible for me.
If it's too hard, just think that I don't exist in this world anymore. Close your eyes and imagine that I have left this world. He sobbed and ran out, so I thought I was done with him. But after some time, someone knocked on my house during the night. When I looked out the window, it was Steve, and I screamed in anger. I definitely told you to forget about me.
No matter how hard I try to erase you from my mind, I can't. So I guess I'll just have to get rid of you.
He had a big pit bull with him, and I was shocked and called the police. He was arrested by the police, who soon arrived. I told the police that he planned to make my face unrecognizable by having the pit bull bite my face. The idea was that if he did that, he would be able to forget my face. He ended up going to jail, and I moved out. However, sometime later, after he was released from prison, he sent me a text message, and the contents of the text message were as follows.
I haven't forgotten you yet. Soon, I'll destroy you completely.
3 years ago, my friend John asked me to go with him to an abandoned house. It was an abandoned house that was famous in our neighborhood. Famous because it was haunted. Everyone who went into it came out injured or crazy. I told John I would never go there, let alone inside, but he demanded for me to go, saying he would introduce me to a nice pretty girl I'd been wanting to get to know. Knowing that, I couldn't refuse. We went to the abandoned house, and as soon as we stepped inside, we saw a large portrait of a family. The people in the portrait were all baring their teeth like animals, and there was blood around their mouths. The painting gave me goosebumps. We kept walking around, shining the flashlight here and there. Then suddenly I heard the sound of dishes clattering from the kitchen. I was startled and pointed the flashlight in that direction, but there was no one. Plates, forks, and knives were neatly arranged on the main table. As I approached, I had noticed that there were bones on the plates. It looked as if a human skull was split into several pieces. I screamed and ran to John and told him, "Let's get out of here." But John said, "I came all this way. Allow me to give a high five to the ghost, and then we can leave. Now, let's go to the second floor." No matter how much I begged him to leave, he wouldn't listen. We went up to the second floor, and there too were many paintings hanging on the walls. They seemed to be old paintings of the family's ancestors, and their faces were distorted and creepy. They had red skin with pimply dots all over and long fingernails. I entered the first room. As soon as I opened the door, a dark figure shouted from inside the room, "Looks delicious!" And then a skeleton figure of a woman crawled towards me. I was startled, and I took a step back. Cold air hit my face, and then the woman disappeared. I thought I was hallucinating due to my extreme fear, and my body started to shake. It was then that it happened. I heard John screaming from the other room, so I ran to see what was happening. However, when I tried to open the door, it was locked. "John, open the door!" I twisted the doorknob and yelled for him to open the door, but all I could hear from behind the door was John groaning and the sound of dishes clinking and some people laughing. I slammed into the door with my whole body, but it wouldn't budge. I tried to look around for the key, but I couldn't find it. Then I heard John say something. I put my ear to the door and listened closely. "I'm ecstatic," he said. I kicked the door for a while, but no chance, so I called the police. Even if I had to face punishment, I thought I had to save John. After a while, the police arrived. They were angry at me, saying that in this house, dozens of people had died. They broke the doorknob and went inside. When the door finally opened, we were shocked by the sight of John. He was lying on a large table wearing nothing but his underwear, and there were several forks stuck into his stomach. There were plates surrounding him filled with black liquid. And John, he was muttering the same thing over and over again. "Enjoy your meal! Enjoy your meal!" We screamed, but John just continued to mutter to himself, "Please, eat this as well." He grabbed the knife and tried to stab himself in the stomach. As the officers approached and tried to rescue him, he swung at them with the knife. "I won't give you my flesh," he screamed. The police barely managed to gain control of him. He left the house on a stretcher, screaming in tremendous pain, and then fainted. He was then taken away in an ambulance. He underwent surgery at the hospital. When I visited him a few days later, he didn't even look at me, but just looked at the ceiling and smiled. Oh, that night was the best night of my life. When I entered the room, the family was skinny from prolonged hunger, but they were so beautiful that I decided to satisfy their hunger. I lay down on the table, and they started eating my flesh. Seeing them happy made me so happy that I couldn't stop laughing from joy. I couldn't believe I could provide meals to such noble people. It was only then that I realized the reason I went into the house was for them. Bloody tears started to flow from his eyes, and suddenly he glared at me and shouted, "But why did you come in during mealtime? If you hadn't disturbed me, they would have eaten all of me. Take me back there. They are waiting for me! He grabbed me by the collar and demanded. The nurses and doctors came running and held him back. I was so shocked that I had no choice but to leave the hospital room. He was no longer the John I knew. I couldn't say anything. I just cried. I just kept hoping it was all just a bad dream. A few days passed after that, and I didn't have the courage to contact John again. After some time, I learned he had tried to rip out his stomach with his hands, saying he had to give the food to the family in the abandoned house. He was eventually admitted to a mental hospital. While he was in the mental hospital, he drew the faces of the family of the abandoned house. They were thin, with long teeth and fingernails. They looked more like monsters than people. Today, I often think about what it might have been that John saw. I mean, I can't even imagine it. I just hope that John gets back to his old self.
This is a story from my foolish early 20s. At that time, I was really into ghost hunting. I had a best friend named Joshua, and we always went to supposedly haunted places. Then one day, we decided to visit a hotel that was famous for being haunted. There was nothing special about the hotel, other than the fact that it was a slightly old-looking building that had eerie music playing in the lobby. We entered the haunted room while singing a song that was supposed to summon ghosts. I was reading an article about the place on my cell phone, posted on a ghost hunting community.
They say there are 3 rules that must be followed in room 704. First, never allow food smells to be present in the room. Second, always wear clothes in the room. Third, never leave the closet in the living room open for more than 1 minute.
Then Joshua asked,
"What happens if you don't follow those rules?"
I answered,
"It says your intestines will be pulled out." By who? Is there a horrible monster hiding in here?
Then he swung open the closet door in the living room. It was empty but had a foul smell. Plugging his nose, he said,
"Someone must have pooped here before."
Then as he closed the closet door, he continued,
"Oh, I'm hungry. Let's have some food and start hunting ghosts."
He called room service on the phone. However, the staff said that room service was not available for this room. He got angry and complained to the staff, who eventually offered to bring him food. But the staff told him that he had to finish eating within 10 minutes and put the dishes out in the hallway. Soon, our steaks and hamburgers arrived, and we started to chow down while looking for traces of the ghost. While we were using the electromagnetic wave meter, the closet door suddenly burst open. We looked at the closet in shock, and at that moment we saw something that would haunt us forever. It was a strange creature that looked like the heads and arms of about 7 people stuck together. It had no legs, and the many heads and arms all moved separately in a grotesque manner. The forearms and head were extremely large, and the faces were as pale and expressionless as corpses. It crawled to our food and started eating the leftover steak. I tried to film it with my camera, but the camera couldn't capture it. The being ate in an instant and went back into the closet and closed the door. When I saw it, I was filled with fear, and I said to Joshua,
"I have to get home before that monster gets hungry again."
Then he said,
"What are you talking about? You can't just leave after seeing something sexy like that."
Then he ran and pounded on the closet, shouting,
"Hey, monster, try this too!"
He threw off his t-shirt and patted his bulging stomach.
"Do you want to try human meat too? Look at this plump skin."
He opened the closet door, but it was empty. I chuckled at him, but the flame of fear was still burning in his chest. We watched TV, hunted around a bit, and soon fell asleep. But after a while, I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of a scream. And when I looked in the direction of the sound, I saw the huge being I had seen earlier, sitting on top of Joshua, pinning his arms and legs down while sniffing his stomach. Then his numerous hands began tearing at Joshua's stomach. I wondered if I was dreaming, but Joshua's loud screams pierced my ears.
"Ah! I'll give you something else! Please stop!"
It wasn't a dream. I screamed,
"Joshua!"
I kicked at that huge thing as hard as I could, but it didn't budge and pulled on my leg. Then it squirmed its heads around in an attempt to bite my stomach. I barely escaped by kicking at the heads like crazy. My legs were shaking so hard that I fell to the floor. The being looked at me and started eating Joshua's intestines. Joshua mumbled breathlessly. "Louis, I should have just gone home." I called the hotel lobby and, out of breath, spoke to the staff. "Now, in the room, my friend is being eaten." The employee asked me what I was talking about. I shouted, "Quickly, grab a knife, a gun, or anything and get up here!" I hung up and ran back to Joshua. The giant being laughed gleefully as it chewed his intestines. I took out the Bible from the drawer and recited some verses out loud, but the being did not respond and continued eating. There was nothing I could do. I cried out in despair and fear. Right then, a hotel employee knocked, and as soon as he came inside and saw the gruesome scene, he vomited. The gigantic being had already disappeared. Blood stains stretched from the bed to the closet. The employee immediately reported it to the police. When the police arrived, they were distressed to find Joshua's intestines missing without a trace. The police officers just stood there dumbfounded and kept repeating that this couldn't be happening. A few days later, I went back to the hotel room to see the manager, who yelled at me. "Your friend called it. It doesn't eat human meat!" I shouted at him. "You already knew what could happen?" Then he sighed and said, "As long as we fed them animal intestines once a day, there were no problems. That room is the most expensive room, so it would be a waste to leave it empty. But you provoked them." I told him, "Okay, it must be hard for you to keep feeding that bastard, but I'll take this opportunity to get rid of it for you. So just wait a minute." I went back angry, and for the next 6 months I trained, learning deadly martial arts. Then I went back to the hotel room to avenge Joshua, to tear that monster apart. I packed up a bunch of sharp weapons and went. I set out a bunch of pig intestines in front of the closet and shouted, holding a dagger in each hand, "The highest quality pork has arrived!" After a while, I heard the closet door open and saw it. That gigantic being. It began to eagerly tear into the pig intestines in front of it. But among the many faces that writhed around its body, I saw one familiar face. That was Joshua.
When I was in high school, there was a girl named Natalie that I had a crush on. In fact, almost all the boys at school were fascinated by her beauty. But I couldn't speak a word to her throughout my high school years. Then, when I became an adult, I started working at a restaurant. One day, she came there to have her meal. To my surprise, she pretended to know me first, and I had a conversation with her for the first time. The moment she called my name, I felt like I was in heaven. But she was with another man. He was my high school classmate, Marcus. He seemed very close to Natalie, and I was so jealous of him. I had a short chat with her, and because of her beauty, I stuttered like an idiot. When I got home from work, I screamed at myself in the mirror because I was so disappointed that I couldn't have her. However, she came to the restaurant frequently after that, and we gradually became close. Then, one day, she came to the restaurant by herself. So I asked her where Marcus was, and she flatly said that he had left. Then she said something unexpected to me.
"Do you want to come over to my house?"
When I heard her say that, I was so shocked that I almost spilled my food on her. But I couldn't hesitate, made an appointment with her right away. Then I came home, buried my face in my pillow, and rejoiced. A few days later, I went to her house. I knocked, and when she opened the door, I was a little surprised to see that the floor of the house was covered in plastic, and when I went inside, there was a painting hanging on the wall. I remember that she was good at drawing when she was in high school. She said her dream was to open an exhibition. However, when I looked closer, I noticed something strange about the painting. It was a painting of Marcus rolling around on the floor in pain. It was so real that you could hear Marcus's moans in the painting, so it felt like watching a real scene. I got goosebumps all over my body.
I drew it really well, right? Can you vividly feel Marcus's pain? This painting will surpass the Mona Lisa.
Her voice got very loud and her eyes sparkled. It was a sight I'd never seen before. I followed her to the living room, where several paintings were hanging on the wall. They were paintings of men I didn't know, and what all the paintings had in common was that the men were in extreme pain. A man was crying and crawling with an axe stuck in his back. A man had bandages all over his bloody body. One man had his limbs tied and spiders crawling all over his body.
Humans are most beautiful when they are in pain. So I always think about how I can make people suffer the most. Which of these men looks the most in pain?
She said with a smile. For a moment, I started to think she was a psychopath. I felt cold sweat running down my spine. Marcus appears to be in a lot of pain in that painting. How did you draw it so realistically? I asked her.
I hit Marcus with a hammer. After about 3 hits, that beautiful expression came out. He lived a really successful life because he left such a masterpiece.
You hit him with a hammer! I was startled and shouted in a shaky voice. And when I looked closely, Marcus looked as if he was crying out for help in the painting. I felt cold sweat soaking my entire body.
Have you ever heard this? Art is pain.
She said with a smile, and then walked into the kitchen and pulled something out of her freezer. It was a frozen mace. She ran at me with it and swung it at me. I instinctively avoided it and ran like crazy to the front door. And she followed and shouted,
"Now it's time to paint."
I barely managed to open the front door and run out, and the mace she swung hit her door and I heard a loud bang.
"Come on, I'll draw you really well."
She screamed and I ran away and called the police. Police soon began investigating her, and the results confirmed that she had killed 4 men, including Marcus, before dumping them in a river dozens of miles away. And the corpses all matched the men in the paintings. She was sentenced to life in prison. I couldn't get out of bed for several days because of the shock of that day. What would have happened if I had been a little late when running away, lost my footing, or failed to open the front door? There'd probably be a painting of me crying on the wall of her house.
I'm a man in my mid-20s. Something unbelievable happened to me a while ago, and it hasn't stopped. 3 months ago, I posted something very angry in this community. At that time, I was failing at everything I did. I was running out of money, and my girlfriend had just dumped me. So, I became angry at the world and cursed the sky itself. But why? Someone read my post and sent me a message. He said he would help me out and give me some money. At first, I thought he was a scammer, so I told him my bank account number and said I would kill him if he didn't pay me. But he actually deposited $1,800 into my account. I was so surprised that I eventually agreed to meet him. But I didn't realize at the time that it was a temptation from Satan. I showed up at the address he gave me. It was a building in the middle of a city, and I went into room 632 where I was supposed to meet him. There was a large open space inside, and in the center was an artificial fountain with some sort of red liquid flowing through it. I couldn't see clearly, but it felt as if it was filled with red smoke. After a while, a man walked into the room wearing an angry expression. It wasn't until I heard him laughing that I realized he was actually smiling. It seemed as if he was forcing the smile. He said his name was Malozul and offered his hand. His hand was reddish-brown and looked like leather, not human skin. I was surprised when I saw his face up close. His eyes looked like red jewels, but they were so cracked that they looked like they might break at any moment. His nose was long and harpoon-like, and his Filtraman jaw had teeth sticking out like horns.
You asked why life is so painful, and I called you here to give you the answer. It's because demons like me are manipulating your life behind the scenes to make you miserable. We get tremendous pleasure from tormenting people, so we work like hell to hear the screams of one more individual.
Okay, did you really think wearing a mask with such an ugly nose and talking like that would fool me?
I pulled his nose, which immediately cut my hand.
Ah, what is this? Is this a real nose?
He was holding a cup in one hand that looked like it was made of human skin, and he scooped up some red liquid from the fountain and handed it to me.
I've seen the evil talent within you. You hated the world. You hated God. That's the spirit we need. Satan wants to use people like you as a part of his army. If you become Satan's servant, you will realize how truly boring human life has been so far.
The liquid in the cup he handed me gave off an astoundingly sweet scent. I took a sip, and it was as sweet as 1,000 cans of cola coursing through my entire body. I was so dazed by the overwhelming ecstasy that I dropped the cup on the floor.
Everyone runs to the fountain and licks it like a dog after just one drink, but you're calm.
He suddenly shouted in an unknown language, and a beautiful woman walked in. Her skin was as moist as water, and her lips were red and shiny like rubies. She was so insanely beautiful that I cursed without even realizing it. She walked over and touched my cheek, and my chin trembled.
If this is part of the bargain, I'll become Satan's servant immediately.
Such a happy slave, aren't you?
I slapped myself to try to come to my senses.
But I'm a free spirit. I don't want to be a slave.
Ha! You have never enjoyed true freedom in your life. Have you ever exploited someone to your heart's content? Or have you ever bullied someone till you've had your fill? I know full well that you've led a boring life your entire existence.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly started vomiting. Somehow, wads of cash poured out of his mouth. I was shocked, but the wads of cash kept spewing out and piling up.
Satan said this: "The greatest thing in the world is pleasure." What beautiful words they are!
He wiped his tears with a bill. Then he put the cash in a bag and gave it to me.
Give your soul to Satan, and the world will be yours for the taking.
Without saying a word, I took the money bag and left. The streets were still full of people scurrying around. They didn't know anything. I felt nauseous. I went to the bank to find out if the money was real or fake. I walked up to the counter and handed them a bundle of cash. The banker looked intently at the bills.
This money is from Duke Astaroth. Would you like me to deposit it into your account or exchange it for new money?
I realized that the banknote had a devil's face on it. Is that the face of Astaroth? After leaving the bank, I returned home. There was another message from the strange man. It was about creating a soul contract. After thinking about it for a few days, I couldn't forget that beautiful woman, so I went back to the building from before. He welcomed me with open arms. As he came closer to hug me, I took a step back in shock because his whole body was on fire. He laughed.
Are you ready to set the world on fire?
What happens if I make a contract with Satan?
Then you become a low-level devil. Your first mission will be to make 4 people around you, including your friends and family, suffer. Make them shed tears of blood and gnash their teeth with hatred. Then gradually increase that number. This is how you rise through the ranks. So far, I've driven 137 people into a sea of despair, and 82 people into a whirlpool of anger. That's why I live in a top-class penthouse.
I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in such horrible things. I'm naturally kind.
I turned around and tried to leave. Then he suddenly shouted in that unknown language again in an angry voice. And numerous transparent snakes came out of his mouth and sped toward me. The snakes climbed up my body and started biting me everywhere, and I felt the pain of being bitten by dozens of teeth. Ah! As I felt the blood draining from my body, I saw the transparent snakes' bodies filling with red blood. I ran away, writhing in pain, running out of the building and falling to the ground. People passing by came up to me asking if I was okay, and before I knew it, all the snakes had disappeared. I was taken away in an ambulance, and the doctor asked why I had dozens of bite marks on my body, but I couldn't answer. From that day on, I had heard the voices of countless people shouting in my head,
I will make you experience the greatest pain!
And bizarre things started happening to me every day. I felt tremendous pain, as if hot spears were piercing my body. But all the tests at the hospital showed no abnormalities. A pastor passing by on the street saw me and hit me with a cross as if he was trying to kill me. My friends were distressed, saying they kept hearing the words, "I want to kill you," in their heads every time they met me. It was clear something was going on, but no one believed me. Not the police, not my family, no one. If anyone knows how I can escape, please let me know.
This story took place when I was roughly 5 or 6 years old. My baby sister had just been born a year prior to this story, and my parents had also just been divorced, so my mom and stepdad moved me and my sisters into this new house. This house had been built on a hillside in West Virginia in the mid-1800s. It was made out of dark wood that almost gave you an ominous feeling just looking at it. The house had 3 stories. The front door was at the middle story, where our bedrooms and living room were. Upstairs was the attic, but the entrance to it was a pulley door. Downstairs was the kitchen, laundry room, back door, and then a mysterious room. This mysterious room was the only room in the house with a metal door. Cold air would seep from below it, and it had a padlock that only my mom and the landlord had keys for. The landlord referred to it as the boiler room. My bedroom was located directly above the boiler room, and it also had the pulley door for the attic on my ceiling. It didn't take too long before strange things began happening to each member of my family individually, but it began with me. There would be times when I'd leave the room for a minute, and then return minutes later to find things moved out of place. Hordes of wasps and other things would come out of the attic and act in strange ways, always remaining in my room. I wouldn't learn this detail until years later, but my mom and stepdad apparently heard footsteps in the living room, walking in circles almost every night, usually only when one of them was still awake. A skeptic would say that my things being moved was my older sister playing tricks, that the insects were normal, and that the footsteps were creaky wood. However, one night, I woke up and felt like someone was in the room with me. I turned over and saw a little boy standing there, shrouded in darkness. I could only see his silhouette, but he appeared to be the same size as me, so I said, "Hello." The boy answered back and told me that he was from the boiler room and asked if he could play with my toys. I told him no because it was too late and I didn't want to get in trouble. For a brief moment after that, I could make out the boy's expression. My rejection was met with a gaze of pure rage, and then, in an instant, the boy was gone. I told my mom and stepdad about it the next day. They seemed nervous about it, but then they just reassured me that it was a bad dream. Even as a little kid, I was good at reading people, so I could tell that they were holding something back, but I let it be. That night, something else happened. I awoke again to the feeling that I wasn't alone. This time, whenever I turned around, I was met with something sinister. The silhouette of an elderly woman stood hunched over my bed, her face inches away from mine, breathing on me. Where her eyes should have been, there was only darkness. I got up and ran past her, opened my door, and hurried over to my sister's room. My older sister was away at a sleepover, so it was just my baby sister in her crib asleep. When I turned back to the doorway, I saw the woman walking towards me slowly. As she walked past the window, lightning crashed outside. And then, in that instant, the woman was gone. And where she was, it appeared that a wolf was approaching me instead. I looked away for a second, and as I looked back down, the lightning crashed again. And after that flash, I saw spiders on my pillow. I turned to look back to the spirit, and after the next flash, the little boy appeared again. As he got closer and closer to me, I passed out. I woke up in my bed again, drenched in sweat. Many questions raced through my mind at that moment. Soon after telling my mom and stepdad about that experience, we moved out. According to what the landlord told my mom whenever she confronted him about the paranormal experiences, a widowed mother and her 3 children had lived in the house when it was first built. The husband had died during the Civil War. At some point not too long after, the mother snapped and murdered all 3 of her children in the living room of the house, and then stashed their bodies in the boiler room. Those deaths perfectly explained why fast footsteps had been heard in the living room, why my toys and stuff were moving on their own, and why I saw a little boy and an evil woman. It also perfectly explains why we moved out so fast after I told my mom and stepdad about seeing the woman. To this day, I sometimes ask myself, what drove that woman to do it? Grief? Loneliness? Insanity? I'll never know. But another question I have is, if she was willing to do that to her own children, what would she have done to a child that wasn't even hers? What would have happened if my sisters and I had stayed at that house?
One day, my friend Lucas came running into class and breathlessly said,
"Hey, did you hear the news? A few days ago, a man in the neighborhood called the police, but he didn't say anything. So the police went to his house and found him lying in the bathroom with his head cut off and a cell phone in his hand."
"Really? If that's true, it's super scary," I said in shock.
What's scarier was that they couldn't find the head. But that night, another person saw someone dressed like a scarecrow running around holding a trident with something round stuck on it. At first, she thought it was a pumpkin or something, but now she thinks it was a human head.
Wow, that's terrifying. It's not even Halloween. Who on earth would do that?
Let's be careful now. If the killer shows up, show your ugly face. Then he'll go find another head.
Dude, how can you make jokes in situations like these?
It's no joke.
As stupid teenagers, we tried to pretend that nothing was wrong, even though we were scared. That night, while I was sleeping, I heard a crow cawing from the window. I mumbled in my sleep, annoyed. "Crow, you better shut up before I break your neck." But after a while, I heard someone whispering very softly, "Maybe you should watch your own neck." I was startled, and I looked out the window to see a man standing there. He was wearing a big hat like a scarecrow, and his face was a bizarre mask made of gunny sacks. He was cawing like a crow. I was so shocked that I screamed until my uvula popped out of my mouth, and at that moment, he opened the window and let himself in. "It's so loud, I have to slit your throat to shut you up." I threw the blanket at him, jumped out of bed, and ran out of the room faster than Usain Bolt. He tore at the blanket with his trident and chased after me. I ran and screamed until the house rattled. This quite obviously startled my father, who came running out with his gun, and I started crying and screaming, "Kill the scarecrow, Dad!" My dad went into my room with the gun up and ready, and the man jumped out of the window and ran away. The next day, as soon as I left school, I went to see Lucas, grabbed him by the collar and said, "You were kidding yesterday, right? You owe me a new blanket."
"What are you talking about?"
His face was a mask of total confusion. However, when I looked at Lucas's scrawny body and thin forearms, he was clearly not the man who had been swinging a huge trident single-handed last night. I was in a huge panic. Then Lucas actually had the stones to make fun of me.
"You're such a baby. If a guy like that breaks into your house, you just poke him in the eye with your finger, kick him in the balls, and hit him between the eyes 3 times in a row, and it's over. If I were you, he would be lying in the operating room by now. Pity."
Lucas was punching the air in his imagined fervor, but I couldn't say anything. A few days after that, Lucas didn't show up for school. Then I heard something shocking from my teacher. Lucas had been murdered during the night. He was found with his head cut off, and his fists had holes from spear punctures. But his head was nowhere to be found. The neighborhood was turned upside down, and the entire police force stood guard day and night, maintaining high alert. Then one day, a police officer was found handcuffed in a police car with his head cut off. But this time, there was a video from the car's dash cam. However, the culprit wasn't in the video. At first, all that could be heard was the sound of two people struggling. But then the police officer spoke up. "If you're going to cut off my head, do it one go, so it doesn't hurt. You should really let me go. I won't tell anyone I saw you." After that, a dull sound and a scream blasted out, and a moment later, the back of the perpetrator running away giddily, with the police officer's head stuck on his trident. The police did their best to catch the criminal, but to no avail. There were, however, plenty of rumors circulating. Some people said they saw the criminal's face. Some said they knew who the criminal was. And some even said they were the criminal. But it was all lies. After the police officer's death, the killer was never heard from again. But since then, people in the neighborhood still sleep armed. I still have doubts. Who was the culprit? Why did he take those heads? And what did he do with them?
This happened while babysitting. One day, I found a job with a very high hourly wage on a job search site on the internet and decided to work there for a few days. I felt very lucky, but it turned out to be too late when I realized it was bad luck. When I went to the house, I found a 13-year-old boy named Leo alone. He spoke excitedly as soon as he met me. "Hi, Evelyn. There's so much to do with me today." He ran into the living room where there were a lot of tools lying around. I wondered what he was trying to do, but I was worried that something annoying would happen. After a while, I ate with him and sat on the sofa to rest. But he started watching a very dangerous-looking martial arts fight video on his phone next to him. Then he suddenly shouted, "Wow, I want to be like those people, so you can kill people with your bare fists." He clenched his fists, looked at me, and said, "Hold your head down for a moment, I'll hit your chin with my knee." I was shocked and told him not to do it, but at that moment, he tried to knee kick me. I was shocked and ran to another room and locked the door. I was really angry, but I thought it was because he was an immature boy. As I was using my phone alone, I felt relieved. But suddenly, the door opened. He opened it with a key, but he was holding a large monkey wrench. "This looks really cool. I'm going to hit you with this, so tell me how much it hurts." I got angry at him, but he kept running at me, brandishing a monkey wrench. I freaked out and ran out of the house and called his mother, but she said it was just a prank and she told me not to worry. I was distraught, but decided to hold on just a little longer because of the money and moved on. The next day, I went to that house again. Leo was even weirder that day. He was watching a very brutal video on his computer in his room, and it didn't seem like a movie. It seemed like a real video. I told him not to look at that, but he didn't seem to hear me at all. He stuck his head in as if he were going into the monitor and watched the brutal scene over and over again. Meanwhile, he kept muttering things to himself such as, "This is awesome," and "This must be really fun." I got goosebumps and was waiting for time to pass quickly so I could get home from work. After a while, Leo called me, and when I went to him, he was holding a large pair of scissors and shouting, "Evelyn, are these scissors really big? I asked my mom to buy me the biggest one. Don't move because I need to test how lethal this thing is on you." I yelled at him to stop, but then he frowned and started breathing heavily. "If you're going to keep rejecting me like that, why did you come to my house? You don't do anything for me." He was furious and swung the scissors in the air. "Leo, put down those scissors, otherwise I'll call your mom." I picked up the phone and shouted at him. but he burst out laughing. "It's okay. My mom is a nurse, so she can treat you." And then he came running towards me with his scissors wide open. He swung the scissors at me and I barely managed to dodge them, then ran out the front door. Then he opened the window inside the house and shouted at me, "Since you keep running away, I need to get a weapon that can be thrown." I called his mother, explained what had happened, and told her I wanted to quit. But she spoke over the phone as if she was very annoyed. "I'll give you more money, so do whatever he asks." I said I couldn't lose my life for money and hung up, and I never contacted her again. But a few days later, something shocking happened. Leo sent me a photo in which he was making a V with a fork stuck to a woman's neck. Leo said the experiment was finally a success, and he asked me to call him the Fork Killer. I was so shocked. I called his mom, and she said Leo had killed his new babysitter by sticking a fork in her neck. And since Leo was begging her to get a new babysitter, she asked me what she could do. She cried, saying she couldn't believe her son was a psychopath. After some time, Leo ended up in juvenile detention, but I know what he will do when he gets out of prison. Anyone, please never go to his house.
Never show your back to a stranger. This is what my grandmother used to say to me in sign language every day. When my grandmother was 43 years old, an assailant had both of her ears ripped off and eaten. She told me this story every day. Even though I'm now over 20 years old, she still caught up with me every day and talked to me.
"That guy chewed off my ear. The bite was so strong that at first I thought I'd been bitten by a dog. I screamed, and he stroked my neck and said, 'Be quiet before I eat your vocal cords too.' Then he made a clicking sound with his teeth. That sound was so scary. I still shiver when I hear the sound of someone chewing food. And from then on, I started having a speech impediment."
It was 20 years ago, and security in our neighborhood was lax, so not only my grandmother, but many women's ears were eaten by him, but the police were unable to catch the culprit. But I reassured my grandmother, telling her not to worry, as times have improved now. That doesn't happen. But she always told me to cover my ears when I was outside. I told her that one day I'd rip off the criminal's ear and bring it to her. Then, one day, I saw an old, homeless man on the street, and I felt sorry for him, so I gave him money. He thanked me and was eating something strange. I asked him what he was eating, and he answered with a smile.
"This is a pig's ear."
I was surprised and asked him why he ate pig ear, and he smiled and said,
"Actually, I really want to eat human ears, but since I don't have any, I'm just eating these. When I see your ears, my mouth starts watering, and I'm going crazy. I might turn into a dog and eat your ears, so go away."
He ate the pig's ear like a starving man. My heart started racing. I asked him if he'd ever tried a human ear, and he quietly whispered,
"No, I haven't tried it, but someone told me that human ears are really delicious."
Then he suddenly shouted,
"He chewed my ear and said it was really delicious," and he continued to be amazed.
Only then did I discover it. He has no ears. I was shocked. I was horrified and tried to leave quickly, but he kept holding me, wouldn't let me go, and he told me,
"I want to eat your ears too. I don't need any money, so can you just give me a bite?"
He smiled and showed his teeth. His teeth were very sharp. I pushed him away, ran away. I went to my house and asked my grandmother if she remembered the criminal's face, and she nodded her head. I started sketching the criminal's face while talking to her. But as soon as I saw the completed sketch, I was shocked, because the sketch looked very similar to a homeless person I had seen. His half-closed eyes, very wide nose, serrated teeth, and above all, his laughter was very unique. His laugh was very low-pitched, and when I imitated it, my grandmother was surprised, said that she remembered that laughter. So does that mean that the homeless person is the culprit who made my grandmother like this? Although it was late at night, I went back to where that homeless man was. He was lying there. I ran up to him and asked him if he had chewed off my grandmother's ear. Then he said,
"Do you have a picture of your grandmother? I'd know when I see her face."
I grabbed his collar.
"Do you remember the woman you threatened to eat off her vocal cords a long time ago?" "I remember, but the number of women I've threatened like that must be over 10.
I was so angry. I wanted to rip his ears off, but his ears were no longer there. He seemed to understand what I was thinking and laughed wildly.
"I ate my own ear. It was so delicious. I didn't even feel the pain. Why did God only give humans 2 ears? I want more."
Then suddenly he came towards me with his mouth open to bite my ear. I punched him square in the face with all my might. He screamed and fell backwards, but I just kept hitting him. And eventually he passed out. I took a picture of his face and returned home. I showed the picture to my grandmother, and she looked shocked. When I asked her if it was him, she covered her ears and nodded her head. The man hasn't been seen on that street since, and my grandmother never mentioned that man again.
One night, while I was asleep, a sticky liquid suddenly dripped on my face. I woke up, sat up, but to my surprise, there was nothing. Confused, I felt a warm breeze on my face as if someone was breathing on me, right in front of me. There was a tremendous stench, but clearly there was nothing or no one there. Then suddenly, something pounded my chest like a hammer. I fell back with intense pain. I clutched my chest. I couldn't breathe. All I could hear was the strange sound of laughter. I fell out of bed and rolled under the bed in great pain. A loud bang hit the floor next to me. A huge dent was left in the floor. I felt I was going to die if I stayed under there. So I rolled out, stood up, and started swinging my fists at whatever was in front of me. As I punched, my fist was clutched out of nowhere to a stop position, as if I hit an invisible wall. I heard screams, and then the sound of footsteps running out of the room. A loud banging of the front door of the house was happening, with the opening and closing bang of the door. I ran immediately to try to lock it, but the door handle was broken. Slowly, I realized that the foul-smelling liquid was leaking from the walls all over the house. I started screaming at the top of my lungs. I took my phone and called the police. The police arrived moments later and began investigating the liquid from the walls, but could not determine what it was. They also examined the dent in the floor of my room. It was strangely shaped like a large hand with 7 fingers. The police left. All sorts of questions unanswered. I was alone again, clearly in agony. This went on all night. The next day, I went to the hospital. The doctor looked me over and asked if I had been in a car accident. He said my body seemed like it had been through some kind of dramatic trauma, that I was recovering from shock. He told me I needed to rest for a while, and I was to stay in the hospital for a day or so. The confusion made me doubt everything, as if I was in delirium. A couple of days later, I was released. When I got home, I was greeted by my next-door neighbor, Jeremy. We spoke, and he started to tell me that he had heard some kind of voice, as if it was a monster or something. He asked me if I also heard such a voice. I replied no. He told me he had an ominous feeling that something unexplainable was going to happen. I thought he would never believe me if I told him what happened just days before, so I just kept my mouth shut. When I returned home, I was more scared than ever before. A few days later, while I was asleep, I once again felt that warm breath on my face. I swung my fist. I heard a strange screaming sound. Blood splattered across the room. I was now clearly seeing blood appear out of thin air like a waterfall cascading to the floor. I quickly ran out of the room and called the police. When the police arrived, There were bloodstains all over the room. The color of the blood was orange. There were footprints in the bloodstains. Those footprints were odd. Giant feet with 2 long toes. The police were baffled, and although they collected blood from the scene and tested it, they could not determine what the hell this thing was. From that day on, I often heard the turning of doorknobs. I would often grab the kitchen knife in fear. When going to investigate outside, looking through the windows, I could see breathy fog left on the panes of glass. Not to mention the never-ending strange sounds of laughter. I couldn't stand it anymore and moved. After I moved out, Jeremy caught up with me, and he updated me about my old house. A man in his 30s named Petros moved in. He would be seen running around the house at night, swinging a baseball bat at the air. At first, they thought he was crazy. One day, Petros was heard screaming so loud that Jeremy said he would hear the screams, and then in between the screams, loud bangs. One night, it was so bad they called an ambulance in fear. Petros was found clutching his chest. He was rushed to the hospital where he died. They say of a heart attack. The doctor said Petros' chest was caved in and the rib cage was smashed full of broken bones. When the police searched, it was the same routine. The front doorknob was broken. Sticky liquid was found all over. In the end, the case was closed, marked as unsolved. Jeremy told me that there was no one living there now, and the house remains empty. I couldn't sleep for days after hearing Jeremy's report. I think I know what happened to Petros. Only those who had experienced it could understand that fear. Scarier is not knowing what that thing in that house was. No one knows what it looks like, and no one could know what it wanted. I myself believe I know nothing. Maybe no one will ever know.